Sound boy underground. Underground.
feel good. Welcome one and all back to day 2 of our Golden Spatula here in EMEA. Here in our regional competition, of course, we started out yesterday with our 32 greatest players from all across Europe, the Middle East and Africa. Now 24 remain on our journey to find our 9 EMEA players who'll be going forward to the Cyber City Tacticians crown on July 11th. And of course, we're looking to crown our one and only regional champion here in EMEA for Cyber City. My name is Canopy, alongside me, returning from yesterday, the incisive blade, the general of TFT. You might know him as Kenobi.
Hello there, still.
And joining for one day only, the master of numbers, the man who must feed all things and all places into his databases, the knower, the visionary, Barry Baden.
Greetings, travelers.
Well, let's jump right into it. For you folks who were not here yesterday, of course, as we mentioned before, we started with 32. We cut 8 once the day is done. So that was pretty straightforward. But day 2 of the Golden Spatch is a little different, right, Barry?
Yeah, coming into day 2, we have 24 players to start, and they're only playing 4 games before that first cut comes through. The bottom 8 players will be getting chopped off. Those last 16 players will be playing 2 more games, and then finally down to our top 8 as we come into that final day, Kenobi.
Yeah, and we've already cut 8 players, as you mentioned. Sadly, for the final 8, was the end of the journey for this set. But the 4 that managed to not be at the very bottom 4 managed to gain the spots in the tier 1 circuit there. And we've seen some very interesting things, some pop-out performances from players we were not actually expecting to reach there. And let's see how it's looking here. Sadly, the 2 last Polish players in 32 and 30th place, alongside Skippers and Snoodieboo, will be missing out on qualifying already. However, for Sacred Norris, Ken Kitade, Tartman, and Zyko, they've all qualified there, and I want to shout out Ken Kitade and Sacred Norris for making it their great performance.
Of course, there's no points reset coming into day 2. So Barry, our players come up on the first page now, are in best position to contest for those top positions.
Yeah, absolutely. These points are carrying over. So anybody that's starting the day right at the top, we're looking at Clickhorn and Sologasang have healthy points leads over the rest of the pack already. starting in a really strong position, just ahead of that chasing French pack. There's so many French players in this finals, but right at the top 2 places, not for the French players just yet.
No, there's 2 different packs of French players going because we got so many. But let's get into something a little bit more brainy before we get things underway, because with this being day 2, we've now got some more of our kind of technical parts of the competition starting to come in, particularly qualifier points I wanted to bring in. Remember at the beginning, of course, we're talking about the 9 players going forward to the crown. From that 9, there are 4 different seasonal high performers guaranteed to spot, recognized with qualifier points they've earned over the 3 cups and this event. With the first day finish, the majority of those 4 qualifier point players are already locked in, Kenobi.
Yeah, and we mentioned the French pack, and here's another one right at the top. Le Coco, Go Booster, and Bensak are already locked in and will be going to Worlds no matter what. Now, the final position, however, is still up for grabs, and it is in fact Salvi's game to lose. If Salvi places 14th or above today, or if he makes it to day 3, then it's all right. Then he will be the 4th player sent through the qualification spot. If he is not, then all the players that you see below have a shot at getting the spot above him, and especially Elia and Voltarix both being tied there is going to be really spicy. So we will keep an eye out for this storyline throughout the day.
Yes, and of course, remember, the other 5 players will be determined on day 3. So there's a huge amount of eyes on Salvi coming into this one. Honestly, Barry, I love that, we're seeing that we've got the element of, the consistency of the players being rewarded, but also those who can be explosive and show off the kind of thing they need to perhaps win the crown back for EMEA. But we do actually have our interview subject ready for Tamino, who came in at 9th place yesterday, did an incredible job. Tamino, welcome to the stream. I mean, compared to some of the other players here, you're relatively new to the competitive scene, with being just 2 years or so in the saddle. I mean, with this being your 2nd regionals in the row, kind of what's your competitive journey been like so far? Is there anything that sticks out in your mind?
Hello everyone. Yeah, this is my 2nd regionals, and probably the biggest tournament that sticks out is the Tacticians Cup, which was called the Golden Spatula before, that I placed 2nd in, like last season, I think, last set. That would probably be the one, but also this regionals probably.
And coming into this regionals, we wanted to touch on how much was that tier 1 circuit playing on your mind? Because a lot of players were approaching this thinking, okay, day 1, I just don't want to finish in those bottom 4 places. Now that you've, congratulations, made that tier 1 circuit, does it feel like the pressure's off a little bit and you can now just, even if you don't get the best possible performance, you've still had a really good season?
Yeah, definitely. The biggest thing coming into the playoffs was trying not to get the bot 4, which sucks a lot if you actually blended the bot 4 after the 6 games. I mean, I knew after like 4 games that I should be safe from the bot 4, and yeah, it definitely took some weight off my shoulders, and I can just play and try to get the top 8.
Dobry dzień, Tomino first, and being from a country with fewer players that are showing up on the big stage, how have you adapted to the recent dominance from the study groups that have been taken over? Who are you working with? Are you working alone? Can you give us some details of the behind the scenes here?
Yeah, I train or like prep mainly with my study group, NLV. We are basically from Czech mainly, but also a few Slovakians, and mainly Petík or Tien, I think, from there.
Oh, and coming into this regionals as well, coming to the Golden Spatula, from day 1, is there any compositions that you think were potentially either under or overvalued by some of the players?
I think that I overvalued some real team comps, but I really like to play Gorilla, and I haven't gotten the chance to, so I'm hoping for some Gorilla games today.
Okay, well, hopefully you'll get the chance at least once.
Well, I mean, so thank you so much for coming and spending a little bit of time with us. As we said before, you finished 9th on day 1. How confident are you finishing today where you're going to finish today, are you feeling confident enough to call it an even higher finish than before?
I mean, I hope so. I have a pretty decent shot at getting the top 4. I'm right under the line, so I'm just gonna try to keep playing my best TFT and see what happens.
All right, and one final question. I've already asked about your study group, so what you do to get inside knowledge. And do you watch outside regions as well? And if so, is there any one player that might be underrated that you think is worth learning from at all?
I don't really watch like anyone in particular, but even preparing for today, I watched Dish Soap, Setsuko, Title, like a lot of the players from NA and APAC also that I can find bots from.
All right, nobody underrated at all in those you mentioned, but always best to learn from, well, the ones that have done best. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Tamino. Hopefully we'll be seeing you again at down line, but good luck today. So, we've got at least one of our players out of the way, but we've got a whole bunch more we want to cover before we do get started with our competition kicking off here. So, Kenobi, let's start to talk about some of the other players from our remaining 24 who have leapt out. You mentioned, of course, in that last discussion, we've got kind of our sort of singleton players coming in, because we've got a lot of countries that are only represented by a single player, in contrast to France's 14. From our singleton players, who is most front of mind for you?
Well, I mean, obviously, talking about front of mind, you have to talk about the one that's in front of the pack right now, Klikkonen, having a stellar performance in day 1 and being a little bit ahead of everybody. So he could do with just a medium second day and get into day 3 just like that. I hope for his sake that he does not fall prey to this trap of trying to play, for 4th or 5th every game, because when that goes wrong, then you just go dead last, and it's tragic. But also, I was one of the doubters of Raiko, saying that he has been very inconsistent historically, and he's shown up big time today after winning the cup in the previous week. He's shown that he still masters the patch, and it was not a fluke, not an off chance. He's in the top 8 currently, in 8th position. So pretty impressive there. Really happy for him, really happy for Italy as a whole, because that means they not only get one representative at the very least for the Tier 1 circuit, but somebody who's showing that he can hang with the best in the most stressful conditions.
Yeah, and I
On
just
top of
wanted
that,
to,
yeah, go ahead.
Just wanted to add a bit. Rico returning after such a long break, because this was a player that everybody knew so much about multiple sets ago. It feels like set 10 was the last time we really saw Rico performing. And to come back after such a long time and win this last Tacticians Cup, have a great start to the Golden Spatula in day 1, after such a long break, I think that really does show, first of all, how important this season is for the players, the fact that we've got so many returning names trying to qualify for the Tier 1 circuit, but also just how good some of these players are, that the fundamentals never go away.
Yeah, and of course, we've got to bring into the conversation Ken Kitade and Seiko Norris. We mentioned in the interview, of course, as well, but being able to get, even coming with 27th and 28th in this competition, that is enough to allow them access to the Tier 1 competition to continue to improve.
Yeah, in that sense, they slightly outperformed the expectations, but did not go really above and beyond. So they will still be coming in as dark horses in the Tier 1 circuit when it's going to be coming alive. So very props to them for digging their way out of the bottom 4 position, especially for Ken Kitade. He had a really rough start, but managed to clinch it after a very good top 1 in game 5, if I recall correctly. And so that means we're going to get even more representation in the Tier 1 circuit, which is always super exciting.
Now, for any of you folks who won there for the last crown, you may not have seen that we had a tremendous amount of French players coming through, performing extremely well across the board. Barry, from our last crown, those top French performers have all returned and are playing in this event with generally pretty good results so far.
Yeah, they're still performing strong. We've got Lekoko, who's sitting at 17th after day 1, Double at 23rd, Tartaman at 26th, just about scraping through, Experion sitting at 11th, and Jedasar at 21st. So the fact that all of our returning crown players have at least made day 2, I think it really does show the consistency of some of these players. And for the rest of EMEA, if you're thinking maybe one day we could be the strongest country, if you're potentially coming out of Germany or Poland, these French players, Kenobi, you are always on top.
Yeah, that's not happening for a while. It still feels like we have a lead not only in the amount of players and the amount of events that we get to play, but just in terms of structure right now. The French players have divided themselves into very efficient study groups. And I know we keep harping on and on about these study groups, but the reason we do so is because the difference in results between the players that have those and that have been working on those for a while is now just showing every time. Out of these 5 players that you mentioned, 4 of them are from the same study group, and all 6 of them from the study group, I need to remind you, were playing here. And so it's still mind-blowing amounts of consistency having so many players stand at this roughly the same level on the top of the EU scene.
Well, again, like we said yesterday, though, taking us from these established players to the ones who were here for the first time, we wanted to check in with those first-timers. In Kenobi, we've got 4 different players who are playing at this regionals for the very first time. Everyone else has had a one-shot before. And we've got, kind of mixed performances across the board, but honestly, better performances out of a couple of our first-timers than we would have reasonably expected.
Yeah, Vomendev here yesterday, we had him in interview and he was showing himself to be calm, collected, having some interesting ideas about the meta, and I think that's what's really important. We're going to be taking a look just a little bit later on at the comps that have been played, but having a unique outlook on the meta that you have worked on is what can set you apart from the others. If you can play different spots and optimize them better than them, then you can do just like Vomendev did and end up 7th in the first day, or People Glad getting a 13th place, but he's first-time contender here at the EMEA regionals, but doesn't feel like a rookie at all. He's been performing very, very well for a long time.
All right, gentlemen, let's get into our meta discussion then, since we covered the little players we've got time for right now. Of course, during the course of the day, there's plenty more players to come and be discussed. So, we're going to narrow things down to a couple of questions here, because we know you've got questions. We want to give you the answers you deserve, gentle friends. So, I think, Barry, I'm going to put you on the hot spot straight away. I think one of the biggest things coming out of this tournament compared to the Cup, which just passed, which was played on the same patch, is that Cypher has a massively increased usage rate from before, kind of supplanting AMP. But looking at these numbers, Cypher doesn't seem to have the kind of win rate and top 4 rate that would seem to justify this.
Yeah, it's been played a third more than it was during the Cup, which is a massive jump for a composition we normally associate with higher risk, something that you only pull out when you're really chasing those high placements. And thinking of the fact coming into day 1, players were considering that tier 1, we thought actually players would maybe play even safer. I do think it's interesting that Cypher has jumped up in play rate. I think the main thing to take away is that maybe in the Cup people weren't as aware of how strong the different carries were for the composition. We saw LeBlanc really step forward as alongside Draven and Zed. That 5 Cypher just has so many carries that I think people have realised that really you can use any of them to propel you forward. But so far, hasn't quite worked out.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that really separates Cypher from something like Marksman Vanguard and Exotech is why is the average so much higher on Marksman Vanguard than Exotech? It's because Cypher is played when your early game is not good enough to be win streaking, and you will have to be losing HP anyway, so you try and play Cypher. Playing with fewer HP overall just means the increased risk is obviously there, but the players recognize that and know that there's still the potential for Cypher. Even though you're low on HP, the increased amount of resources can get you to a top 4 position or even a win.
All right, of course, during the course of the day, we'll have our analysis and things to go into more depth here. But Kenobi, just before we get started, because I believe our first game is not far off at all, could you tell the fine folks about something they may not know about, our Twitch extension? Yeah,
while we are in-game, you can always hover over each individual player's bubble and with your mouse, and you can see information about their current spot, their points as well, and what board they're playing, how many rerolls they've invested, and all sorts of useful information. So if you want to keep a close eye on somebody that we're not showing here with the observer, you can always do so at all times thanks to the Twitch extension.
All right, let's tell some quick word, Barry, about our co-streamers who are covering day 2 as they did day 1.
Yeah, if you want to follow along in any of the languages we have available on our core streams, or if you're able to potentially watch one or two players in particular, some of these core streamers might have you because we know some of them, especially if they're on the same teams or same study groups, like to follow along. So there is our list of core streamers. They are linked and pinned in the Twitch chat as well. So if you do want to follow along in your native language, you can go ahead and do so.
And a last point here before we do get to day 2, and again remembering we're seeing our cut after game of 4, so our players will be tense as well. A little word about the watch party in Warsaw. Unfortunately, it has been sold out, but we just wanted to celebrate the fact that we've got so many amazing players coming together there. To have all of the streamers you can see on stream as well. It's absolutely astonishing stuff. Honestly, if you ever get a chance to go to a TFT live event, it's amazing. I mean, Barry, I want to and Kenobi, I want to talk to you guys about the live TFT experience before we get started.
Yeah, honestly, having the chance to see the championships live is so awesome. I've had the pleasure to be able to cast from in the physical place in Warsaw. Not the same one that this will be shown, of course, but being able to cast in person is already so great. So being able to also watch as a community and come together to support all the players from the region and the French ones as well when will be doing so well in the Tacticians round anyway. It's just, you love to see it.
Yeah, and I myself have actually attended one of these watch parties. I went to Berlin, and it was just an amazing experience. You get to see some of your favourite players, you get the chance to meet them because so many personalities do attend as well. And I think sometimes people forget the community aspect of TFT. We all love the same game, we all love the competitive circuit, and you really do get to make those connections. We've got the opportunities to then carry them on into other sets, other watch parties, potentially even meet up again at a LAN. So always fun to attend, Cowfit.
No, absolutely. I mean, that's the thing. It's one of those things that I think during the early days of TFT, I don't think anybody was really anticipating what TFT could look like as a spectator sport. But I think it's it's events like Vegas and things which really blew people's minds open to those kind of possibilities. Kenobi. Yeah,
and honestly, it's great that you're mentioning Vegas, especially because next year, I love talking about what's happening in France. It's going to be in Paris, and I'm super excited. It will be the first one that I'm going to be able to go to, so I'm super excited for that. And the fact that it's become a regular thing, during wintertime, you will have one big TFT global LAN, which feels so awesome, being able to see all the players from all the community. Especially gathering physically in a single place to play is just such a treat. Being able to interact with everybody in face-to-face is just something that everybody should be excited about, and already has given us some incredible historical moments. Thinking about that Yone specifically, or something like that. It's just been such a treat.
All right, well, gentlemen, we have the first lobby. We're panning across to our casters now. It will be Alan ZQ and Impetuous Panda to bring us in for Game 1.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the second day of EMEA Finals. The Golden Spatula is back. And the narrative, Alan, has shifted from who's going to end up in the bot 4 to who will make it to day 3, who will make the historic comeback, who will just stay consistent like they were yesterday and lock in those 8 spots for that final day.
I mean, it's definitely a relief for the players that they are not going in the bot 4. They have locked in that slot for the pro circuit, and they can just now focus only on the regionals outcome, the focus on the top 8 and grab the W, play for the Tactician crown. We already hear some pings. There's some probably egregious high rolling going on.
I think some of these players did not get a good night's sleep, because to be pinging 5 seconds into the first game is just misbehaving, I would say.
Absolutely. Perhaps there is some Galio Draven already open there and require the defense against such being played. So when you see someone having such a good opener, you'd even opt into some low streak argument just to make sure they don't have an easy W, especially when they are ahead on the Giga points.
It's 2 Draven drops. It was a Graves as well, so I imagine there are reasons to ping, but players definitely locked in and fully trying to let everyone else know, hey, if you have a chance to pick an open for augment and you don't have Cypher, there's 2 players with Draven. Maybe do so and play some defense, become the hero at least for stage 2.
Yeah, we've seen some players starting on the lower amount of the points. Do you think they'll opt into riskier strategies, hence some Cypher gameplay, open fort into AMP, or those Urgot Giga Cup boards, or they just lean towards more standard TFT?
I think you have to, right? I mean, there's really not that much incentive to play safe for, say, prize pool, or to place a little bit better, a little bit worse. The idea is mostly just, hey, I want to make day 3. I want to make Tech Crown. If you're sitting at 24 points, 25 points, this enters kind of the historical comeback sphere where it's going to be, I think we've almost never seen it in TFT. Tech Summers in one of the Tech Crown, I think it's at 8 with Laser Core Warwick was the closest or the biggest comeback I remember at least, which was around, from 25 points onwards. 7 games, so maybe a bit more time to make it in this day 2, but all in all, it is difficult. You have to really adapt and start playing for the first as soon as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. We see already Salvi on the screen with the, I believe it's a Patience Virtue, or it's the crafted, it might be the one that grants you rolls for crafted argument. Never remember about that. So he'll have the nice opener with the Exotech, having the Lantern. The Lantern early on is pretty good because it provides you the additional damage, especially with the Gregas pairing on that Mordekaiser.
And for Salvi, with this augment specifically, it is Patience of Virtue, by the way, confirmed. This is an augment that we remember, Alan, from Salvi in Cup number 3, in one of his first games of that Cup. He picked this and ended up going into the amp line and had just an insane roll down on 4-1 and took over the entire lobby after hitting pretty much everything. From Salvi, a bit of a difference compared to Cup number 3. He seems to have adapted his high cap spots into playing Urgots more often. It could be just item components potentially, but he played 2 games of Urgot yesterday, only 1 game of amp. And he was known kind of as an amp one trick through EWC qualifiers and some of the cups in the later part of this set. So maybe that's been a shift for him personally.
You have to have a good understanding what the win cons for the AMP boards are and how pivotal is hitting early Zac, stacking him and having proper items on him. Because the problem with the AMP is it gets rolled by Exotech, good spot, and it gets rolled by Urgot. So it's not like per se Giga win out spot unless you have that win condition of Zac that's stacked eventually to 20, 40, even 60 blobs.
But yeah, Bensack here, a strong performance from him at the start of the day and then kind of fell off a little bit, sitting at 25 points. Has picked up Laden Forge. Alan, thoughts on what he might be trying to cook up?
I've seen Alistar in the shop and he didn't go for... Oh! I just wanted to say he didn't pick up Alistar. We might know why.
I think Gobo is showing us why he was runner-up in Cup number 1 and Cup number 2.
Hold up. Look at his slams.
Did he have any better options?
Yeah,
not
PT.
really. PT,
GS, the Rage Blade. Keep. There was some options you could.
Stage 2 though, I think he's maybe open to the idea of, playing Graves still, and you can just transfer these items over to Aphelios. Especially when we have component anvils, right? So you're gonna have a lot more items overall as the encounter. Or just have the option open to because once you slam BT, you're kind of committed to Graves, right? No matter what. Because of these slams. I know, Alan. I know we're a little bit in love with Graves, the Moses and the Prophet doing his thing, but it is important, I think, for someone like Gobo, who has been so consistent for so long, to keep his options open coming to stage 3.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, perhaps he has a pivotal and exceptional items for the Exotech, so he just slams like the Bizarre items and wants to lean towards that comp. We see there is a Rengar with the Spat, so perhaps he will not be as picked so much for the unit value, but as much for the Spat value.
Sure, Trouble is watching from home and hoping someone picks up Rengar right away, and he has been picked up, Deduzor. Clearly it's a Street Demon Spat, right? Into Rengar Ruro, Alan?
Yeah. Or it could be Executioner Emblem.
Spicy. Getting really crazy there.
Or just cook up a bit and the Divni Corp Rengar pots.
Considering we saw a player yesterday have 2 Divining Core emblems and play Vanguard Marksman, I think that's probably not going to be the option. For Cypher online for Aaliyah. And Aaliyah is a player... Yep, very, very strong spot. And Aaliyah is a player that we saw yesterday playing Cypher. He snuck in a Z3, the coined special, as we like to call it from now on. And maybe going to try and keep that game plan in the very back of his mind coming into this game as well.
Yeah, looking at the points, Elias sits at like a solid 31 points, so just in the middle of the pack. So if he can get a W right away, that would set a nice stand pretty much to the day. And having that paired up with the good for something will provide you the econ in case you cash out the items. Ideally, probably goes for the 290. 330 is too polarizing, and 290 is so safe you cannot pretty much low roll.
We're seeing for Jedu, or for this is Jedu's board. Has the Exo emblem plus Hyperfangs. Potentially, we saw a lot of Garen Exo with Hyperfangs as well. Obviously, we're very far away. We're still in stage 2, but definitely a plan that I imagine Jedu's board is going to try and lean towards. And we already have one Exo player locked in at the very least. Let's hope it's not 3 or 4 in this lobby for this. Let's hope this day 2 is a little bit better in that sense.
You see that the players are disagreeing with what Vomendev was mentioning yesterday, that you only lean towards Exotech with the optimal items. Players are going left and right with whatever items they have. We've just seen Holobow and Fangs, which are considered not so good, unless you have that Garen with the emblem and or the mod, and then you put on him that Fangs. But then again, you are sitting at the Holobow, which is a part of the Varus origin, not that good.
Yep. Looking at Solvi, he is going to lock in the 5 win streak thanks to the shifting momentum from EMEA, who is playing Cypher, and just hoping to lose streak obviously most of this stage. Unfortunately for EMEA, I believe his streak was broken by Bensak, the other Cypher player, right before the carousel. So only going to be a 2-loss streak for now, for EMEA, or a 3-loss streak rather, instead of a 5-loss streak. And Bensak did commit to that 5-loss streak, so is going to have less Cypher. You only had 3 in for now, but I guess the stacks will be around even.
Yopal was looking for the Cypher as well with the Draven, having already slammed items for the Zerin, what it looks like the most. This looks like a potential blood buff on the Exotech horizon.
I will say there is another Rageblade slam for Tomino, but he is currently on Rageblade, Jewel Gauntlets, and carrying a TF1 for now. Tomino did play TF yesterday, and he got a second place with it, which I want to try and VOD review because TF has not been up to par for the later half of this set. We saw it a few players. Actually, Patik was a player in the very last game of Cup number 3. In a chance to win the entire tournament, committed to playing TF, and Tomino preps with Patik. So potentially there could be some tech that they just seem confident or comfortable on this comp specifically.
How confident are we? It wasn't just like some 7 syndicate line on the treasure armory with the +1 on the 2-1, and like a rare case of the TF showing up. It would be cool to have a tech that would show that TF is actually a good unit, perhaps some no scout, no pivot with the high roll TF2, but outside of like some extraordinary high rolls on 2-1, I cannot see how TF can stand against all the meta comps such as Amp or Exotech or Urgot.
Maybe Tomino will show us what he's cooking up. We'll see if he commits to playing TF or not. Looking at Volta's spot now, another player who might just seem comfortable playing the same comp he was playing yesterday. He found a lot of success with Morgana reroll. Although, on 3-2, he picked Branching Out and got a Bastion emblem. I'm not even going to ask you, Alan, if Volta can do it again, because I already know the answer. If Branching Out comes up here, we already know it'll be... Oh my god, it's over. No, don't do this to me.
Oh, it's
please save me.
Oh,
I mean, pretty good.
That is very good.
The Volta special never fails.
I mean, again, we know that Volta is one of those players that hates to being playing contested comps. So once again, angles for rerolls. I think we've seen him only reroll so far on the stream. I don't know if he played anything that's not pretty much rerolls. Yesterday.
He played Morgana, Shaco, and Gorilla on stream. All those games. Those were the only 3 games of reroll he played. Then he played Zed Divinicor, Marksman, and Amp. So overall, half-half when it comes to reroll or flex lines.
Decides to go for the adaptive on the back lane to complement the free item Morgana, so he can start killing units, if not winning runs, but he might need a bit more on the Poppy plus Poppy 3 to start a streak there.
This is a new Graves build, Alan. What do you think about Red Buff Hyperfang's Exotech emblem? It's looking pretty strong for now.
I mean, Graves 2 is Graves 2. Free items, we take those. You will not be very picky. The guy Prince You Gold is an upgraded unit. Jedu I've noticed like this patch, Jedu rolls on 6 or 7 pretty much aggressively, like 20-30 gold to stabilize, to preserve the HP very often.
To make some callouts on the augments that were picked at 3-2, EMEA, the Cypher player, has picked up Rig Shop. So overall, going to be really having a much easier time hitting Galio 3, hitting the Draven 3. A little bit harder to hit the LeBlanc 3, obviously, because some of your shops are just all going to be 3 costs. But all in all, a great augment for this line.
I mean, look at the Salvi. He's very patient. He just lost the 6 win streak. Going with the patience is virtue. How crazy is that spot? Having pretty good items, just needs to complement like some Vow, Warmok on the front, and something what looks like either Urgot or Zeri.
It might depend on how many players are contesting, how many players have enough gold to roll on creeps, especially because I imagine Solvi, if he wants to commit to Exo, he will be rolling heavily on creeps with all these free rerolls and getting ahead of the reroll tempo.
Am I seeing right? Bensak picked a restart mission from Cypher and has Galio 2, Draven 2, and LeBlanc 2.
Oh,
Wait.
I'm not gonna call it a bug, but it is a coincidence that I had a spot in this set where I did the same exact thing, and I got Draven 2, Galio 2, LeBlanc 2, Vi 2, and Ross 2 from Restart Mission.
So you're telling me it's tailored to your current board?
I don't wanna get into any details. I'm just saying it's a coincidence. That's
It's
all.
fine.
Let
Board is out.
our
Like,
viewers
people
interpret.
Oh, I mean, that is pretty unmet. I mean, Benzakush might be going towards the reroll from this spot when you have already all those upgrades. You are sitting on the 8 loss streak, getting to 290 pretty much safely. I'm very curious what he'll opt for. Gets the
Bensak has the chance, and we'll see if he wants to. As we talked about a few times in the broadcast, there is some tech with opening your artifact anvil from stage 4 onwards. The game, especially if it's only if it's an artifact anvil that you're opening, will remove any gold generating artifacts from the pool of potential hits. So if you obviously do not want to have, I don't know, a stage 4 Gambler's Blade or Mogul's Mail or Gold Collector, because you've missed on so much gold already, basically, you have the chance to wait until stage 4 and just have a better chance of hitting the ones you want to hit.
So we see the commitment of the blue buff, which pretty much indicates either AMP or the Cypher reroll. From this spot, I think it would be a bit too dangerous trying to go for the AMP, given we have no Zac items. It should be a bit Cypher to just angle towards the Cypher. And we see that he's missing only 7 stacks to 290. Some pro players say that 330 is a bait. Some say it's perfectly fine to go for it. Which school are you for? Do you all avoid 330 like a fire and you just stick to no 290, or you don't care if you reach the threshold?
I play for content, Alan. More intel traded, better. One thing to mention though for Bensak, I don't think he's gonna play Cypher reroll. He can't. EMEA is Rig Shop Cypher. I think it would be, a negative play.
There is
contest Cypher reroll.
I don't know if it's. I don't know.
Oh, Bensak has a lot of aura. That's all I'm going to say. EMEA said, all right, buddy, I'll let you take this one. I'll play Jinx reroll instead. Is this too early to bring out the hidden tech?
That's so based.
I think you should save Jinx reroll for day 3, no? Or for tac run even, if you're EMEA. Maybe for day 3 of tac run.
Boy. Is 4 Vanguard... Wait, okay, I think I know. This is gonna be 6 Vanguard, 2 Marksman, Jinx carry. Braum reroll, Jinx reroll.
I like it.
Thoughts?
I like it. We'll see if EMEA likes it as well a few rounds from now. It is going to be, of course, Rig Shop is just so good for coming to 3-cost rerolls. It was incredibly broken in the past, where it was giving you 9 free rerolls, 18's gold worth of rerolls, as well as having the tailored 3-cost shops. Now it's only 5, and it depends really on how broken some of the 3-costs are. I don't think I've ever seen anyone playing Jinx reroll in the last few patches, so I'm very curious to see how this goes.
Bensak, I believe, is indeed he just got Zyra cash out, I believe. And that's what we were talking about avoiding the 330 like a fire to not get those specific cash outs, but he might go fast. That's a Garen.
Early Garen. Samira is the big hit, of course. Garen pair is pretty good. Yeah, Zac and Samira, Annie 2, Nico 2 are the attempts at what Oh, Nico 3 maybe?
Oh.
The French classic. Garen 2 on level 8 in 50 gold.
Okay.
Very cool.
Keep scrolling. Needs. Okay, is that stable enough?
Without any
Guess
2,
you
I guess
have
with
to
Yumi, item carry, it should be fine.
Yeah, I agree. The tank
22
item,
HP though.
Garen? Ooh, goes for the.
Oh, we haven't popped Artifact Envoy yet. Ooh, Seekers, Yumi.
Silvermer Garen?
Oh. Getting spicy, Alan, for this day too.
There we go!
Oh.
I love it!
I mean, you hit Garen 2, you have to play into this
I mean,
Giga
okay, there's
Chat
the tech.
and...
There is Samira tech with Silvermere. You'd frontline it with the sustain item, and she actually pops off. Samira 1 even. I don't know if Garen would be better. I think I've seen some miracle fights where Samira 1 with like IE, Silvermere, and BT just was soloing whole boards frontline.
We even saw it, I believe, in cup number 3, one of the last games of the tournaments from, I believe it was Paul, one of the top French players, was playing, was it Sterex, Even Shroud, BT, Samira, and the frontline Hex, and it was popping.
Okay, it has to be Radiant Refractor with this setup, no? Chemtech Overdrive doesn't work really with the items because of the Silvermere capping your attack speed. The Radiant Refractor just capitalizing on that Garen with the free item
Ooh,
would be
never
nice.
mind. It's all overflow.
There is no way you pick anything else. You just you find Zac, this belt overflow will skyrocket. Oh, wow!
Maybe because he doesn't have Zac and doesn't maybe plan on rolling too much more now on 8, considering his current strength. I think it does make some sense, right? Because you belt overflow, you're not getting that much value. Exactly.
For and it was BT. There was also Void stuff available, but he insta-picked BT.
Looking at Salvi, he has indeed moved into EXO, and what a way to do it. Binary airdrop on 4-2, infinite items for all of his units, and EXO, especially as a trait, is going to benefit so much from this.
And Goboso will be the first victim on the 4-2 with the Chemtech Overdrive, having already that Graves too, but only one item, so not quite enough to being stable off the against such a board as 7 Exotech with the binary, as you mentioned. Jedusor already looking at the...
Volta continues doing Volta things. Didn't have a blue buff, or maybe he already had the blue buff from Creeps. He just got a second one with blue battery for his Elise as well. So Morgana reroll currently streaking a 6 win streak for now. He's hit Morgana, he's hit Poppy, he's hit Jax. He's looking pretty stable.
Absolutely. The items are looking pretty good as well. We're looking to itemize now the Elise as a later carry. Once he hits the 6 Bastion... Okay,
2 games of TF in 7 games? I mean...
Darius got buffed.
Darius did get buffed. Is this potentially a new tech or a new development where we're seeing Tomino, especially a player who performed very good yesterday, 32 points, seems to have a lot of confidence in TF reroll?
I mean, how confident are you in this Darius, though?
He's holding on for 10 seconds.
I mean, we're killing
wait,
hold up. The card?
Wait, hold up.
Wait!
Hold up. We won indeed. What? Tomino staying stable, 55 HP. Second place in the standings halfway through stage 4. Hey, TF's popping off.
Okay, maybe the key is so you to play around all the Sejuanis, just getting QSS set up with the JG. So you you don't have to worry about all the CC coming up from the Zac, the Sedge, etc., etc. Maybe that's the tech.
Elia has hit Jinx 3. I'm curious if we can go to his board. He's currently sitting at 22 HP. Of course, he's one of the Cypher players. He bled a lot in the stages 2 and 3. 22 HP and hanging on for dear life with Jinx 3 as your carry. How would you feel, Alan? Safe? Comfortable? Be honest. Be honest.
I would be like, okay, we're playing for 7.
Not too honest. Not too honest.
I mean, we're looking at Vi main carry. Main tank, sorry. Okay, we are surely moving these items of the Vi, right? Like there is Brown 2, there is Jarvan 2.
Oh
no! I see what he's doing. I see
Man, you're disrespecting Elia so much. You're thinking he should be carrying a Vi 2 on stage 4.
I'm sorry.
No one's safe. No one's safe from Alan's hate watching.
Okay, look. He had to drop Pure Silas to guarantee on the Vi, but is she tanky enough on the 4-star with those
Only
items?
2 items, yeah. And Looks like he had Garen in for a few rounds, has the mod ready, but doesn't want to save the mod until he can actually play Garen. Here's what the idea is here for Ilya. Just has the mod chilling on his item bench.
Okay, wait, look at the Jinx.
Oh?
Wait, I think Braum will solo her.
No.
Okay, he's cooking. Okay,
Confirmed.
just shading.
Jinx from Arcane is on Ilya's board, and she is ready to pop off. Is that going to be enough, though? Ilya is still sitting at 22 HP.
Okay, explain how the Jinx works, because first of all, some players might not know that she's a scaling unit, because she was not in the meta like ever. So basically, she works similar to LeBlanc, where the more she casts, the more rockets will she cast farther on, and every cast adds another rocket. So deep into the fight, early she looks pretty much underwhelming, but once we get a bit later to the fight, she's really outputting the DPS. We've just seen her pretty much delete the whole backline with one cast.
And it shows the meta shift, right? The moment 6 Vanguard is buffed, the moment all of a sudden you have a sturdier front line and you're going to sacrifice some damage to play it, Jinx can come in, and it just makes more sense theoretically, right? So we'll see if practically it also will make sense as the rest of these fights finish off in stage 4 and stage 5, and if Ilya can stay alive.
What happened here on the Jadusa board? There is 32 itemless. Like he was pinging before Salvi that he hit everything and he played contested Exotech, but pretty much this is looking grim for the Jadusa, missing the items on main carry.
We talked about Salvi kind of bullying everyone else from the EXO line because he had so much more gold to work with thanks to Patience of Virtue, his first silver augment of the game. Doing a quick check, there is one EXO player, Jeduzor, just 2 of them, right? Just Jeduzor and Salvi, so...
Yeah, by the looks of it, pretty balanced. Players took to their heart to not play too contested after looking at the yesterday's Fiesta at each lobby, where there was 4 exo per lobby, no exceptions. And meanwhile, Bensak rocking the 5 win streak with that on top of that Garen's back.
And it's just a really good sign, right? You don't play this automatic, brainless TFT where you're not critically thinking your decisions. Bensak, the moment he high rolls a Garen 2, which, let's be honest, it is a high roll, he made every decision after that to lean into the fact that he had a Garen 2 on his board. He didn't slam or didn't prioritize, carrying Annie or looking for Samira or rolling deeper. He said, this is strong enough. And his augment selection, his items, his artifact, all leaned into trying to utilize Garen as a carry throughout this stage 4, and it's worked.
You've seen him pop item anvil right after leveling without rolling, which indicates that he does not plan to, in fact, to roll. He wants to sit on that board, 22 HP, he's not scared of losing a fight against anyone and dropping to 1 HP potentially.
Look at Gobo's board though, 15 HP. We saw Graves go 8th yesterday from Potable. We'll see if the French player here is gonna maybe fall into that same trap. Garen or Graves slowly moving into the backline for now. Morgana's not really pumping out damage quickly enough. And at least cast one more time, she can't. That should be it.
I mean, I think that dot.
Wait.
The dot. I think the dot.
Yeah. Poppy hanging on for a long time as well. So Volta, masterclass.
There is a Bastion emblem on that Morgana from somewhere.
Don't worry about
Insane.
it. Let's just not mention it.
I don't know how does he do it, but that requires a certain amount of the practice going into the GSC.
Nice 2-cam layout here. We just saw both players rolling for the same exact upgrade of Thelios 2. Gobo hit and Ilya didn't. One of these players is French. Coincidence? I think not, Alan.
Listen, so you're telling me that Ilya is allowed to hit Z3, but Aphelios 2...
Okay, yeah, never mind. I take it back. Let's see if Jinx can clutch it up. Ilya needs a miracle. If he goes out here, he will probably write down Bensak's name on his list. Bensak bullied him out of playing Cypher reroll and then just went into Amp anyways. So it would be really tragic for Ilya's mental to not get a good result on this Jinx, considering it is a creative and it is a risky game plan to go for.
I mean, the Divide looks really potent, and Jinx scaling goes and goes. One more cast and the whole board should be gone. Just needs to get that mana. Like, she's attacking so slow, she didn't get to one more cast, and Ilya will go down, unfortunately. I would love to see the Jinx.
And the bold game plan did not quite work out. I believe we are in the carousel. Well, the players are.
What?
Oh, okay. Just double elimination. Ilya and Gobo Both got knocked out. Elia, thankfully, a 7th, considering, yeah, his game plan was not seemingly working out as well. So at least an extra little point there.
So this is very interesting because we've seen Gobbo having 4 graves during stage 2, and that wasn't enough to even stabilize him. The problem was he never found the items for the graves to snowball in the fights, and even though he got pretty early graves free, that wasn't quite enough. And right now we are on the Tomino board observing fully upgraded TF board with main tank Darius instead of TF. Thoughts on that?
We'll find out if he's tank enough, if he can really hang with the main tanks we see in stage 4. We're in stage 5 now. Darius is still hanging on for dear life, and we're slowly seeing the Rageblade scale on TF. It should be enough to win here. Big win for Tomino. If he can lock in the top 4 with TF after the 2nd place yesterday, I'm starting to think, you know, he knows some stuff that others might not.
Interestingly enough, the Darius sustain was pretty potent. I'm curious if if he is tankier than the Braum in this scenario, if you would put a hat on him. A reminder, Darius did get buffed a patch or 2 ago to increase the AoE, I believe, on his cast. So he might be stronger. There might be some hidden tech that we are witnessing just now.
The winners keep on winning. Bensack on an 8-win streak finds a strategist emblem on the carousel. So a little spike where I imagine he has most of his carries already itemized.
Opal playing more of a standard marksman TFT, belt overflow, full upgraded from, just stuck on level 8, rolling for those upgrades. That's just a classic marksman game, I would say, where you don't hit early upgrades and you just bleed out to 5th or 6th.
I'm not sure if it's just Paul's spots being kind of low roll, but after this game, especially if he bought 4s, you might see him reconsidering his idea on what to be playing in this tournament, because yesterday he also played 3 games of marksman, so half of his games were on this same comp, and 27 points is not really the point total we expect from a player like Opal after day 1.
Absolutely, but we see that after hitting the spikes he needed, Garen almost took down the whole backlane himself. I'm sorry, that cast literally did like 10k damage to his whole board and will end up taking up Opal down.
Mino also takes a loss, but still stays alive at 5 HP. Jedizor now down to 8 as well. So 2 players on the last life. Volta and Salvi, and I mean, especially Bensack with that 9-win streak, taking over this lobby. Really impressive from Volta, right? Morgana reroll in a meta where we thought she wasn't dead, but she really needed these high roll spots like we saw from Elia in Cup number 3 to actually play this comp to success. Volta in back-to-back days is able to play Morgana to, I assume, a top 4 from this spot.
I mean, it shows up. He knows what's strong, what's good, and from what spot, what kind of reroll should be played. Back to back, just those rerolls working out for him, being pretty much in the top on with the points after the day 1. Just a true masterclass. So if you're struggling on those rerolls, he is your player to just watch out for.
Looking now, the fight for survivals. Tomino and Jedizor both on their last life. Bensack is facing Jedizor, so Jedizor probably does not have much time left to stay alive in this game, considering he's facing the strongest player in the lobby. And TF, I mean, it's close. Can he do it? The right... Oh, just barely loses, I believe. With TF being taken down at the same time that he casted.
Yeah, the card went off, but the projectile from Zeri just barely hit the TF. So
it's a top 4.
Taking him out. Oh!
Are you impressed, Alan?
Very good. I mean, the TF top 4?
Is a strong
that was
handshake
not on my
with
bingo.
Tomino?
Yeah. That is...
Consider as well that during the winner's interview, Kenobi asked Tomino, or the winner's interview, sorry, the script, I'm leaking it. During the starting interview for the day 2, Kenobi asked Tomino if there are any comms he thought were underrated, and Tomino did not mention anything about TF. He is trying to keep the tech hidden, hoping that other players are not really noticing him and just trying to smurf on the day 3, maybe tomorrow.
I mean, to be fair, if he mentioned it, wouldn't you think it's just a bait? Like, be honest. Like, it's so out of the wazoo that you would not believe that it's actually the tech.
I guess it depends on what you think of Tomino as a person. If you think he's kind of a trickster trying to bait some people, or if you think he's being honest. It would be maybe not so smart to leak some good tech in the interview, though, so that you have a point.
I mean, did you see the board that Volta put up together? There was Aurora 2, 4 Dynamo, 6 Bastion. That is a win-out Dynamo kind of board.
Triple blue buff with the blue battery. I mean, what else do you want? If it can't win here, I think it's not going to win anytime soon. But still, a top 3, you have to be very happy for Volta. The other two players in this lobby completely capped an insane spot from Exotech for Salvi the entirety of the game, and Bensek, of course, taking over with a very early Garen 2 and playing Amp as well. Look at this spot from Volta. I mean, it's pretty insane.
Yeah, it looks like at least top 2 for Volta. It's just a matter of if he can beat out the Bensak. We've noticed that he lost before the PvE, but that was prior moving 2 items to Aurora, which got just upgraded to 2-star.
Explain to me the Sedge positioning here, Alan. She isn't in her usual spots. Obviously, has no items. She's not really a tank here.
I got you.
Trying to wrap into the back line.
Yeah, yeah. She's in the wrapping spot. 6 Bastion, so that Sedge 2 actually has Sedge 1 has an option to carry. But like, look at this board. This is Garen to Samira to there is everything.
Salvi versus Bensek. Volta will be facing a Ghost, so has a little bit of a buffer probably for his HP in this round as well. Salvi potentially on his last life. We are in stage 6. A big enough loss could send him home, but I don't think it'll be... Oh, I mean, there's a lot of units.
I think it's F.
Oh, okay, Salvi.
Yeah.
Well, a strong third place.
Volta
Bullied
lost.
out.
No.
Wait, he lost a
Ghost.
Ghost. I guess it was Bensek Ghost.
Yeah, it had to be.
I have to imagine.
Okay, getting that still okay. So basically, what are the odds you would pick? Like, even if you get the offer the same artifacts, if you would open it on stage 3, you never would pick a Silvermare in that spot. You only pick it after seeing your roll down and seeing that you actually hit Garen 2, right?
That's a point we didn't make, but it's just even more reason if you're playing Cypher anyway and loose streaking and not really trying to preserve HP to open your artifact anvil later, because you can react to your roll down, and we're seeing here it was so important to be able to react to not just auto picking a good artifact for Yuumi or for Annie or for Samira.
You think that Garen is a strategist? He must be. Like,
I mean, he has a big brain, that's for sure.
he do like
With some of these ults, I mean, they're looking pretty insane. It's going to be another big clearance here. Bensak takes over the game. 13 win streak, the flex, the smile, the happiness coming from a player who needed to come back, right? 25 points. We talked about it being in contention for making a historical comeback, but still very difficult to climb all the way back up and try and make the day 3 in this case.
Yeah, and on the other side, you have Volta just strengthening his positioning, starting with the 37 points, collecting another 7 behind his belt. It's a great start of the day for both of those players.
All in all, that's it for game 1. It seems like we saw a lot of games already, considering how action-packed this game was, but a lot of games still left in this day 2, a lot of story written. We'll be back in just 5 minutes' time, so don't go anywhere.
Hi everybody, Snoodibu here. I'm joined by Vixon, Unid, and Lelouch. We're going to find out who's the best TFT artist. We're going to draw TFT terms. The rest of us will have 1 minute to guess, so it's looking like a fun afternoon. So are all of you guys ready to go?
Yeah, of course.
Nafidi.
Can I say? What?
Nafidi.
Oh, you're good, bro. Holy.
Really?
Yeah, that's the feeling, yeah.
Nice.
I just try to make a dog, you know.
I just saw 4 legs and guess Nafidi on go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
What a great way to start off day number 2. Gentlemen, we saw some amazing play there, but I want to get straight into it because, we've got so much to talk about here. We saw Jinx reroll that game. We saw TF coming into this one. I mean, certainly, sorry to Barry, the Jinx reroll didn't necessarily finish out the way which you would have hoped for, but are we seeing some potential there of something bigger?
maybe not what we'd hoped for, but what we kind of expected. There's a reason we haven't seen it played much. Obviously, paired with Rengar in the past, it did have success. I think Aaliyah this time round was thinking, okay, this Marksman Vanguard board is so contested. Maybe it's going to be too difficult for me to get to that Aphelios, to get to that Xayah 2-star. This could be an alternative, and he thought maybe it could give you a little bit longer time to get to the ability to find those 2-stars as well, maybe live a little bit longer, but didn't quite materialise. But for the TF for Tomino, that certainly did. He played it yesterday, finished second, as Panda mentioned on the cast, and getting in that top 4 today. And this was a composition that in Cup 3 did absolutely awfully. I mean, it was close to a 6 average. No one. So coming into this weekend, everybody thought, I won't touch that. But Kenobi, going for that Darius front line, he's made it work twice for himself now.
Yeah, Darius actually benefited a lot from the previous buff that he got on the dispatch. Both his base heal and the heal he receives when he's the Kingpin have been increased, so that ended up with him being really, really tanky. Despite not being able to access the optimal items, for example, the new Sterax is crazy on him. We've seen Tomino run out of removers, literally, so he had to make do. And I think I want to go back to Elia, and the reason he picked Rick Shop, I believe, is because he wanted to play into Cyphers. But there was a big issue that popped up on 3-2 for him, in the sense that Bensak, the known high roller in this game, just got all the Cyphers upgraded from Restart Mission, and completely derailed Elia and forced him to try and find a way to salvage his game.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing, isn't it? You know, we're working with some of the best players in the region. You know, every single game is not just another game of TFT, but also want to bring into the spotlight here Volta, who just quietly worked his way through that last game and locked down a second place there as well. I mean, Barry, you know, it's been memed to death, but it just seems to be true. Volta finds exactly what he needs, a blue battery and the Bastion emblem as well.
Yeah, the Bastion emblem unlocks that Morgana composition, and then the blue battery on top of it. By the end of the game, you had 3 blue buffs, I believe, on that back line. I mean, it's just absurd, the setup he ended up having. And he has a way of making it work time and time again. People go, well, where did that spatula come from? Or that augments a bit of a high roll, but his line recognition pretty much better than anybody else's in EMEA, because the compositions that require those specific spots, he time and time makes work.
Definitely is what's interesting is that he actually has, you know, sort of better odds than anyone else, because he's playing the uncontested line. It's been talked on and on. But if you take, for example, Salvi, Jedusor, Opal, and Elia, all in a two-way contested scenario, both for Exotech and Marksman, then when you have somebody like Bensak and Voltarius who get really high roll situations in their game, and suddenly there's very few positions left in the top 4, Tomino manages to pull out ahead of them with his uncontested line as well. And Salvi, the big winner of this contest for the AD composition, having a crazy good board, win streaking with patience is a virtue, which is, I need to point out, absolutely nuts. And then hits the binary airdrop, which gave him so much momentum going into stage 4, allowing him to cap really high around that Zac and beat anyone that wasn't the 2 monsters of the lobby.
And if anyone who missed our pre-show, just a reminder that Salvi very much playing in the way which he should be in that game. You're playing the mainstream comp, finding the strongest augments possible, making sure that he had a good game, because he just needs to finish in 14th place overall. So that's not even at the 50% mark for our players, with 24 left in play. So I really like what we saw from Salvi there. I do think ultimately, you know, with Bensak pulling himself back up the table is great, but Volta, you know, in tournament sense, for him to come into that lobby with the most points and to finish second, that could well be a piece of what brings him through to day 3.
Yeah, it gives himself a nice buffer coming into the rest of the day as well. And this is a player with so much experience that, as Kenobi mentioned, he'll be more than comfortable playing these less optimal lines, knowing that not every game you're going to be competing for a first. I think as soon as everybody saw that Bensak spot getting an infinitely scaling legendary like Garen. Garen 1 early enough is a high roll just to get those mods going, but Garen 2, when you get the items on top of it, waiting for the artifact as well, as Panda pointed out, just getting to this point where Garen 2, you'll look at the end of the round and it'll be top DPS, it'll have tanked the most, let alone the fact that everybody else on the team is getting these extra traits on top of it. Just finding that so early meant the rest of the lobby not an awful lot they could do.
Yeah, he really turned that Garen into, the classic meme that was used for Cassante, the tank, DPS, assassin, bruiser, support as well, because he's giving out the mods, having utilities thanks to the stones from Silvermere, backline access, frontline DPS. He was just doing it all. Everybody else was just cheering him on like the mascots of old. That was the man. He had the plan, and with a strategist mode and an emblem to cap it out around the 5 strategists as well. There was no contesting Bensack at all. And it's going to be, I feel like it's going to be the theme of the day of the one player or two that get really good high rolls will be the ones getting the win. Somebody like Rich is Urgot, Rich is somebody like the Bastion emblem for Voltarix, enabling their reroll composition a little bit further than usual. Then you're going to have the win streak players that are going to be gravitating towards Exotech marksmen mostly, who will be going for top 3, top 4 if they don't find great ways to close out the game. And then the 4th spot is everybody's going to be fighting over, trying to find the niche position that will allow them to kick everyone out here and get ready for day 3.
Well, it does make sense, doesn't it, guys? Considering that we've got a tournament played on the same patch, 2 tournaments in a row, that we've just got more time for our players to really establish what their composition means in the game overall. But we are waiting on some games to finish from round 1 before we get game 2 on the way and start again moving towards our midway point of the day. But guys, of course we saw a decent amount of variety in the previous games. For our players come up in game 2, are there any other compositions which you didn't get a chance to talk about, perhaps at the beginning of the day, you'd like to see coming back and getting a little bit more love?
I think coming into the rest of the day, we haven't seen too much so far. In that first game, we didn't see the Boombot board, which heavily relies on getting that +1. But I love this. It just does so much damage. It's so explosive if you can get there. And I think there's quite a few of these compositions which are unlocked with the +1s. Things like EMEA, things like Street Demon, not really going to be touched unless you get the potential for that chase trait, and then that can really come online. So I think hopefully we'll get to see a few more of those as the day goes on, but heavily reliant on those +1s.
Yeah, I really just love to see the players recognize the really conditional spots. Things like the Shaco that always, when the players recognize the spot, always end up having incredible results in so many scenarios. And it's always some really fun conditions as well, like the scoped weapons for Shaco, or something like maybe cool artifacts like the Blighting Jewel for Morgana comes to mind. Something maybe like the cooking pots as well, you can build into incredibly beefy units. Like the Mundo that has been doing also incredibly well. I really like to see someone doing well with Kog'Maw. It's been the odd one out of the 1-cost rewards, not performing at all. So I'd like to see one breakout game for him.
Oh, I hope we get to as well. We have got our standings in as the end of round 7, which is round 1 of day 2. Gentlemen, of course, we've got our players looking to build up themselves up a little bit. I don't think we've got all of the data we need in here quite as of yet. But, of course, as we mentioned, top 24 playing at the moment. Particularly for our players who started out the day towards the bottom. We talked a little bit about some of the theory crafting we've taken for those players to rise up. Most likely, they're just going to be able to try and be playing for position. But it looks like right now, as we wait for those results to come in, it looks like Kakona, who came out of day 1 in top place, and Solgasang, I believe they are still up there in pole position.
Yeah, and those top 3 players now have a pretty healthy lead over the rest of the pack. So obviously starting the day 2 fairly strong again, but that is a healthy advantage coming into this point of the day. As we said, we're cutting after 3 games. 3 games from now, sorry. These players aren't particularly worried about that at this point. They know they're in the driving seat. But as we go on towards those last games of the day, Kenobi, those players right at the top already sitting pretty.
Yeah, definitely click on and going for a top 2. I believe he was 41 points in game 1, solidifying himself, being already so close to getting that day 3 qualification. He should be around the 60, if we're taking a wide margin, it's around the 65 points, you should be safe enough. So he's already making strides in reaching that point, and it's pretty impressive to see him coming out of day one with great momentum and managing to keep it up, because what can often happen is you get a little bit too overconfident, you let the arrogance get to your head and end up tripping over your feet and then just stumbling down, and it looks like he's avoiding that for now, which is great to see.
Yeah, so I suppose the big consequence from the previous round is Kokolin and Sologasang staying in the top place. Volta's second place off that previous game puts him to 44 points. So we've currently got Kokolin, Sologasang, and Volta leading the pack by a good margin. Volta is 7 points ahead of Gobo, who is in fourth place just behind him.
And a player that hasn't had the best start to the day, who was already right down in that chasing pack, double started off today with an 8th. So that's a 4-point gap already, just one position in the standings, and he's got a hell of a way to go, a full lobby behind, essentially, if he wants to get into that cut after 4 games. But if there's one player in all of EMEA that you could back to go 1-1-1 in these next few games and just out of nowhere catapult themselves up the standings, it would be Double, so a player that we cannot count out.
Well, here's the thing. He's already at the bottom of the standings, so if he's not up to, taking big risks and going for the plays that have the potential to get him first place, which also means that they are probably plays that have the potential to send him dead last as well. He might as well, just be like that and be like, yep, I'm out. So he's just you can expect first and 8th out of double 61 today, because that's what he has to rely on if he wants to make it to day 3. So he will be doing that, and all the players that are going to be aggregating towards the bottom will be adopting similar strategies. And since we're on snake seeding, they will not be facing each other, which will probably change the lobby tempo quite a bit there.
All right, gentlemen, we're about to get game 2 started. You can see one of those frontrunners in Sologasang joining this game. We talked to him a little bit yesterday. He's, I think, ducked away from home, but hopefully he'll be back in time for the game itself. So,
there he is. There
we go. I was really hoping he wasn't going to duck and dive out of there. Just before we hand it across to our casters, anyone else you guys want to shout out just before we do?
Coming into this one, Coinid, a player that I just want to mention, we haven't touched him so far today. A player that it's surprising this is his first time making a Golden Spatula. Player so well respected in the scene, and really happy to see him at this stage of the competition.
Well, I'm gonna have to give a shout out to Experian, because we both, outside of this casting, represent the same team. We work for the same organization. So really happy to see him keep on performing for the second set in a row, and Counterfeit take us away.
All right, well, let's hand it back over to Impetuous Panda and Alan for game 2.
Thank you, Desk. Welcome back to game number 2 of this day, number 2, game 8 in total. 8 new players, Alan, and I want to mention quickly, we heard the notes on Coinid, a player who, this is his first EMEA finals. He's been very close in the past, I believe, just 1 qualifier point off. Last set, was it?
It was not once, but twice even that he was
Holy.
The GSC. However, now that he's in, he is making sure he is proving that he belongs here. A part of one fluke yesterday during a roll down.
That's not talking about it.
He's been doing quite well. He's just like 1 W away from catching up to the top 8 average points. So if he locks in, I'm certain he can make it to top 8.
Talking about W's, Lakoko, a player who is very well respected, considered to be among the, let's say, top 3 players in EMEA historically across the last 5 sets. Didn't have the greatest start in day 1, was sitting in that kind of comeback requirement territory to make it into the day 3. He started off with a first place, so he's a player who is currently on positive momentum to try and make this big comeback.
Yeah, the thing about the double, he always tries to default the strongest comp in the game. Either it's like it was the meta with the first, it was just Kalista trying to be 20 out of 20. This time I believe a majority of his games are Exotech. So he needs to change a bit of the game plan if he wants to stay in, because Exotech again is like more of like a between 3 to 6 type of comp, because it's too contested to be a win-out comp. And if you miss, you just go bottom. So like you need to angle towards this amp boards, lost streak boards, or Urgot boards.
That's one part of the puzzle, but I have a more concerning stat regarding double. He also played a game of Kog'Maw reroll. We heard Kenobi trying to convince our players to play it just for his own pleasure and entertainment. I'm going to go ahead and do the opposite. Do not play Kog'Maw reroll. The stats have not been good. Kubikson played 2 games of Kog'Maw reroll yesterday. Guess the average for the comp for both of these players.
7?
6. A little bit better
Close
than you
enough.
thought, but not very good. Not the top 4 territory these top players want to go for.
Okay, this is very important because we have a hacked argument being items once again. We talked about it yesterday, and it's being the case once more. We've just seen the Coco POV where he had pretty good options for the items. However, he scouted. He sees that multiple players picked the hacked item argument, and he opts for the calculated toss. Very, very good choice there.
And it's really important not just to pick the best augment you're offered in stage 2, but to try and adapt to what everyone else is doing. To try and pick last, you have just a lot more information to work with, and you can make the most calculated decision.
I see what you did there. We'll see what the rest of the players picked up, but I believe we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 players in fact picking the item arguments, and Coco is the only one opting to go towards the loss streak. There is not even a BRB player. So Coinit picks up that Eon argument, slams the Kraken. This is one of the best arguments to lean towards the marksman. We've seen him hit default the line pretty often. Has not 1, but 2 Eons in fact.
Especially when there are currently in this set some pseudo assassins like Graves, who likes just sneaking into your backline and bursting your backline carries. This really helps with sending Graves back to the front line and just basically bouncing him away from the backline.
Yeah, absolutely. Not only that, but like also protecting from the Poppy one-shot, protecting from the Morgana. And we see Experion picking of the Thornmail, which is premium argument for the Poppy, leaning towards Morgana reroll. We've seen a masterclass Morgana last game from the Volta, finding up a Bastion emblem, no idea from where. We'll see if the Experion can do such sorcery as well.
Experience, a player who yesterday was one of the few players in this lobby who was happy to lean into AP a little bit and wasn't just playing full AD comps the entire day. He played 1 game of Dynamo Flex and 1 game of Vex, surprisingly. So I wouldn't be surprised if Experian has a bit more of an open mind when it comes to what comp to commit to.
Yeah, we see Enzo on the screen being pretty healthy on the points, being just on the right track to be in the top 8. So if he maintains a solid performance throughout the day, he should be good to go for that final day 3. Picking up the prize fight from the 2-1, maintaining the 3 win streak, exactly how you want to play out that augment.
Has to make 10 here, I imagine. Just thinking about holding the TF as well, but it's tough. Obviously, you can't.
Full sell.
You can sell everything. Yeah, I think so. But I mean,
it's TF2 already. Why hold the TF for TF?
Oh, true. Okay, yeah.
I was like, he might be on TF1, but like, why is he so broke?
I have a TF reroll disease. Sorry. Let me know.
We'll see what he angles from, because he can play pretty much anything from this spot, having red buff and I.
Enzo played a lot of reroll yesterday. He played 2 games of Golden Ox and 1 game of Shaco and 1 game of Morgana as well. So slight AD lead for Enzo. Obviously in this lobby, there's already a very clear Golden Ox player in Kubikson with the usual. If you find 2 Graves, you just write Graves in the chat and deafen.
Absolutely. So in terms of compositions, we can be certain that Coco will be playing some sort of mod. We say that, but like, it could be still Exotech. Kubikson goes, as you mentioned, for the Graves. Experian goes for the Morgana. Coinit is Marksman 100%. And then the rest of the lobby is uncertain, a part of leaning towards AD. Solo is picked the interesting argument. We'll see him shortly. There we go. Mogul, without any offensive item, no frontline upgrade. However, he did have frontline slams. This is where you want to pick up the Mogul. But if you don't drop here AD items on the cracks, you might be in the big trouble.
It's a Vi 1 as well, right? So not going to be the tankiest until that upgrade is found. Bowman Death specifically was a player yesterday who also had the same exact spot, really. Had the Vi with Mogul's Mail and ended up catapulting with all the extra gold into a fast 9 comp. I don't remember if it was Urgot or Amp, but he basically skipped right into Fast 9 territory and had a really good game when he committed to this. Oh, there's a guy upgrade, so really big upgrade for solo here, just because of how much more gold he will be able to generate.
If he had it a turn ago, I'm pretty sure he was extending his win streak to cracks. And I'm curious if, as you mentioned, this could still be even though there is even Shroud Slam, it's acceptable because like if you hire on Samira, she benefits of it. So if he gets like a tier or two from the cracks, I'm certain he can pivot.
Looking at the loss streak situation, Raiko and Lekoko on the loss streak, and Enzo currently fighting to maintain his win streak with TF, and should have a pretty easy job here. Kubikson obviously is pretty much open forwarding, playing only the Golden Ox units to try and maximize the amount of gold he's able to next pump in stage 3.
Yeah, the players, as you mentioned, we'll see if they manage to get their streak going, but I believe Coco and Raiko managed to dodge each other, which means they will extend their streak to 5. And then the only winner one is the Enzo, having pretty solid board. Curious if he ever goes into some Dynamo board to play uncontested line and just going for that the safe top 4 spot, so to avoid missing roll down on contested lines such as Exotic.
It looks like it will be a commitment towards Morgana reroll for Experian. Of course, a really good setup for it, let's be honest. Maybe not the most high roll, kind of insane scaling setup, but a very, very good item. Essentially, you have a free Pandoras with how good these items are. Bramble plus a chain plus blue buff and Morello here as well. So just a fantastic start for Experian.
Yeah, the items coming out are not that amazing. We'll see. It's at probably just being a GS slam and open belt for the Poppy at the end, but now trying to get that 3 stars to extend now the win streak throughout the whole stage. Really wants to get
deep
Poppy
here.
3. I think you roll for Poppy 3. You have a 1 win, you are not having lost 3. I would be rolling here until team Poppy 3.
This is a Veigar for this round at least. I think it makes a lot of sense just to really empower the Poppy with Cyber Boss.
Will Coinit think about the Graves from this spot? It could be.
More importantly, will he think about the Jinx?
There is no blue buff, sorry. No Jinx allowed.
Oh, unlucky. Oh, well, one buff, 2 buff coming up into Jinx. Duplicator for Jinx 3. Surely that's the tech.
Oh, Morgana will find a win regardless. Oh, that loss is really bad for Experian. Breaking the 1 win, really hope to extend the wins right there. And going through the arguments, will go for the... Oh my god, is this another chain?
It is.
Look at this.
That's gonna be an insane setup. Oh my goodness. Triple Bramble, Thornmill, Augment, Poppy. Okay, I don't want to say it, but I'm gonna say it, Alan. Sponging, last augment. Thoughts?
Oh, I am down. Also,
Are you
for
down?
Just... GS.
I guess he might.
He would have one last fight.
Nah, yeah. I think he maybe it's not too late.
Or at least Sterak for the Poppy and to keep bow open for the Void stuff. I really don't like not slamming a single item there. I think
Looking at Raiko, he does have LeBlanc in the shop. Maybe he's trying to bait Lekoko, who's also on 4 Cypher, and do a last minute swap, and that's going to be the case. Sells everything Lekoko caught unawares, probably, but never mind. They don't match. He's trying to hype it up. Unlucky.
I mean, got the last second swap just to debate. We'll see if the... Yeah, Coco holds on to all of his Cypher units, picks up the LDP, so will be going to the Cypher reroll guaranteed, given the LDP pretty much benefits a lot from those extra stats you get from Cypher, multiplying between each other.
And Raiko, Crown's Will, Void Staff, Gunblade, Red Buff, Open Tier. Most likely will be leaning into Amp, of course, from this loose streak spot, I have to imagine. It's a comp that he won Cup number 3 with as well.
Yeah, while Enzo picks up even more components. So he needs to lean towards the comp that can benefit out of, because like if we're gonna go for something that like plays only 2 or 3 for cost, he might struggle to itemize the units because of the abundance of the items coming from the prize fighter, on top of the Salver Beam, but he does have a pretty much premium set of items for tank and solid backline. It looks like some sort of marksman spot. Oh, having Zaya already?
Potentially open to high rolling some Anima squad units and playing for vertical Anima. Not obviously the hottest comp in the patch right now, but keeping the Alawi on the bench at the very least, just in case.
I mean, Enzo do like to play just something tempo. He does like to play uncontested. So if there is a player that could go for it, it's definitely.
I know Volta across his entire set has been a huge fan of Anima Squad. He played a lot of it, even in Cup number 3. He was playing a lot from spots that you could really play anything, but he was specifically angling Anima.
Look what the Raiko has received from the carousel. That's pretty comfortable.
Oh, an Annie with a tear? Are those tears of happiness? I think from Raiko. It looks like it.
Must be getting the setup, like the one component that comp cannot get enough is just tears. You can get a blue buff, Shojin, Void stuff, Vow. You can literally use like 6 tears. There is not enough ever. So if there was one component she could come with, there could be maybe belt he would consider, but tear is definitely the most premium one.
Very no. Okay. I thought this was Raiko's board for a second. Coco might be keeping his options open. Doing a little bit of 1-2 punch, you know, maybe Cypher reroll, maybe Samira, maybe... I mean, it has to be Anne from this spot, no?
Yeah, I mean, there is Annie already.
You have to. Like, one Nico, one Annie, one Samira.
He has 5 up on bench. He has everything.
I'm not going to say nationality because I'm just beating a dead horse at this point in time, but the French get away with too much.
Okay, look, you have to open yourself to the high roll. And to capitalize on that.
By playing Cypher. And slamming the same items you would slam for Cypher reroll as for Anne.
You could just tunnel the units you put into the planner, or you could be buying also other units as he did. I
think Samira's in everyone's planner if they're playing Cypher. You know, just in their mental planner, basically.
We're looking at double... Okay, I think there is Zagdio still for this board. I think this is not enough of high roll. I think he deserves more.
Alan clearly indicating his favorites. Some receive hate watching, but some others, some very fortunate players like Coco, receive a lot of love watching from Alan ZQ.
We are looking at the double. Goes for the marksman, I believe. Found already 2 Leonas. Plenty of players finding their 4 costs right away on the stage 3, just having it make it easy in terms of line selection. And look at the amount of the brambles this lobby has. Like, AD players will not have a premium time.
And it's a good read. There are some players in this lobby who only played AD comps in day 1. So if the players are doing equal amount of homework as the casters, they should know this. And this is a EMEA final, so I would hope they're putting in the time to see what kind of playstyle some of the players in the lobby have. And they could have some more informed decisions around the trends that they might be seeing in this game too.
Wait, we had homework? Shit.
Well,
I'm just kidding. Don't listen, Riot.
It's clear who's the experienced caster in this duo and who is just starting to get the hang of it.
You'll get there, Panda. Don't be so hard on yourself. Look at the Raiko board, already preparing the pivot, holding a list for a jet bait, perhaps for some dynamo action.
Not that much gold to work with. Raiko did not have Cypher in stage 2 at all. He wasn't able to pump too much. It's going to be only a 40 gold roll down. We're seeing the comparison here between Coco and Raiko.
Garen, Zach! Woo! Nico too! Gani too! Sorry, it's over.
That's the analysis that we pay Alan ZQ for. Thank you, Alan, for breaking down that roll down in an objective way.
I mean, look at this board! We're looking at 4-1? Are we playing the same game? I'm sorry, what?
I mean, it's calculated, right? He lost a lot of rounds, and then he benefited. It's just normal.
Yes, and then let's look at the right side. There is at least 1, Ani 1, Nico 1, 10 loss streak. Like, Raiko will be scouting Coco, and the second he sees, he's like, really?
He is winning this round at the very least against Enzo, who's a player who we talked about is now going to probably start losing a lot of fights because he was tempoing up until this point. playing more for just HP preservation in stage 2 and 3.
I think he has a pretty good argument, which is a
epitaph.
epitaph. I don't like climb the ladder here. Healing corpse looks a bit more potent from all of those. Scavenger looks decent as well. I'm not sure sold on the stated Spellweaver. He will go for Scavenger, given how many hits he already got. And Yumi could use some more items, getting a final upgrade there.
Quick reminder, just to mention Coco's spots. Yes, he has high roll. Yes, this is a very strong board. He has a very good chance of winning this game, just outright, just from the scaling. He's a player who we talked about needed to have a huge comeback in this day 2. He won the first game. He's now in a good position to have a very good performance in this game 2. Could we start dreaming, Alan, with one of the biggest comebacks in the history of TFT from a day 1 to day 2?
What you call a dream is a certainty for me. I was never in doubt that he can make it. And instead now we'll look at the coin. Finding already the Zaya to having Aphelios once again, or having 4 Zayas in fact, holding the extras, but will be facing Raiko. Kind of missed roll down, but that will be just enough to even beat the Coinage board.
Do you think Coinage has Aphelios in the planner for this game, or...?
It's not a question if he's in the planner, it's the question if they are liking each other or not, and he'll get sold on the first occasion. Extra Legius. 5 player split, that will definitely not be beneficial for the splitters. Meanwhile, Experion. Looking for
reinforcements.
For the Sergio.
Making a consideration. Wants to go for the MF, have a dual carry, maybe help with a little bit of damage, and then just potentially play for 4 Bastion for now, keeping the Veigar in to empower this Poppy, at least until 6 Bastion is found naturally, without having to roll more on 7, where you want to push level 8 instead.
Like, imagine you are now like the AD player and you look at this Poppy and like, how do you deal with this? You just want to FF and go next.
The Nightmare once again. Coinage is a little bit less worried, right? He has the Edge of Knights, and we're seeing the matchup come through here. Missed the on the right side for Coinage, so dodging some of the initial Poppy ults. And once she does get onto the Zaya and the Urgot, they will be safe for a little bit while longer.
Aphelios and Coinage are friends no more. Now Urgot is his best friend. Taking those items from the Aphelios, and they'll start working their way on the Poppy. But I don't think she's going anywhere. She's taking, in fact, 0 damage from the Coinage carries.
Moving now into the carousel, Coco on 18 HP, Raiko on a 3 win streak on 20, despite, in theory, being... Did they face each other in Raiko 1, do you think?
I'm not sure, but Coco losing is very surprising. The thing that goes for Raiko is Epitaph.
Urgot for Coinage. I think the friendship is starting to flourish.
Double, we have a confirmation. Coco in fact lost to the double, who has Aphelios 1 only as a carry and Kindred. That is actually very interesting.
Reactive Shell, interesting.
The decks? I mean, it's just Nico being the main frontline, no?
And it's maybe the triple Bramble situation as well. Double says, you know what? I don't even need replication. I can just get all the chains from PvE rounds.
Look, if you're losing to this board with AP line, this is concerning. You have triple chain, 6 chains only, or not? And you are losing as AP main. Something is off here. Meanwhile, Enzo, everything upgraded. Marksman to freeway contested, not a problem for him.
Everything upgraded, also has 2 Brambles, so all 3 of the players in the top 3 of the HP standings right now have 2 or more Brambles on their main tanks. Coincidence? I think not, Alan.
That is quite strong. I don't know why is the double looking so strong. Like, that Aphelios 1 is putting so much work here, but will be just not enough. But again, it's Aphelios 1, Spirit Link, Michelle, and the Bramble argument. That's crazy.
Coco lost again. He is now on a 2 loss streak and on his last life. Clearly, my caster cursing powers are much greater than I anticipated, because the moment I said he might be winning this game and making a comeback, he's lost 2 fights in a row.
Issue is with like the arguments. Like, there is Scavenger, LDP is pretty good. but there is also like calculated loss gave him an icon to get to this board. But again, the comp requires that Zach to work properly. Zach with blobs, get the stacks on the items, and then we can talk. But right now, it's
Seeing
just
on 5 Annies as well. He's trying to deny Raiko from hitting the Annie upgrade, potentially trying to send him 8th, and then maybe going for Annie 3.
I think
But
the
he
main
might be
problem
out.
is just the main problem here for the Coco is Scavenger. He lost against 2 Vanguard players. And
Nico does cast, barely comes through. Tibbers is out, but it's not going to be enough. I think that Yumi's by herself now. Can Annie clear? She doesn't, and Lakoko stays alive on the very last Yumi cast. There was a Rengar on Raiko's board, Alan. I'm pretty sure. I saw a cat bouncing around.
I did as well. I choose to ignore him.
Do you think that's why he lost the fight?
Perhaps.
Do we need Riot to investigate?
We've seen Coco greeting on the slam, saying that he wants a win out. He didn't slam Archangel, which almost cost him a fight there. And again, the players the Coco lost to was just 6 Vanguard players. So he was absolutely not getting value out of the Skaven. Sapevo
I mean,
for the Zac.
Lakoko's kind of stuck on 8, right? I mean, he's going to have just a very hard time making this work. Considering he's on 1 life.
Just blobs, 20 blobs, people.
Oh,
Another.
some very strong defense being played, though.
It's
Raiko's on his last life as well.
probably-
Do you see a world where Lakoko survives 2 more fights, Raiko gets eliminated somehow, and Lakoko can potentially go for the Annie 3? He has 6 Annies already.
I mean, he's definitely playing for it.
Is the Golden Ox player playing Annie? No. Playing Aphelios, Kubikson.
The problem also was just the items. There was like no void stuff for the. And now we see another onboard facing against Vanguard. We'll see if the Raikkonen will do a bit better. Nico is standing. The triple Bramble Leona is not going anywhere so far. And like,
Oh, it's looking like it's...
Aphelios 1 is
it.
working overtime.
Yeah, Raiko's
Raiko
gonna be
will
out.
go down. Okay.
Lakoko right on his little legend. Maybe sending a bit of a message. Unfortunately, didn't find Cypher until 3-2. Maybe a little bit too late. Was not able to push for the biggest stacks possible. Annies have been sold by Lakoko. He thinks it's too far of a reach to try and go for Annie 3 in this spot.
I mean, he was just playing defense, just making sure he sends Raiko 8th. And meanwhile, I'm just so surprised Double is winning of Aphelios 1. There is nothing else on his board going on. Just arguments, Leona 2, and Aphelios 1. That's absolutely crazy to me, he is beating such boards. Double Urgot, level 9. Thoughts?
Well, he's not going to be missing Aphelios in his shop anymore because Urgot is the name of the game. 4 coined. Last life. 3 HP, 1 upgrade away from maybe hitting a massive power spike. Is this board going to be strong enough? He's facing a triple Bramble Leona again. Double seems to be the Grim Reaper. It's looking close. I think Edge Knight's already popped on the Urgon and the Zaya as well. That's going to be pointed out in 7th place. Not happy with this result, Alan.
I mean, would you be? Like, he was playing against unupgraded Aphelios, Zaya 1 item, and he's just losing to Leona. That's a 6 Vanguard shot Leona just doing all the damage. Like, honestly, I'm stunned. Double has the tech. Spirit
You're
Link-
stunned, and I'm stunned for different reasons. France, once again on top. 1, 2, 3, 4 in the standings. All French players. 3 of them on win streaks, and Enzo especially really taking over the game now, despite his more kind of tempo-oriented start to the stage 2 and 3.
Fear no more, Kubikson is scaling. He will ramp into the top in just a second. Reaching the critical mass with the Graves, we'll see him there in no time. Meanwhile, we have Zaya 2, Aphelios 2, Leona 2 on one side. Well, meanwhile, on the other, Double, trying his best.
See, there's gonna be an augment diff here. Reactive Shell potentially working out in favor of Double up until this point. The triple Bramble as well, just stopping so much of the auto attacking damage, the AD damage coming through from these Aphelios and the Zaya. And he's winning again. It looks like Zaya cast comes through, but it's not enough to clear the tanks. That's another win for Enzo and a good feedback, right, for Double. He just beat the current 5 win streak player in this lobby.
And Coco will go down, but he will go 5th, and Solo will end up going 6th. So Kubikson slowly rising up to the 4. Coco actually going bottom from this spot. It's just like his arguments on the 4-2 were so egregiously bad that that's I think it's just argument. If he got a Epitaph, as Raiko did, I think he had the winner spot.
Really nice setup from Enzo. He's trying to go 9, finds the Anima +1, can play Aurora on 9, and then have E5 Anima online. And there's an Aurora in the shop as well. Oh, no, this is double. Sorry. So there will be a small spike for Enzo. We just saw him go 9 there.
Meanwhile, Kubikson also sitting on the Aphelios. I think like everybody, the name of the game in this one is didn't even get the Senna too.
I think we're understanding why Coin had played for Urgot Carry instead of Aphelios in this lobby. Wait.
This is a very weak ball,
Okay, no, never mind. There was one EXO player. It was solo. We didn't see much of him in this game too.
Isn't this like so weak? Like Vex 1, Aphelios 1, Senna 1.
48 stacks only.
What happened here? Magic Roll was what? Components in this game?
Looks like it should be enough to win this fight.
Yeah, that was the positioning diff from the Kubikson reaching out the backline with the...
Oh, Garen's gonna cast. Okay, no.
No, it's itemless Garen, not like... This guy is strong, but not that strong. Finds and Urgot. Is the Vex... Yep, friendship with Vex ended. Took a page from the Konitz book.
Gonna work a lot better with these items, especially for the Urgot. The top 4... I mean, Kubikson is going to have a lot of work in front of him to try and climb anywhere past his 4th place. Do you really think the Golden Ox scaling is going to be strong enough to really land into the top 2 or top 3?
I think this is we take 4th and we are happy with the placement and we go next. Like this is your board on stage 5. There is no way you are hoping for more.
We're seeing the spot we mentioned for Enzo here as well. The Anima +1, 5 Anima online. Graves is onto the back line. There's no Edge of Night to protect here. Zaya's down. There's no real damage carry left alive outside of the Aurora, and she's itemless. Only a bow on her.
Okay, we need to see players lock in because the second fight in a row where Graves goes to the back lane, and this is preventable easily, especially when you are playing marksman with just the pure positioning.
Yeah.
Top 3 of the players being very healthy, just Kubikson being on the one leg out. There are some pings going on.
2 Urgots on 8. Maybe a very high roll Urgot 3 can be found.
Meanwhile,
what are the pings?
Rocking that MF Morgana Walker 6 Bastion, working out great for him. However, he's on the loss streak. Even though he's lining up perfectly into the lobby with the triple Bramble, being only AD left.
I have to imagine double or Enzo are holding extra Aphelios is the ping that, the only thing I can imagine. The reason for the pings where Kubi's not able to hit the Aphelios 3, or 2, sorry.
Finds the Renekton to complement the 6 Bastion. We'll see the cutoff on the... Probably on the Sedge one? No, on the Ilaoi perhaps? Would he cut Shivan? Okay, because he cut also...
Yeah, the Veigar.
Okay, he chooses to go for the Kabuko, which is obviously better because guaranteed C. And more alone Kabuko with solid appliance.
Yep. Makes a lot of sense. We'll see who Experience facing now. It is Kubi.
This Graves will have a hard time with the...
Yeah. Actually, you mentioned it, the damage over time. Graves
Never mind! He just died! The true damage coming from the overkill kicking in.
Good MF cast though. If MS can cast again...
There is Eon still.
Yeah, she's casting... Oh no! She casted the wrong way! Experience is not happy. Graves just did a Challenger AI moment. Snuck past the MF into the bottom right corner and dodged her entire cast.
I mean, this looks like my classic ADCMF ulti on the solo queue, no? Just ulti towards the base, my own, not towards the opponent.
I have to agree with you on this one.
I mean, if Kubikson takes a third from this spot, I'll be so. I'm already impressed that this is fourth. If he go, okay, never mind. Like he's facing Garen 2, Aphelios 2. There is no way, no shot he's going beating this. Unless Overkill is dead broken.
This Leona is tanking for a long time, but Leona has come down. Jarvan's onto the backline though. Yeah, I mean, that's a wrap. Kubusin gets demolished by Doubles board, and on the flip side, we're seeing Experience, Morgana trying to stay alive. The Misfortune, Edge of Night has already procced. It's just not enough. Again, two unfortunate casts, and Experience is, I mean, very clearly frustrated. Back-to-back fights where it just didn't quite pan out.
Yeah, also the itemization on the MF, like you couldn't ask from her that much. However, top 3 from this spot can you really be said. You are facing against one of the players that had a really solid win streak into just the Vanguard Anima, and then on the other side you had a double with superior arguments with premium pristine item slumps.
I mean, Experience needs all the points he can get, right? 33 points to after the 7 games, not ideal. He's in a similar position to Lekoko, where he has to make a big comeback in this day too. And third place, it is good, of course, in a vacuum, but maybe he just knows he needs to find these first and second to try and get into the top 8 for tomorrow.
Yeah, so what we talked about, like the double has to play some riskier game plan for a win out. He stick to the solid TFT, just play the normal game. He didn't go for any comp that's usually considered like the best for the winning out, and it's working out for him. Just playing a solid TFT and grabbing a W the way he likes it.
Enzo will be staying alive. There is a carousel coming up. Is there anything that Enzo can find here that can spike him further?
The fights were not looking that close, and Double is looking. Yeah, at last item for the Garen, and he will pick up another Sterak. I don't know if that Garen has already Vanguard mode. If he does, that will make it just even more powerful.
Sell board for Aurora 3. Trust. 10 gold, no problem.
Preserve keyboard for next game and mental.
Okay, I accept. I will make a note. We talk about the French study groups. We talk about, obviously, the very strong group of 6 players with Lides, Lekoko, Opal, Tartman, Experian, and Jeduzor. This is another friendship, right, between Double and Enzo. They're very, very close friends. They prep usually together alongside Cambiz and Zyko, and both in the top 2. They must be pretty happy.
Yeah. And we'll have a final fight potentially going in Double 61 against the Enzo. Enzo did his best this game, just pretty much going for whatever he hits with the slumps he had. We knew that he was angling KD. We thought he might be playing Zeri or the Marksman. Ended up going towards the Marksman due to the early hits of the Zaya, but will be not quite enough to be able to take down the Double, who did scale with the Garen until the end of the game, just with the 3 items. It's too much power at the end.
8 games down. Double will be now on 33 points. Not impossible, but still very, very difficult. He really will need to get, I think, a first every single game from now on. We'll see if he's able to do it. If there's any player, as Des mentioned earlier, it's probably Double who can make that comeback and have the right mental state, especially to know what you have to do and just execute.
Yeah, absolutely. And Enzo cements his position with the second, was rocking 36 points before the game 8. Will be able to maintain his position in this top 8. If he can just upkeep the performance, he will be in the day 3.
8 games down, 5 more to go in this day number 2. A lot of TFT action, a lot of interesting storylines still to be developed as our players try and make huge comebacks to try and make that top 8. So stay tuned and don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone, I'm Dobbs and I'm here with Panda Kiki, Tech Summers and Dunk Memes. We are going to see who is the best artist in TFT.
We'll be drawing TFT terms and the rest of us will have 1 minute to guess. Is everybody ready?
Yes.
Okay, red, yellow, green. Just a fate.
Just a fate. Just a fate.
Like a green card? Just we hand out green cards now?
No, I mean, this is blue. It's probably something wrong with my...
Yeah, it's blue, it's blue. I just...
It's blue, is it blue?
I
mean, it's light blue. I should click the dark one, but yeah.
Right.
Welcome back, one and all. The Golden Spatula Day 2 continues to chew on. And, we've got to immediately jump on what came out of that previous game as well. Certainly, as David said, we've got the stories developing across this one, but I want to pitch this specifically to you, Kenobi, because, of course, I think for people who are maybe coming to the stream for the first time, they may not be aware with the level of regard of which Double 61 is kept in, internationally. But I was really curious to know, from a French player in the French scene, how is Double 61 regarded, internally?
There's always so much respect being put on his name. But in the most recent season, he's gone from being a favorite, both from for the fans and the players, to being a fan favorite for sure, but having worse performances. And mostly it's been that the rest of the scene has risen to his level, and not that he's been performing worse and worse. And you could see in this game, managing to complete a triple combat augment Vanguard board with the marksman. They're completely shutting out half of the lobby playing AD with this demonic triple Bramble Leonard, who then generously lent her vest to Jarvan.
So Barry, something I couldn't help notice that was pointed out in the cast as well, the 8 Bramble vests between the top 3 players. I mean, I guess I'm maybe less surprised by this and more surprised we haven't seen more of this kind of thing before.
You get a Bramble, you get a Bramble, everyone gets a Bramble. I mean, it is the best item right now. It's such an AD heavy meta. The default lines, Marksman, Zeri, even looking at when you go towards these level 9s, the likes of Garrett and Urgot are the caps for the board. So it makes sense, and we just saw that the triple Bramble on the Poppy, wreaking havoc, triple Bramble Leona. It just enables so many of these compositions to just have this front line that is absolutely unkillable for these AD backliners. And it makes it a little bit surprising that we still aren't seeing some more of these AP comps thrive. And we saw Experian there on the Morgana. The 3rd was the highest place he could go, but that just kind of shows how far ahead these AD lines are.
Yeah, something like Brand really struggles to match up to the amount of damage that the AD carries can do now, thanks to the Kraken's Fury, as well as thanks to how tanky their frontline have gotten with the 7 Exotech and the 6 Vanguard, having received buffs on this patch specifically. And that's the reason why Nico, I think, is one of the bigger problems, and both and her and Shogas are just so much weaker than the other forecast counterparts.
Well, I mean, speaking of weakness, there's a lot of strength coming out of the prize fighter, which we saw come in here, which of course we saw earlier on stream as well. I mean, guys, what do you think about the prize fighter and how will it fit into the kind of comps we're seeing and the kind of way we're seeing the tournament being played?
I think any of these tempo lines, as long as you have some upgrades early, you absolutely going to be looking to pick it up. Marksman, especially Zeri, any of these lines where you want to play from ahead, even the likes of Graves, you're going to be able to pick up these kills and round wins. We've seen in some lobbies there's 3 Cypher players, there's multiple people that are open forting or going for that lost streak, and it helps bridge the gap a little bit. The extra components you're getting from the prize fighter in the late game can maybe be the difference, because those Cypher cash outs are going to have so much more power. You need every little advantage you can get.
Definitely. And talking about Graves, it's been one of the comps that we have expected to do so well, and it's kind of in the same trend as Kog'Maw, underperforming time and time again. It's a composition that really thrives on abusing positioning mistakes and being able to send that Graves to the backline. We've seen Kubikson win a few rounds back to back in this game and manage to sneak his way into the top 4 this way, despite the game looking very dicey for him. And I think it's just it shows that at this level everybody's expecting the Graves shenanigans, and they have strategies and counter strategies in position to be able to prevent him from getting there, like putting a huge fat Leona in front of his face.
Well, we've got something else to throw in front of our face right now, and that is the standings. We are coming close to the midpoint of day 2. And of course, once the day is done, our players will be gone. Remember, everyone 25th and below is already eliminated. But we are seeing some players towards the bottom. Pepperglad struggling so far.
Yeah, starting off the day with 2 8th places makes it really difficult to start climbing up those standings. But as we said, Double there picking up that first place is going to need to continue that momentum, at least be top 2 pretty much from now onwards. A player counterfeit that we both will have our eye on as our sole representative, Blaster Moon, starting off the day with 2 3rd places, and coming in, he was 24th at the start of the day, slowly edging his way up.
Definitely needs to keep. He needs to keep. Everybody needs to keep that rhythm up if they want. If you are in the second page of the standings right now, you can't afford to go bot for a single time, or else you will be at risk of being out. And would you look at that? The German has been taken down a peg, and it's now a French player in the second position, Voltarix, not letting up at all and catching up to Kikorin as well.
That's crazy. Second place into first place. Yeah, the French wall seems to be pushing its way into the top 2. Maybe we will see the day ending out with just an absolute tide of French flags.
It feels like the wall's growing, actually. Goverster and Lococo closing in on Tavino and Kivixen there as well. So Clickorden, by the end of the day, might be the sole survivor, just fending off the tirade that's chasing him in the standings.
Yeah, it feels like one of these zombie movies. See them piling up on top of each other and never ending. That's what's happening right now, and everybody at the top is looking very, very scared of this.
Yes, I mean, it could just be 4 games later before we see. I wonder if there's a world in which we maybe one day see a full 8 French flags in the final lobby. The fact that it's not a complete impossibility is a testament to just how dominant the French side have been overall. But of course, we're looking forward to our next games as well. So we've got game 3 coming up. Once this one is done, of course, we'll have ourselves a pretty good idea of which players are playing for placement and which players are really battling to get into day 3 and potentially crown themselves champion.
Yeah, coming into this stage of the competition, in 2 games we're having that cut. So those players, as Kenobi mentioned earlier, at the bottom of the standings, are really starting to be a bit worried. They want to at least get into that, not be in those bottom 8 places, and just make sure you're not getting cut. You want to at least play out the full day, give yourself the best chance of making it through. But we're into the business end of the competition for sure, and some players that have started to pick up a bit of momentum and are climbing themselves at the standings cannot afford any slip-ups.
Yeah, and the momentum is what is going to keep them going, because the day is going to get longer and longer. The heat definitely has to be playing and weighing on the players' back, as well as the stress that keeps piling up. If you are on the verge of being cut in just a couple of games, then you must be feeling a tremendous amount of pressure that's on your shoulders to represent whatever organization or country that you are and that is behind you. So just a couple more games before we cut these players, these unfortunate players, and we're gonna see Tomino locking in right there, making sure the APMs are straight and solving that Rubik's Cube. Wait, let me time in. And he's done. Good job.
All right, we're gonna hand off for our casters. Sorry, wait a second. It turns out, gentle friends, we are the casters for games 3 and 4. How exciting! Well, let's get this one started and see which one of our players can push themselves further forward to a brighter tomorrow.
I'm hoping Tomino has put down the Rubik's Cube and is fully locked in now, but for he has a couple more rounds to finish it off if he needs that timing, because let's be honest, not an awful lot to do at this stage of the game.
But talking about the game, you can queue up Monster Cats, Scrab Rave, because it's just going to be happening, and we're going to be getting huge, incredible amounts of resources for every player. So they are going to be able to flex their muscles and be able to show what caps the highest, because we're going to get so much gold, so many items, and possibly deaths on the crab.
I can only hope we get to see that. Of course, long-term viewers remember Double 61 losing out to the PvE rounds in times long past, but hopefully that's not on the cards here. As we said, he's one of the players we're looking to make the big leap forward. Still though, in this lobby, we're looking for Solo Kazang as one of our players who is, of course, didn't necessarily have the best of the previous games, but is still doing very well for himself. 49, currently 3rd overall. Kakolan and Volta a little bit ahead, but Solo certainly is going to be drawing a lot of attention to this game.
Yeah, Solo certainly sitting pretty. And he said in the interview, actually, at the end of day 1, that he really wanted to get that Tier 1 qualification himself and not rely on an invite, just because it feels earned and that he's made it on his own accords. Well, his targets haven't stopped there. Now that that is out the way, he is absolutely focused on this top 8 and then also looking towards Worlds. So a player that we know has the highest expectation of himself. Having such a busy season as well, already made had the qualifiers for EWC, which has been reached as well. So some of these players, the pressure this season in particular, with how much has been on the line, has been crazy.
Pressure is the name of the game for them, and let's see who decides to apply any kind of pressure. We see the tone-plated armor, who's been a favorite in the previous game, gets ignored for Solo Gesang in favor of playing around the Dynamo. And so, Dynamo Flex is a gameplay that is a little bit worrying because it's been struggling a lot, and this is not looking like the strongest start you could see.
No, I'm really interested to see how this goes as the Hunter Killer comes up from Jedusor. I mean, Barry, we knew coming out of day one, the legendary super late game bulbs were not necessarily performing up to par, but the Boombot variations absolutely were.
There's quite a lot of overlap between the two, very reliant on that Urgot in the back line. Feels like Boombot's been unlocked when the +1s came along. If you can get that early Garen and get those Boombot mods on top of pretty much your whole team, we know how much success it can have, but feels like Boombot / this legendary soup, the Fast 9 board, there's a lot of overlap between them, and we often see people on the back of 4 Boombot pushing on and using that tempo, but then they want to go down to that 2 once they get the resources and the money to buy all of these legendaries.
Yeah, and speaking about resources, we know like the reason Jedusor can afford to go for something like the Hunter Killer missiles here is because you know the amount of resources they will get is crazy, and the toughest challenge is reaching that Urgot, being able to get to level 9 to have him consistently on your board and have a good shot at upgrading him is what's important. That's why you don't see it when there's not the crazy amount of resources being handed out by the game, but here, recognizing that this is what's going to be happening, he's going to go for it.
I think Tomino, realizing that we dropped by to say hello, takes the Wandering Trainer. This is interesting because Tomino's kind of, a little bit more in the middle with 39 points overall. So, not up with Solo Gesang with 49 points, but he's in the middle and decided to take a risk. In this case, it's paid off huge. Those are some blistering emblems.
He's got a Zeri dummy, so very clear exactly where he'll be wanting to take this game. There's a few people that may think you could look towards the 6 rapid fire line, but it feels like last cup that was an option. Now it's really fell away, and it is just that Exotech variant. So been no surprise to see this going forward. And just want to touch on a few of the compositions that are shut out by the extra resources. Kenobi, I want to get your thoughts on this. The likes of Gorilla in these lobbies where people just have so much extra money, things that aren't really leaned towards.
Well, actually, Gorilla doesn't do too poorly because it's a composition that thrives on having every one of the carries and both the tanks itemized. Because you can have Zyra, Seraphine, and Brand all deal incredible amounts of damage if they are all itemized, as well as Alistar and Mundo both be the beefy frontliners that you want them to be. So it's one of the rerolls that does not get shut out. For example, something like Shaco does absolutely get shut down, or something like Kog'Maw, which has a very clear ceiling in terms of its power budget, or you can itemize the Kog'Maw and then 1 tank, maybe 2, but then you really struggle to make use of the extra resources. But Gorilla doesn't fall prey to that same weakness.
No, and it's worth noting as well, I believe that the player who's got the best chance, a Yellow Tomato, of taking that has got the techie emblem courtesy of their tower defense. So if we're talking about ways to extend the power of your board out further than you might expect otherwise, Yellow Tomato techie to dig deeper into.
Yeah, and the one advantage that the competition does have is the 5 cost you're looking for are not really contested at all. By the time it gets to the point you're level 9 and you're looking for the likes of Viego or Kabuko, everybody else is taking Garen or Urgot out the pool, so it should make it even easier to hit.
For sure, although Kabuko tends to be quite contested as Aurora summon fodder, sorry, lost my word there, or just on any board that uses any one bruiser, you can add on Kabuko, and he's such a reliable tank, even without any items, and such a reliable way to CC half of the enemy board that it's super popular. But Yellow Tomato, I want to highlight the fact that his items are straight garbage for the competition right now. He hadn't had a choice using he got a tower defense, so he had the taking emblem, has to do something with them. But double gloves and cloak remaining is not what you want to be looking at when you want to be playing that. The Green Zeus, however, has been doing just fine after its rework for the competition, so that's okay.
Yes, it's a little bit more like a Spirit Shogun in that kind of respect, that you're just it's just a cast accelerant in the purest way without any real conditions behind it. But I'm with you that we've seen this board get extremely strong, particularly off of having that Mondo itemized early on. That doesn't seem to be on the cards, though. For Enzo, I do want to evoke the specter of tournaments past, of course. Enzo doing very well, 43 points right now, so definitely towards the top of the table. So we saw him times past absolutely dominate his way through regionals. Not quite to that same level in the tournament right now, but in this game, he's certainly looking pretty scary.
I mean, you're getting 6-0'd if you're coming up against this board. There's a Zeri behind this unkillable Poppy. He's pushed to level 6 already. Such a commanding position for Enzo to be in.
Yeah, already having found the Zeri, gonna have plenty of money thanks to that Mogul's Might. That definitely has the potential to give him 1 gold around, maybe 2. The issue is that he's so fast at killing the enemies that he might be missing out on some gold just due to problem being too strong, which is something that you're you can't really be too sad about that. But every time we've seen him on the broadcast today, he's been pushing level 6 in stage 2, it feels like. So going back to his old roots of being an hyper-aggressive player.
Well, Kenobi, there's something you brought up before which I wanted to just kind of drop into the conversation as we get our second set of extra gold dropping in. You're talking about the idea before of playing pretty aggressively and trying to establish your place in the lobby, like trying to be make a big sort of bullying impact early on by being pushing levels and getting yourself positioned before other people can.
Yeah, it's definitely very important in these kind of lobbies. But the main issue with the amount of resources that the Crab Brave can dish out is that you can go from having 100 HP to then suddenly losing to everybody having hit crazy board on stage 4 if you're not only playing for a win streak, but also having a solid plan to back yourself up right behind.
Yeah, just as we had a look around there, we saw a few players that were already angling at Exotech, but a player who's got a very early copy of Zed here, Padoval, leaning towards that Cypher line, the early Zed pickup. We know how strong this 5 Cypher can be, and even at this point could end up leaning into it. And another player, Tamino, we saw early with that dummy, the Exotech coming through, but has 4 copies of Cypher already, another player in a really comfortable spot.
Yeah, I mean, we've just seen it again and again, haven't we, throughout these games, that if the players have a chance to dip into Cypher, then they absolutely will do. It definitely felt like by design this trait was supposed to work this way, that players would be more willing to just to dip in, grab a little bit of gold, especially if they've got the HP to trade out and just have that much stronger a late game.
Yeah, but on this map it's even scarier because yes, it's going to give them a good amount of resources, but comparatively to other encounters, it will make less of a difference in comparison to the total amount of resources that's available for the players. So it's even riskier than usual because you have to keep in mind that yes, Jedusor is at 63 HP, but if he stabilizes on this Boombot board, then the Cypher boards are going to struggle so much, even though like Tomino is going to be playing Exotech with extra resources, but is that even enough to beat out a potential Urgot board?
Enzo, calm down. We've got the +1 marksman coming through as well. Leveling to 7, rolling a little bit there. Unkillable Braum activated. I mean, he is absolutely bullying the rest of his lobby and just setting his own tempo for this one.
Ooh. Branching out for Jedusor, does not hit the Boombot straight away, has the rapid fire and will keep it there for a while as it's rather useful right now. I'm fully expecting him to reforge it later on in the game.
Yeah, I was kind of curious about that. Like, what do you guys make of Jedusor making that pitch? I mean, for anyone who's unaware, Jedusor, of course, representing EMEA at the highest levels before, was the highest performing EMEA player in the last crown, that global championship. But, I mean, is a silver augment worth, gambling that you might find the Boombot emblem?
We didn't know what else he was offered there as well, so we don't know what the other silver augments that came up, but as Kenobi said, has the Reforger is in no immediate rush to send this into the void as well.
Wait, hold on.
For the time being.
Well, now just hold on a second. We might just see something. Sorry, I don't know why that came up. But
no, let's keep going with it. I love it.
Judizor just hit a bunch of rapid fires, and I believe he has the 6 ready to go online. And he might just go for rapid fire Urgot on but in a 6 rapid fire version, as kind of as a throwback to the older rapid fire that you just mentioned a while ago, Barry. Could be a cool adaptation if he decides to play around that, because that would eliminate the need for him to reforge that emblem. And yeah, he's just reforged something else. So keeping the emblem for a while, and looks like we're gonna get our first 6 rapid fire game on the broadcast for this tournament.
I was waiting to see if you're going to be a believer, Barry, or not. I will take your
I'm a doubter for the time
skepticism.
being. But we have seen it work, and as you said, with this being a lobby where you're going to have so many more resources, the chance to get to that Urgot, and then the chance to get something like an unkillable Zac, which the one thing we've seen Rapid Fire really struggle with is you're sacrificing such an amount of the front line to get it online. So if he can get to that level 9 and then pick up the legendaries, certainly could make it work.
All right, well, let's check in where everybody is as we come up to the midpoint of stage 3. Enzo, of course, we saw pushing levels for quite a while. The All That Shimmers board has managed to make streak a double 61, trying to push himself to become the story of day 2. Certainly impressed us in the previous game. As was noted, he needs an absolute miracle run to make it out of day 2, but he's looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, it's the AD players bullying the lobby once again. It's the story of Dispatch, and that's why Exotech and Marksman are so favored. Because when you're playing from such a high HP lead, you can afford to do all kinds of crazy stuff. You can afford to go level 9 rather quickly, even with a weaker board, allowing you to just bleed out in order to get to Zac, Garen, and Urgot, these 3 legendaries that have the potential to just scale infinitely.
Yeah, those infinitely scaling legendaries, we've seen the power of if you can get at least one of them early, and they're going to be so highly contested here. But Double really does need almost a perfect day from this point on. A player that we know has it in the bank is having a strong start to this particular game, and with the salvage bin leaves himself very flexible. He's just playing tempo. He really can take this quite a few ways depending on what units he does hit. So whereas a lot of people are already fairly narrow and know exactly where they're taking this game, Double leaving himself really open to multiple lines.
Well, I want to open up the conversation to, a bit more in a broad sense here, because, we are seeing several players running relatively similar boards. Kenobi, we were talking about how Double can absolutely, it has this incredible fundamentals behind him. What does a player like Double, do with players like Enzo, do with these kind of Vanguard marksman boards that other players aren't doing?
Well, I think the most important thing is recognizing when you have the strong board to be able to get that kind of win streak. And speaking of which, they are coming face to face, so one of them will be losing that streak. They've maintained it for such a long time, though, that they've reaped the rewards. Both have reaped the rewards. And the thing that's super important is to be able to close out the game properly. And the harder thing is to play the level 8 correctly from this position. Being able to recognize when's the right time to go level 9, when's the right time to be rolling a lot on level 8. And it's going to be even more true on this kind of game with the Crab Rave. And speaking of which, Enzo not losing any time, recognizing the triple contest, already starting to roll. So is Tomino. That's going to be so painful for the marksman players.
Anybody thinking of rolling next round will not want to be seeing these being held for the time being. We'll potentially have to sell some off, but for the time being, things are coming along quite nicely for Tomino.
The damage is done for Enzo. Like, he decided to roll ahead of double 61 to save himself the issue of being contested and try and hit before. But Tomino just did so much damage to his economy there. Oh, we get the bouncing orb. And here's the golden one. TG, I believe.
Oh boy, yeah, I don't know if we can go over and check out what Enzo's got for us, because he's definitely spent very aggressively. You look at the rest of the lobby, Tomino's the only one who's really chucked that much gold directly into his board.
Has to go on board for sure. It's just a bunch of 1-stars except for Varus for Tomino, so that's definitely looking very scary. gets the Radiant Ginzus from the cash out, but the items are pristine. The reward has been good. We've hit Garen. We just need to upgrade something now.
Yeah, next round really need to get these upgrades coming through. He's got his items down at least. Had quite a lot to do this round, so didn't continue rolling. We've seen players before continue digging for those upgrades, and then they don't get their items slammed, realizing that he was kind of running out of time there. So he got everything off that he needed to, and as he said, for this round should be fine, but does need those upgrades to come through at 40.
Ooh, kind of low.
just. Well, guys, let's talk a little bit about what Soligasan's got going on, since we haven't spent too much time on what he was doing. Ran the early Nitro as the memory bank in place. Has been quietly working his way up, and with the Prismatic Augment coming out last, it feels like Soligasan, who's currently in third, has got a chance to really step up power in stage 4.
Yeah, he's gonna be able to get to that level 9. Or I believe he was 0 gold, but close to at least 3. So either of these power spikes are in his reach. Oh my god, that's a 1 and a 2 and a 3, and there's everything that Paddable needed. But with 23 HP, is that going to be enough? We have a Garen thanks to the coronation. The items are fantastic, but the HP is very low. So now he's going to be running into the risk of getting smacked around and dying in just a couple of rounds if somebody hits something crazy a little bit too early.
So it would have to be pretty crazy right now, because, like you said, with the coronation allowing you to get both the 6 Vanguard and the early Garen on the board, you should start scaling off the back of that Garen as well. You'd assume for the time being he is going to be fine, but as you've said, if the HP total does make it extra risky if anything crazy does come online.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the right-hand side, you can see there, double 61 and Enzo. They're both putting together, effectively getting the 4th item out of the Prismatic Lotus there to make sure their marksman hit very hard indeed. But Paddable, every round he wins, as you guys said, more time for that Garen to push through the power and keep him in this one. We've got Paddable and Tamino both down in the 20s, both winning the previous round.
Yeah, and the bouncing orb that gives out increasing rewards and ends up with the golden orb did not give anything Enzo wanted. He had a Seeker's Arm Guard on the Zaya, and despite rolling down to true 0 on as early as 3-7, has a board that is not up to speed. He had 2-star Zeri, but I believe that he's just sold it and is now on 1-star Aphelios, 1-star Zaya. And with how contested these units are, it's looking pretty bleak, and he might bleed out a little bit too quickly to get a top 4.
The Yellow Tomato here does have the 8 Techie online, but has so many carries in the backline that you really would have been hoping for a few more items to come through to really enable that. And it instead has the Warmogs on top of that Mordekaiser. Things would have preferred much more damage, and we're seeing just struggling to live up with some of these boards already. And there's not... It's going to be difficult for him to level and really spike this board. Those 5 costs he's looking for, he's only going to be able to get to level 8 and is already on a timer.
If he gets to level 8 though, it's a 4 bruiser power spike, and that might just be the time that he needs to itemize the 3-star. If he reaches 3 items on Seraphine and Zyra right after, it might be just the time that he needs, and his composition will become suddenly extremely explosive. And I need to emphasize the word extremely, because it's 8 techies.
Yes, and just a little bit more beefiness would help very greatly. But looking at the HP totals as we head out the stage for Carousel, we've got 4 different players. It's hard to keep track of how many in the bottom 4 who are all on pretty much the same HP as each other. Looking to try and grab a few points more.
But. They're just kind of low on gold though. So we need to find the key upgrades right now in order to stabilize, because that's going to be okay. Precious is the Viego too, because he's not one of the key units, and he can't really afford to lose any kind of money playing him. But it's a completely unupgraded board here. However, he just needs to live and survive the next couple of rounds in order to get another injection of gold, and might be reaching an inevitable position, something where he's outscaled the lobby. But he needs to win one of the 2 rounds, or just not lose too badly in order to stay alive, and that's not looking like a good start.
You can see, Barry, from just looking at Genjislaw's face, there's a look of resignation there as he loaded in. He's definitely not feeling his chances of getting too much further down to a single life. You can see it started to weigh in on him.
Yeah, we've seen this spot so many times when you just go for that Hail Mary, go for that big level 9, but the 1-star board, as I said, can't really afford to upgrade that Viego. Viego right now the weakest of the 5 costs. No one's really prioritizing that. It would be so expensive. And elsewhere you saw Double hadn't yet pulled the trigger, was sitting on over 100 gold last round. Looks like it's pumped quite a lot. So potentially the real benefactor here from Jedusor missing, if Double is going to be going at 5-1 with a lot of gold, and the person contesting those units hasn't found them.
There's something that's I need to point out, and I'm confused about, is that look at Jedusor's XP bar right there. What happened there? Why are we on 18 XP? Did he accidentally over-level?
It must be the case, because I don't think he went too early. It's not like he's been level 9 for a while, and unfortunately, maybe did just pump a little bit too much there. We are getting word that Double is fully pre-level to 9, so a player that we're talking about needing this constant first place streak really is in the position to do it. Going into neutrals as well, perfect time to be able to sell off a board and give himself 2 rounds to really assemble that. Doesn't have to do it all at once.
And Jedusor died, so he gets every unit for himself.
Yeah, that's a huge injection.
And this is looking better. Oh.
Well, Dom 69, he needs to shoot the beam. You look at the item bench right now, thanks to the sandwich bin. I mean, this is one of the ways which we can see our players really show off the kind of extra bandwidth they have in their brain for moments like these.
Yeah, he needed 2 turns to do this. Selling off everything and just having all those components. He knew that waiting to go on neutrals and rolling deep was the way to go, because, as you've said, so many items coming through, had an awful lot to do, but he really is assembling an almighty board.
Yep, just missing out on that Urgot too, but besides that, we've got basically everything that we need. Something that I need to point out is that at this level, the sequencing that you do, the way you decide to play this kind of round is super important. You need to have the right things in the right order in order to not get lost. Because if at any point you get slightly overwhelmed and you have to stop and think, and you can just lose 5 to 10 seconds, who are so crucial. As you can see, Double on the 2-turn transition perfectly gauges the amount of time that he needs in order to safely complete the transition and have everything ready by the round starts.
People are not going to give him any extra room. Tamino is fighting for his life here in this round. But Double 61 is going to take it all away from him, taking him down and out. So that's one more placement in place for Double and the rest of the lobby. We're closing in rapidly the midpoint of stage 5. But we've still got Sulgasang and Rico up at the top. Double's still got some mighty opponents to take down this lobby if he's going to get that first place he needs.
Yeah, and it needed to be a perfect round from Double. We saw how close that fight was, knocking Tamino out. It could have very easily went the other way around, and then Double would have been potentially 1 life down and in a much more precarious spot. So expertly done. As we see here, Yellow Tomato digging deep, though, a player that is staring down the barrel of the face of death.
And with so many techie emblems as well. Kind of a funny side to see. He explains that why he's been struggling a little bit with the items, but right now, Double Warmog Bramble on the Mudu is pretty good. Gonna give him a lot of time. And the front line has fallen for Enzo, and execution from the bombs, the absolute missiles that the Brand and the Seraphine are throwing are just too much for the Marksman Vanguard board.
We were talking about before, the 4 Bruiser finally being added to get enough frontline for the techies to do what they do best. And Barry, as we were talking about before, with these emblems coming through, we've got Kabuko as a techie. We could potentially see that other techie emblem being moved elsewhere as well. If Yellow Tomato can hold on for just a little bit longer.
Yeah, we're at the point where Kenobi was mentioning, where you've got those at least 2 itemized carries in the back. As you said, 3 techie emblems. Turns out, maybe not 1 or 2 is how to enable it in this particular lobby when people are going to have such crazy boards. The third one just getting into that little bit extra power, and does get the Ghost matchup here, so another potentially winnable round.
Yeah, a Ghost matchup, but it's one of the tougher matchups all around. Viego 2 as well as Garen 2. Yeah. On the side note, Double having Viego 2 is kind of a pain problem for Yellow Tomato, because when you are in 8 techie, the main problem is that you need to have explosive fights, and Viego is so great at that. And thankfully, it's a Ghost and the Zac doesn't have the blobs, because that was by the skin of his teeth.
Do you want to check out once we come back up on Carousel, what's going on with Soliga saying it's the only player really keeping his economy up apart from Enzo, as we do go into a pretty heavy emblem carousel. The Boombot emblem is there for the taking.
There it is.
See it picked up by Double there. And now he's in such a commanding position, just enables him even further, and was already sitting in a really, really comfortable spot. As you touched on, though, we'll be going to solo, and a player that right at the beginning of the game was like, okay, I can see you're all going for this Zeri contested line, a few people angling the Vanguards, so straight away 2-1. Okay, I'll play Dynamo. There's multiple carries for this composition, multiple ways to play it, and I can tempo off the back of it, and has got himself into a position where he's sitting pretty in HP and has made it all the way to level 9.
Level 9 indeed, but not only that, but we have managed to pick up a very, very powerful Elise 3 on the way with the Prismatic Trifecta going for, as well as a cheeky Gragas 3-star is going to be so important. It makes the composition so much more powerful, because usually when you're going level 9, you can't really afford to go for that 3-star Elise, but here she gets the Zonias as well, which is so clutch because of the 3 seconds of invulnerability at the back end of the fight. She can just win out in 1 versus 4 situations, even if necessary. Here she still has the Zonias to proc, I believe, so it's going to be sitting pretty, not able to be eliminated, and Tomato goes down here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a real statement to show that to not even need, or basically don't even need the proc by the end of the round. But Barry, I know that we were asking Deratra, our observer, to check in on the bench here, because we want to see that 6 Boombot, and 6 Boombot has arrived.
Yeah, we were just making sure that he had that copy of Kog'Maw waiting in the wings and wasn't hopelessly digging for it, but already had that, has the 6 Boombot, as we touched on earlier, got those upgrades to the legendaries pretty early on, and is sitting in such a commanding position. And we know that with this Urgot infinitely scaling as well, the Garen infinitely scaling, he's just going to get even stronger if he's able to keep picking up these round wins.
Yeah, and he had anticipated the solution. We have a saying in France that Voltairix made popular, is that you have to think about the most high roll possibility that could happen, and thinking about that, keeping 1 Kog'Maw on the bench is a very, very low price in order to be able to accommodate that potential situation to happen. And it would have a high cost if you don't have the Kog'Maw and you need to donkey roll for it on level 9. It could be disastrous, but keeping just 1 throughout the game is very easy to do and pays off hugely, as shown here.
All right, well, we've got our crab being deployed. We were baited by this before, but this time it's the real deal. Oh boy. So as we come to the tail end of this lobby 3, round 3, double 61 Raiko and Soligasang still up and fighting. Solo very close to pushing himself up to perhaps the top of the table if he can get the win out here. For double, nothing but the very best will do.
Yeah, we've got players on the complete opposite end of the spectrum in terms of what they're looking for from this lobby, but both having strong showings. Double needs this run at the end of the day, consistently good finishes, where Soligasang already thinking of the potential top 8 with the amount of points he's racking up.
Yeah, and thankfully for Raiko, he has that Zac on the board, because Exotech does absolutely terrible against the crab, but the Zac is able to take him out in the end, despite the entire backline having been decimated. Here, the good news for him, he has plenty of gold to play around, upgraded legendaries to play with. But, and that Zac that can infinitely scale, but is that going to be enough against solo or double 61? Double 61 might be gearing for either double Urgot or just straight Urgot 3.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's terrifying stuff to keep track of. Of course, yeah, with the Boombot emblems place as well, with Exodus getting a few more stacks, but I mean, the Boombot 6 is absolutely ludicrous. Even with the Zonias kicking in from Zolo on the other side, all it's going to do is soften the loss a little bit. I mean, based on what we're seeing so far, guys, do you think anyone can stop Double from streaking forwards and taking the lobby?
Well, it's not like that round win was a complete stomp, and same for the one at the end of stage 5. There were fairly close fights, but the has sold off those Urgots there, so it isn't going for that potential 3-star. So, but Solo, the problem is there's not really an awful lot he can do to get much stronger here, and that is going to be the problem, whereas Double on the other side is infinitely scaling off the back of that Urgot, off the back of that Garen.
Yeah, and the hard ceiling that Solo Gesang has hit, unfortunately, it looks like it will be his undoing. He hasn't pivoted to the Zac, Renekton, Poppy, Kobuko quadrant that is usually the front line that you can end the game with if you want to cap in the highest manner possible. Opting to keep the Braum and the Darius in for that Syndicate buff to supplement his front line, but it's looking like the Exotech board has too much present here. The Zhonya is going to be expanded, and she's going to be taken down. Solo Gesang losing once more, down to his final life, and loses against both, so with no real hope that he can find a win here.
I mean, I think based on what we sort of had our expectations for Dynamo coming in, Barry, we were kind of talking about the Dynamo as being kind of, the board which you just kind of go to if you just want a decent finish rather than a strong win out. And given Solo Gesang's current tournament position, you're one of the front runners, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah, this is certainly a good placement for the Dynamo. We've seen it struggle in some of the lobbies, and considering the amount of extra resources that were on show in this particular game, it's done very well to get him to this point. Straight away off that memory bank, he knew this was the line he was playing. And then the Elise 3, while still going to 9, just allowed him to navigate himself into that top 3.
I'm curious to know why 61 sold the extra Urgot, because since he has Piercing Lotus, he could have just replaced that Vex with the second Urgot 2 potentially and added even more damage there, because you have to keep in mind he has Salvage Beam, so he could remake the items into something different, like another Death Blade with the 2 souls currently on the Vex, but doesn't actually need any of that, and is decidedly winning against Raiko here. Dropping as well to 1 final life, so might be going into Raiko versus Solo Gesang for the final fight and decide who gets top 2.
Yes, everyone else is just standing in the shadow of Double 61's comeback. I mean, of course, with both you guys, with the tournament experience, I can only imagine what, the kind of mentality that Double 61 must have to be able to pull himself back from day 1, which really couldn't have gone too much worse, with him actually still making it through to day 2 at all.
I mean, starting off day 2 with an 8, for a lot of players, would be the sucker punch, where how do you come back from that? But in a position now to go 1-1, when you absolutely have to, no one else in EMEA is really capable of that.
Wait a minute, Solo Gesang attempting some shenanigans here to get Elise to target the Urgot as soon as possible, but there's a Phantomatic Kobuko that will lift her up. The Zhonyas end up being procced. It's not going to be the solution here. Props to Solo Gesang for attempting something creative, because recognizing that if things stay the same, he was going to lose anyway. So might as well try something that has a very, very slim chance of working, but the chance is better than none.
I think I was hoping that NF would at least cast once and then be able to hit onto that backline, but died before the first cast and didn't quite work. But a Hail Mary by Solo at the end, as he knew nothing else would really work.
Yeah, I don't hate that at all. You always, say, just take the chance you can. But again, honestly, I think Zalaga was exactly the right place in the tournament at the moment. He can, given how strong he is, he can still afford to not take first in every game and still comfortably make it through to the top 8. For Double and for Raiko, though, every point counts here. And certainly Double's board seems to be unstoppable. The Exotech board, we haven't necessarily called out as being the one that can, just punch through the moon. So it's one more shot in, and everything that Raiko's done has got him at least to the second place. But Double 61 streaks his way through, puts together the back-to-back first places, and his golden road continues to be built out, win by win.
And we saw how good that Exotech board that had been assembled by Rico was. It was a fairly close fight considering how powerful Double's cap was, but unfortunately not enough there. But for Rico, a solid second place picked up, but for Double, another first. And now, when we said it'd have to go 1-1-1 pretty much all day, it's starting to materialize.
Yeah, it's getting more and more likely as each game goes. One that gets added to his score sheet makes him be closer and closer to that day 3. Solid performance, incredibly good pivot from him on the PvE, recognizing just exactly what the amount of time that he had and what he needed to do with it. The sequencing was perfect. The items being assembled were good. Everything was there on time. It made a huge difference in that, even that first 5-1 round, taking down Tomino, if I'm not misremembering, in that crucial round. denying them the possibility of coming back and cementing their position with 3 lives to be able to comfortably close out the game.
Well, gentle friends, that brings us to the midpoint of day 2 of EMEA's Golden Spatula for Cyber City. We've only got 3 more games past this point before we make our final cut of the tournament and get our final 8 to compete tomorrow. So we'll take ourselves a short break. We'll hear from our analyst desk, and then we'll plow into the second half of the day as we look to lock everybody down and make sure that last day is absolutely glorious. We'll see you in about a minute's time.
I'll rank that probably around 4 because it was really long ago.
Oh, I feel like that's got to be pretty hype. It's the first one ever.
I think it was the first competitive set, and I think it was a cool set.
I mean, I must rank that first because for obvious reasons.
But the thing is with like replays around, I feel like he was like a turbo underdog. And since it's the first NA one, I'll give him 2.
Okay, so the set 8, it's not my best set. I didn't really like it, so I think I will put set and the return 4th.
Welcome back, everyone, to this analyst desk after game number 3, and I'm starting to believe, Alan, another win for Double, another dominant performance, taking its time on some of the pivots and the transitions, but all in all, back-to-back first places, and it's exactly what the doctor ordered in terms of Double trying to make the day 3. I'm a little bit worried, though, because Double, I think on 2 or 3 occasions, has ended up 1 point off or just on tiebreakers, so hopefully he makes it across the finish line this time.
Absolutely. So let's touch on it, how he got there, because we've seen 2 players going for the Urgot line this game. On one note, it was Jedusor, but the successful one was the double. While he did a clean pivot of the comfort for 40 HP on PvE, scrapping all his items with the salvage, and a full bench wouldn't be able to pick up items from the Crab Rave. All the resources the Crab Rave provided was just enough to do a fast 9 and nice clean pivot that required pretty much 2 runs. There is no human that could salvage being full pivot to that board. And then on top of that, he got on second pick a Boombot emblem from the carousel that pretty much just cemented him into the victory, into the...
And it's really important, as you're mentioning, to not try and do everything in one round, to not have this like giga confidence of saying I'm a perfect player, I can do, there's no limit to what I can do. We saw from Solve in Cup number 3 where he had a 500 cash outs round with Cypher on 4-3, trying to pivot his entire board into Urgot Flex and just ended up just going 8th and dying, despite him being obviously a very, very strong player. So I think it's really humble from Double to take it across kind of a slower pace and really guarantee he has a success in this game. I want to also reference Solo and his game because he's in a very comfortable position point-wise. He's very close already to making the cut for that day 3, which is, I imagine, his major goal. And he's playing a comp that we haven't seen have the most dominant success in this patch, Dynamo Flex, but it's a comp that during the EWC qualifiers, Mouse Sports overall as a team, they really valued a lot. Lusher was playing it a lot. They were playing it as a kind of this stable comp to just farm 3rds or 4ths. And that's exactly what Solo did in this game.
Yeah, also worth mentioning, he utilized the tech because he wouldn't be able to beat the Crab there if he didn't use the MF tech, shotgunning the Crab to the face pretty much, which allowed him to actually beat the creeps. And touching on the Raiko top 2 there, finding the early Zac, being able to give it the Exo tech, pretty much with the bulky bodies, breaking the HP bar being so high, allowed him to actually top 2 with the Exo tech, where the board wasn't maybe looking that much powerful. But touching maybe a bit on the Flex brand, so that's a Barry's favorite. 3 emblems. We've seen 2-1 on the dummy, then we've seen another one Circlet providing pretty much brand 2 on level 7 for the Yellow Tomato. being able to top 4 with the brand, I think that's the first time we see, not only during this tournament, but even past cup.
And it's rare to pick up a 4-2 circlet in most cases, unless you're obviously hitting something like a 10 anima with a trainer golem, etc. But in this case, I think it made sense for Yellow Tomato. It's a big spike on his board at that exact moment on 4-2. He had the brand to carry him through most of those fights in stage 4, and really he wasn't looking to win the game. Obviously, he knew what his cap was. He was being realistic and said, hey, this is good enough to win a few fights in stage 4 and try and lock in the top 4, which he did.
Yeah, and in touching on the bit of the players that went to the bottom this game, we had Jedusor, who I believe overpumped a bit of the gold, as cannot be mentioned, was a bit shy on the gold to being able to stabilize on the board, which pretty much happened to be just a knave, which we've seen was the case if the players don't have around 80 to 90 gold at least for that level 9, because yeah, you can get to that level, but you still need to buy units for it. They are not coming free. So that was not the case for the Jedu, which ended up just a bottom for him.
Yeah, that's right. A few unfortunate cases. We saw I think a lot more players on broadcast at least playing a lot more marksman in this day, but not really working out for Enzo and for Audible there. Looking at these standings now, we're seeing, of course, the bottom 8 players completely have been cut off since yesterday, so they're not accumulating any more points now. And players of a really high caliber, someone like Jedusor, for example, with an 8th place in this last game, maybe is already out of contention for this day 3, and out of contention in this case for also making TAC round, which is a sad thing to hear, right, Alan? Considering he's one of the most dominant players from EMEA in the last few sets.
Absolutely, he would love to just extend his overall results in the career to this cup as well. Meanwhile, Double locked in, and he's already at 14th position. When he was 2 games ago, he was the one as Jedusor position, and I believe Double is not done. He's hungry for more.
We're seeing the top of this page now. Solo and Clicornin still doing so well, and look at the gap between 3rd and 4th. It's just pretty insane. These 3 players must be pretty much locked in. I don't want to obviously jinx Volta into going triple 8th the next 3 games, but I mean, they have more than a foot already across that finish line to make into day 3. And Volta, it's just impressive, right, Alan? Set after set after set. Doesn't matter what he does in the cups or on ladder. He comes into EMEA finals and he just takes off every single time. He's making day 3 so consistently.
I mean, and the players are also not giving him much benefit, because they are doubting him. They are just saying he's a high roller, but like, how much you can high roll, honestly? Like, there is some point where you just have to recognize the greatness.
The game is going to be loading up. This will be the lobby for game number 10 of this competition. Players with very different goals here, especially looking at someone like Travis, very far behind in the point total, maybe just playing for prize pool and qualifier points for now. And players like Volta just trying to secure, in just this game, maybe he can already lock a spot into that day 3. So eyes on Volta and what he can do if he can deal with the pressure.
Oh, we see that Savi was locked in, just doing a little of the meditation there before the game, locking in. Players like Coinit also just seems to be focused, a lot more calm than the yesterday. You can see that the players are ready.
And our casters are ready as well. Casters, please take us into this game 4.
All right. Let's get this party started. The cutoff comes after this game, gentlemen. This is a huge amount to play for. We've got Volta in this lobby above the crowd. We got Salvi, the last remaining qualifier points player, currently below the threshold where he would be guaranteed his spot in the crown. Let's get things started and see which of our remaining players gets to carry on in day 2.
And Salvi, as you just mentioned, the player to keep an eye on, especially coming into this one, not only below where he'd want to be to get into that cut and get into day 3, but also, as you said, the player that can secure, it's in his hands, that world's qualification.
Yeah, and well, yeah, important to know that right now 17th is tied with 14th when it comes to points, so not too far off that, but any bottom right now might be the end, especially because one of the players that is right on his tail when it comes to the qualifier points is Voltarix, and Voltarix is having a blast today, still at 55 points after game 3, so definitely going to be super scary. And might be. Oh, this is looking nitro-y, and I hate it.
We've been here before, but I do want to touch on a larger point just before we dive into it. As as we've been alluding to, 41 points is the current cutoff to get into top 16. There's a 6-way tie for that spot at the moment, which does include a double 61 who we've been keeping track of. So the results from this round will be massively significant going forward. And we've even got players like Salvi, Coinid, Alia, and Lyris all on exactly 41 points in this lobby.
Yeah, a lot of players in this particular lobby to keep an eye on. Players with different expectations for themselves coming into this Golden Spatula. Some players who absolutely expect to be in that top 8 and challenging for the title. Other players like Coinid here, who's just missed out in the past on making it to this point, is having a solid showing so far and is really putting himself in and amongst it to qualify to the first cut of the day, and then from that point on can set his sights even higher.
Rip it, branching out. Boom. Oh. he was taking an awfully long time, so I was considering it for the viewing pleasure of just ripping an emblem, but well, Striker's Flail and into a Green Zeus. Seems like we've been there before, haven't we?
I think more than a few times, absolutely. But hey, I mean, I'd love to see kind of getting a good line to start us off. Further to what you were saying, Barry, has been, just outside of the top tier for a really long time. And this Golden Spatula, a chance for him to really establish himself on the field. Salvi on the other side, though, a veteran presence here in this lobby. You can see, I love him pointing out before, him doing his prep before he came into this game, last second prep, to make sure his focus is absolutely ironclad.
Yeah, and Solo mentioned it yesterday about him and Salvi have been prepping so much together, being on the same organization, two of the household names that have been around for such a long time. And for Salvi to still be competing at this level, when you think of OGs of TFT, not even just of EMEA, just overall, the players that right at the beginning around the world people were keeping an eye on, Salvi was one of them, and to still be playing at the highest level at this point is ridiculous.
Yeah, and we are going to be getting some more bruiser takey action from Travis. One for all is an augment that we don't get to see a lot, and what's funny is that as a silver augment, it's quite powerful among other augments that don't really give much. The % max health that's being given out by the augment is crazy good, especially because we're going to be playing 4-1 cost units, and because of the bruisers, especially Mundo, scales so well off of this % max health.
And bear in mind, of course, we've got the eggs coming a little later on, so we don't have, say, what we've seen from some of our other encounters, this huge gold injection or any kind of acceleration for the lobby. So hopefully, we actually do get to see some of our more low-end boards get more of a chance to shine.
And another board here with a Rage Blade slammed. It feels like every single time those two components are someone's opener. Yep, we know exactly what's coming down. So many ways it can be taken, and so many good item holders, but Aaliyah here, for that potential win streak early, we know this Vi and Kog'Maw, such a good combination, such good holders for these items, and one of the players certainly looking to set the tempo.
Yeah, and he's facing off against somebody else who wants to set the tempo with a similar composition, with a 2-star Skarner, despite having patience is a virtue. So it looks like we've had some pretty nifty shops from Lyris. Is that going to be enough? The Kog'Maw has the Ginzu stacked. He's going to be taking one Kindred ult to the face, and Wolf will be tearing his throat out and losing the round for Elia. That's right. Kindred is Lamb and Wolf. I know my League of Legends lore.
Oh, I was impressed. I was also impressed by how violent that was in the description.
A violent visual, really.
Well, let's keep an eye and see how things have developed in the early going then. Of course, Salvi, as we mentioned from before, the veteran presence has kept up his streak from early on. The Silver Spoon has made sure that he's stayed ahead of the curve. You can see at the bottom there, getting up to level 5 early on. But yeah, Lyris with the patience of the virtue, you wouldn't think should be able to keep up, but finding a 2-star Scala, I guess, can change a lot of things.
Wasn't that Salvi who did this exact same thing with patience is a virtue in a previous game? It was, right? Yeah, it was. I can
believe it.
Confident. Yeah, I'm getting more confident in my memory. Elia also hitting a 2-star Graves there, despite losing the win streak, is not gonna let off any kind of steam. Oh, Wait, we have patience is a virtue, but it's not one Lyris actually possesses, apparently. Or he either that or he rolled.
Patience is for nerds, apparently. It seems to be working pretty damn well. He'll go up against Salary, so we'll see. Now Lyris has got up to level 5. He's going to slam the Crown Guard as well. Lyris apparently is pretty comfortable with trying to actually challenge the current lobby leader to a direct face-to-face brawl.
I was thinking I don't need patience if I'm winning my rounds now, but unfortunately it's coming up, as you said, against another player with a really, really strong early game. However, Lyris, with those upgrades, in such a commanding position. As you said, we can be patient later on. For the time being, we're just picking up these round wins.
For sure. And he can still just stack up the rolls much later. If you want to keep in mind something like trade sector is a good point of comparison to in order to understand what the value of patience is a virtue is. Right now he has 2 free rolls. Next round he's gonna have 4, and the following round after that he's gonna be up to 6, which is exactly what you would have if you had a gold augment, which is trade sector. So it's the augment is still gonna be way valuable. And it's going to be on top of an incredible win streak as well, which is such a comfortable position. But talking about comfortable position, look at Kubixon's board.
Yeah, managing to find a Cypher and intentionally weakening the board after finding some of the more powerful Cypher members. So, let's see. Kubixon, yeah, it's got the 4 Cypher in place at the moment, thanks to picking up the early choices. And it looks like, unlike a lot of our other games, we don't have, half the freaking lobby jumping on Cypher immediately.
No, it doesn't seem to be the case, and Kubixon looks like the only player currently on that line, and having the early 4 has the higher chance of being able to keep that streak without someone just freely selling on them. Although you never know with some of our players. We've got some psychopaths amongst us that maybe do fully sell off their boards unexpectedly. But for Kubixon, should have a free hit at this, and a player that we know can absolutely handle those big cash outs.
Yeah, it's going to be taking a while, but he might be able to reach something like a 370 or maybe a 410 with how early he's hit the 4. 1, 2, 3s, honestly, is an augment that, in my mind, is just something that you always can hit Cypher with. It's so reliable getting any of these units and being so far ahead when it comes to stacking this. Just Kubixon, right now, it's Kubixon's games to lose, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, again, for anyone who's unaware, Kubixon definitely rising up into the spotlight more recently. I mean, the Polish player, of course, our Inkborn Fables regional champion here in EMEA. It feels like he's got so much room to grow even further than he has gotten so far. And maybe this lobby is a chance for him. Yeah, it's one of the players who is on the higher end of points, 45, to really make a big splash.
He's checking in here with Travis, who has dug a little deep, not too deep though, sitting above that 33. Picked up a fair few copies here, and items are coming along fairly nicely. Has the full duplicator, which when they've on this 1-cost reroll line, wouldn't really want to have to use it to that, and will be hoping is in a position to save it for the late game, but does have it as a potential bailout if he does completely low roll.
Yeah, and I want to take a quick look at Voltarix's board, because I believe I've seen a bunch of upgrades coming through for him. He's 6 Kindreds, 5 Needles. Oh, might be an opportunity to use that heroic grab bag if he wants to go for that deep neutral line and try and hit a couple of 3 stars right away. He's thinking hard, for sure. Nope, no, doesn't go for it. Rip a portable forge. Can we find anything that's good enough?
All right. I mean, we've got some okay options here.
There's nothing exciting him.
I'm going to be real with you. There's nothing really exciting there. It's going to be pretty rough in this position, and Voltarix is going to have to work some magic in order to make this a good opportunity.
You can tell by how long it takes a player to pick their artifact, by how unconvinced by the options are, and Volta really just staring that down all the way and thinking, oh, really, these are my 4, but... If any player can make it work, make these niche lines work, we absolutely know this is the player to keep an eye on.
Oh, we have received an update from our observer as well that we've got Trait Tracker now active in the lobby as well. In fact, we've got 2 trait trackers.
Yeah. I was checking that same thing. Yeah, you're right.
I was like, wait, 1, 2? This is outrageous!
That's going to be a lot of traits to keep track of, and that means that alongside Elia picking up the forward thinking, we're going to get a huge increase. Oh, wait, Elia's just gone, and he's gone in search of the traits that he wants to track as well. Or maybe he's thinking so far forward that he's in the future, and we will see him appearing on the camera in just a moment. I don't know, not sure where he's gone. Maybe taking something to get some refreshments. But he will be coming back in stage 4 on 4-2 with that huge influx of gold.
That is the way to play forward thinking. You're like, okay, I'm out. There's nothing for me to do for a few rounds.
I'm gonna get that refresh. That's 7 graves. Come back, buy the graves, quick. There he is.
He's here.
All right, just in time. You can see he definitely hosts himself off during the break time. I was fully waiting to see a cat's tail coming through on the bottom of that camera there as it just started randomly re-rolling and leveling for him. But yeah, gets his position, finds the graves. Liam waiting for that forward thinking. It's certainly an element we saw being a little bit sketchy in times before, but Liam keeps the loss streak intact and will hopefully move forward to a big burst of power.
Oh, talking about big burst of power, 2-star carousel for 3 costs. So who is that going to be benefiting? Is there a Galio? There is. Kubikson gets access. He already had Galio 2, so that's now 6 Galios instantly. A massive deal for him. Being the only one that's currently re-rolling 3-cost units. It's going to be propelling himself further. Oh, actually, no, Voltarix is also going to be benefiting a lot because that's also a 2-star release for him.
Yeah, I think a lot of the lobby will not be too happy to have seen this come through. Kubikson was already the player that we're looking at as, okay, this is the win condition. He's the player that's going for that we've got to keep an eye on for that big cash out, and just helped along the way, given a little handout there, which he definitely didn't need.
And he also got to J4.
Oh, nice. Oh, we want to check it back in with Travis as well. We're finding that a lot of the board is coming together quickly. I know before we were talking about the idea that maybe the itemization wasn't quite there, but the units sure as hell are. And now we've got the Warmogs in place and the Gargoyles as well. Travis certainly getting everything he needs for this point in the game.
Yeah, the economy is kind of low, the HP are as well. He needs to start winning really hard right now. And Voltarix is now sitting on 6 Elise, which is kind of crazy to think about. Because he could be, like, I think Nitro is a composition that really often fails, but the one way he can succeed is hitting that Elise 3-star ahead of time. And maybe right now he's really regretting the double duplicators that he hasn't picked in 3-2.
Yeah, as you said, that Elise really is the key factor for that composition. It's struggled even when it's hit Elise 3, it's still struggled, but it can be the time it has success. Realizing there's no one else angling that Dynamo for the time being, so had kind of a free hit at it. And we like to see these players pick up these niche lands. We don't just want to see the Exotech disease and the Marksman disease and people playing the same handful of things. And thank goodness EMEA has Voltarix to always come up with something a little more niche.
Yeah, I mean, I'm absolutely here for it. Certainly, Voltas have drawn a lot of attention by taking the road less traveled, but I want to open up the conversation with you guys. So we're getting pretty close to our egg, choice coming in. How do you guys feel like the egg armory, as it's called, has affected this game overall? Of course, with the short, medium, and long-term eggs still to be chosen.
Well, the important thing to keep in mind is that if you can afford to lose 3 rounds during stage 4 and you have picked a 9-turn egg, you will get it by the moment 5-1 starts. So that's kind of the ideal situation. But for example, somebody like Kubikson cannot afford to lose so many rounds. And so he will have to be strong enough to win stage 4, obviously, and beat somebody like Lyris, who just got, what is that?
Wow.
That's one hell of an Exotech straight track. Wait, that's 5 out of 5. Hello?
That's crazy.
And he had the Zeri on the bench as well, because he had rolled. Kubikson, meanwhile, has 3-star Galio.
Already hitting that Galio 3, still has the massive cash queued up as well. Has he already picked it up? And a player, as you said, will be going for that smaller egg. Doesn't need to worry about going for the 9 egg. Already has the power coming through from Cypher. But yeah, that trait tracker cash out. Normally you expect to miss on at least one, not the case.
Aye. All right, so we've got Kubikson locking and loading. We've got the egg being put in place but not picked up as of yet because he's rolling down. He's looking for the extra injection of power. We're not maybe as close as we would like to be.
One of LeBlanc 3 is what matters right now. If we find LeBlanc 3, we're stable for a long time, but we miss, and picking up the egg at the end is just barely missing is quite tragic here. We're gonna have to see what the items are. The voice staff comes in. We're gonna get Bramble and Dragon's Claw for the Galio, rounding out that itemization. If he finds the final LeBlanc, he's gonna be fine for a really long time. That Galio is way ahead of time.
Wow. Barry, certainly this has been discussed before with the Cypher board, having the Galio 3 being such a massive difference maker. I mean, that tankiness, at the end of the round, barely even scratched.
Yeah, we saw how tanky that is. Unfortunately, though, if he doesn't hit this LeBlanc in the next couple of rounds, it can get a little sketchy. We saw that fight was pretty close in the end. LeBlanc 3, though, if he is able to pick that up, would just give him that power behind it. But for the time being, really lacking that punch.
Okay, there it is there. Okay, there's the trade tracker for Cognate. Was looking for a little bit longer than you would have wanted, but hits it in the end. The problem is it doesn't seem to have what he'd want to pivot to ready. So he's going to have to cash that trade tracker and then keep rolling to find the ball.
Yeah, we know it's not, there's almost 0% chance of it being remotely as good as Lyris's cash out, which seemed to almost be tailor-made design for him. Cognate is asking himself to come through with a huge pivot point up here. He'll walk right into Kubikson, who has hit a LeBlanc 3. This board is coming together very strongly, and Cognate is still having to play a bunch of X units just to make sure the trait tracker goes off.
Yeah, and talking about the trait tracker that went off, the forward thinking should have gone off as well. So we need to take a look at what Elia has managed to put together. Cognate, unfortunately, going to be taking a big loss here against the monstrous board from Kubikson, who has hit the LeBlanc. Here's a couple of Zeris, unfortunately, but oh my god, this is the exact opposite of what Lyris is 0.
And won't be too happy with that at all. And what's the best time to come up against Kubikson in a sense that you're already sacking that round and it is a player that you could take a big hit against? And we saw Kubikson had picked up that LeBlanc 3. Elia here, there's so much gold to work with off the back of that forward thinking, hasn't yet pulled the trigger, is on his way to 9.
And he's also one off of grade 3.
Yeah, I mean, he's in such a comfortable spot right now. Great items already locked in. We can see Java being used as a holder as well for an even stronger board. And I think saving some of this gold and economy to make sure those gold knock stacks get pushed through. We'll take the L off this round, which keeps the loss streak intact. But I think it's still pretty happy with where he is.
Yeah, and another player that actually got the Kubikson fight timing when you want it, not pulled the trigger to level 9, comes up against that Cypher cash when you're sacking anyway. So Aaliyah won't be too disappointed to see that. And same for Kubikson, getting a couple of rounds there where, yes, he's strong off the back of the cash out, but is still level 6, so getting those rounds that just is going to allow him to at least level up.
Elia just picked up an Urgot showing his hand in what he wants to play. I believe the Graves. We might just keep Graves 3 on board in the place of Vex that we usually see on the Urgot board, just as an added value unit that's gonna be very powerful, because the items, the blue buff that was prepared can be very valuable for the Urgot. Or we just, never mind, we just full sold the Graves, it's not there. We've got a bunch of gold that's exactly the unit you want at the start of the roll down. The Zac is going to be blopping, the Garens are coming in. One roll, one Garen, it's just that easy, guys. Just take notes, because Elia is just showing off how you should be doing it. Diego's going to be coming in instead of the Wrath, I believe. Oh, no, sorry, instead of the Renekton. In fact, Skarner gets sold, a little bit more rolled. Going to be placing the items right now, blue buff and Inzus. So at home, you might be curious to see why we place blue buff on the Urgot, and the reason is twofold. The first one is to make the first cast instantaneous, and so start the fight doing a lot of damage, and the second is because we want Urgot to be casting as much as possible in order to be racking up these rewards in the form of gold over extra components.
But it wasn't enough to deal with the Nitro board. And so Volta has his mind set on what he was going to play. We were questioning if he could make that materialize. But for the time being, while a lot of players, especially in Stage 4, are in between things, haven't quite assembled their board, Volta's just able to pick up these wins. He knows he's going to fall off as the game progresses, but it's all about saving HP. And when you're so far ahead in the standings, it's a very smart way to approach the game.
And I want to point out that he was one off of LE3 and he picked Duo Q and hit Aurora out of it. Honestly, what can this man, when can this man hit? Apparently not today or yesterday.
I suppose, perhaps the way to refer to it is in card game terms, playing to your outs. And Volta definitely seems to find his outs more often than not, as Alir will break his loss streak. Of course, as we've been talked about, this stage being used a lot for those loss streaks to accelerate those eggs. But as we come to the close of Stage 4, I think we're going to start seeing the power pouring in.
And Boombot, is there a spatula here? No spatula in the egg. Very important, because Elia would have benefited immensely from that. Flickerblade is kind of fantastic.
Just having a look elsewhere over what people are playing. If you're the likes of Salvi in this lobby right now, he's just playing that Dynamo line. He's playing around MF. And some of the players that are in that chasing pack, climbing the standings, have hit big cash outs. And on a bit of a loss streak, is it looking in a pretty rough position when you think of the players that are behind you?
Yeah, I mean, it's not too surprising at all to see it being brought out again, as checking in with Kubi. So we're down to 4 ciphers, still trying to put everything quite together. We haven't quite got the egg cashed out either. But, I mean, what's your diagnosis here, Kenobi? Is Kubi going to pull this one off?
Yeah, it's going to be the roughest time right now, because he needs to find the way to win these next couple of rounds against opponents that have cashed out their egg, that have an extra artifact, like this Brom, getting access to an unending despair, I believe. Vomendef not quite hitting the Brom 3, however, getting denied a little bit by Salvi playing the 3 syndicates as well. Might be very important for Kubikson to win that round, because he's getting close to his egg cashing out, but it's not quite there yet. And the TF is ascending. Now it's back to against the front line, and Kubikson barely wins out.
Show me your moves. One off the Brom on the other side there could have been the difference, but Kubikson here, as you said, still hasn't cashed out that egg, was waiting for it. Woman Death though here, another TF player, as we saw, didn't quite have the Brom 3 last time round, which has been difficult to hit in this particular meta, has now picked it up, but with some of these big cash outs in this lobby, is it a little bit too late?
Voltarix also just hit, keeping you updated, Voltarix just hit Elise 3 as well. Go ahead now, Counterfeit.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, because we were waiting on that one to arrive for a while, so we've got a little bit more on the very reroll side of things. Bowman Death, though, yes, been flying beneath the radar for a little bit. The loss streak is firmly in place. We were leaning so heavily on this Twisted Fate to kill absolutely everybody on the board, and you can see as soon as he gets taken down, it's going to be very hard to do anything.
Boom, wait, Brom. No.
And a return to norm for the TF board after a few exceptions. I don't want to be too harsh on it, but in terms of what we've seen in some of in the last cup, more so what's expected.
Well, Barry, I think just to justify that going a little bit more, what do you feel like was missing there for Bowman Death? Because presumably he saw that as a good enough line to pursue.
Well, Kenobi touched on it earlier in the day. The Darius reroll version is maybe actually how you enable this, and went for just the classic Brom front line. So expensive to get to, hit it really late, and by the time he hit it, everyone else in the lobby is level 9 hitting these crazy boards and just fell behind on tempo.
Yeah, the other issue is that he could not hit either MF2 or Draven 3 because of the contest of the rest of the lobby. Kubikson taking the Dravens out of the pool, Salvi taking some misfortunes, some Brom, and so slowing his old game down. And he might have wanted to play around Darius, but the 3-cost carousel really threw a wrench in his plan, gave him a 2-star Brom straight away. But in the meantime, Elia is down to his last life, but finally hit Urgot 2, so if he comes across Kubikson, one of them will be disappointed in the final result.
Gosh, yeah, look at the HP totals. We've barely got anything left in the lobby, Barry. We've got 4 players down to definitely a single life. And Salvi and Coinid just above. Lyris, though, the head of the pack with the Exotech board, the trait tracker, of course, which had the most absurd cash out we've ever seen in our lives, has kept him from taking too much damage this game.
Yeah, we did see the Premier 5 cost coming through on the carousel there. We even saw Salvi, even though it has the Anima Spat on top of it, happy to pick up that Zac. So just the value of those units there. Aaliyah denying another Garen, grabbing one more for himself, getting another defensive component. If he's just able to hit a few more blobs, get himself online, we know how strong this board can be, but just have that 1 life remaining.
Voltarix down to his own 1 life. God has a T-Rex with 260, just about there. An Aurora as well. The items are pretty good, but can this Shyvana survive long enough in order to scale? Salvi is on 2-star Zac on level 8, which might just be enough frontline, but there's a lot of damage coming on from Voltarix's board. Can he survive it all? Backline is getting melted by the first cast, and Aura is still up. Elise is still up. There's just a lot, and the Misfortune is going to barely take out the Elise, but the Aurora will clutch it out, and Salvi goes down to 1 life.
We didn't believe, but we just should have been digging for dinosaurs this whole time. As Kabixon goes out in 7th place, he was one of the players who was ahead of our pack of players on 41 points, who are all trying to desperately get to the next game. So that's great news for them. Travis, though, our lowest points player left remaining in the lobby on 36, trying to shoot the moon here and hope for the first.
And Kabixon, we had that amazing start for Cypher so early, but then those trait trackers came along, and if one of those players hits, as we saw, it was actually confirmation that Aaliyah knocked out Kabixon, and that we know that's the big risk of these do-or-die compositions. If somebody else also gets the potential to cash out in one form or another, it could all collapse.
Yeah, and talking about all collapsing, this T-Hex has been taken down. It's not going to be backline against backline as the down. Grams lobs one more missile, and Voltarix just barely survives and gets a top 4, and another rabbit is pulled out of his hat. Like, he just can't miss. It's just impossible. And Elias dead, and so that's top 3 now. Voltarix just, he's my goat. I'm calling it here. He's my goat.
That's not a goat. That's a dinosaur. But that's terrible news as well for Salvi and Aaliyah. Well, particularly for Salvi, we said several players tied on 41 points coming in. Which means Aaliyah, who's tied with Salvi, is now ahead on trying to get across the line into next round. The final 2 rounds of the day coming up.
And it was actually Lyris who took out Aaliyah's board here. So it's just this Exotech board taking out that perfect trait tracker cash out. Really well done to be able to secure this, but we do have to touch a little bit more on that Nitro board. We were doubters. We weren't entirely sure if it could work out, but Volta getting themselves at least into the top 3 here. He recognizes all the niche lines, Kenobi.
Yeah, you know what's crazy there is that I believe that Lyris just killed Elia without having Zeri2, and he just hit Zeri2 right there because he was taking his sweet downtime. He had the Flicker Blade from the egg cash out. They got an artifact, so definitely the best one. And there are barely any artifacts you could use, and Flicker Blade is head and shoulders above the rest. Combined with the Kraken and the Marksman emblem, this Zeri is just doing incredible amounts of damage, and I don't expect this T-Hex to be able to handle it unless it's getting quite close, but no, it's not going to be enough. The dream is over. The trait trackers have tracked all the traits and added them to their Pokédex, and they will be going 1 and 2 in this game.
I don't know. To be fair, I think the dream of getting a 3rd place for the Nitro board is still a dream worth having.
You're right.
But yeah, absolutely. The trade tracker boards is absolutely absurd. Do you want to note on the other side for Lyris as well? Yeah, we've not just got an absurd board, we've got a long croc board for Lyris, as if he hadn't already got enough different explosive pieces to his arsenal.
Not just does it enable this Renekton to be also powerful, it's one of the more fun interactions to see him just chipping away from the back line. And as you pointed out, Kenobi, both the trait trackers, even though we thought Coinins maybe he wouldn't have been too satisfied with, still going 1 and 2.
For sure, and the fact that Lires took his time to look for the Zeri actually played into Koenig's favor, because he was kind of low on gold and low on HP, so he needed to hit early. And it's looking like he's winning right now. And yeah, what's making a huge difference is that Garen on Koenig's board is not on the same level. He also had a terrible trade tracker, but reforged a bunch of spats and hit double Dynamo, Divinity Core, and Marksman, which is pretty awesome considering what the options were before he reforged.
Okay, we've got Kabuko 2 potentially coming in as well for a little bit more frontline punch. I suppose one thing we are missing from Liris' side of things is just... Oh no, I'm sorry, I didn't even spot right up towards the front there. Okay, it looks like... I mean, guys, what's... You've mentioned the Garen. Is there anything else that can swing it between these two?
Liris just needs to find the last two remaining legendaries, because there are triple items, there are actual carries in the competition. If he finds Renekton 2 and Garen 2, it should switch things into his favor, because right now the big difference is that Garen with Hyperfangs on the Koenig's board is not even enough, so maybe the previous round was just a fluke, and now Koenig is down to 13 HP. One last loss would kill him.
It's going to be having a Kabuko 2 star to at least throw in there, but...
Oh, there's Garen 2.
That Garen 2 could just be the decisive factor if he's able to grab it.
Doesn't miss a 2 centimeter click. Masterful execution from Liris here. Not shaky at all. The precision of a top tier player grabs the Garen that is right in front of his face, and it's going to probably spell the end for Koenig, despite this Kabuko 2 being summoned by Aurora.
Yeah, I mean,
I think in that Kabuko 2, but didn't get the Sedge 2 as well, which would potentially get another cast off, and that could swing the fight. But as you said, last time round, didn't actually look particularly close, and the biggest upgrade possible for Lores has been hit.
Yeah, I mean, the Garen, I think, has been the one that's turned so many heads with how strong he is. We see Liris with an unusual board set there, taking advantage of the long distance pals, but I mean, however this turns out, it seems like there is just that little bit more absurd with his cash out. Both of these players came to this lobby on the tie-break situation, 41 points overall. They just needed a big finish to get a chance at games 5 and 6 to come down to the wire. One last shot coming through, and it will be Liris, ending it 43 HP. He will not get a cash out quite like that, probably ever again.
The best cash out he could have got. On the flip side, Koenig, who sent all 5 of them into the void and did manage to materialize a strong board off the back of it, but both of them, as he said, counterfeit, were right on that tiebreaker. So they've done the job in getting themselves at least to avoid that first cut of the day. So they've got to both be satisfied with the first 4 games.
And seeing this kind of game makes me kind of nostalgic of the previous set. You know, playing Scrap with Trade Tracker, Exotech does feel very similar, where you were happy getting any kinds of emblems because they're just filling item slots was a reward in and of itself. And in both cases, you could also fit so many extra synergies, so many interesting ways to cap out the board with it, and both make a masterful showcase of this and take the game down here.
Well, let's spend no more words because we need to head to break, because when we return from that very short break, we will have our standings as of the end of round 4 and our penultimate cut of the tournament. We will only have our bare remaining 16 players left once this break is over, so hold your breath and hope your favorite player is still in the tournament when we return from the break.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the analyst desk for this game number 4. And Alan, we saw specific augments really help our players finish in the top 4 or even in the top 2. For our viewers at home, get your notepads, get your pen or pencil and start writing this down, because there's an augment that we'll see warping the end of this set when it comes to checkpoint, when it comes to checkmate format, when it comes to tack crown, trait tracker. This is one of the augments to pick at 3-2 if you want to try and gamble and win the game.
And then the players recognizing what's the best comp to angle towards from it, and given that Exotech connects so many traits together and they're just missing those +1 synergy bots, that's why Trait Tracker thrives on this particular board, and we see that both players angle toward that. But the main difference was the Lyris had the LDP, which scaled his carries, versus Coinit had the bulk, which just made it everything more bulky. However, the Lyris having the Flicker Blade and then having that Renekton just a bit too much on the Coinit. Even though Coinit had that very potent Garen with so many mods, it wasn't just quite enough to be able to take him down.
I think the Nets also had a pretty insane cash out from Trait Tracker, right? In terms of the emblems, I mean, they almost looked hand-picked. His game was we saw it in stage 4, end of stage 4, he was still 81 HP because he was just so stable after the cash out. There wasn't, not even just a strength of the emblems working with his comp, but there was no dizziness, right? We have sometimes see with Trait Tracker, there's like a 1 or 2 round tax where players are trying to adapt their board to the emblems they're given and you lose some HP in the process. Not the case here for Lides.
Yeah, Coinit was cashing out on like a bit lower HP, and he had like no units, like he was staring at 30 gold. When he cashed out, he had like some miracle board coming together from really no resources, so exceptional play there. However, looking at like Elias' board, he was extremely capped, but the issue is he had so much gold here and just a bit of components. He didn't reach the critical mass, even though he hit all the upgrades. This board needs time to scale. The scaling comes from the Zalplops and Urgot cashouts, and he just didn't have time to get enough of those to reach the critical mass to outcap everything, and that resulted only in the...
And the other of our top 4 players is, of course, Volta, who, I mean, he does it again, right? Playing reroll, playing a line that we don't consider to be very meta right now with Elise and just Nitro reroll as a whole. I will say, most players that we've seen playing Nitro in this tournament and in Cup number 3, it was Nitro with Veigar, which I am not a big fan of at all. I think it has the same exact problems that Kog'Maw reroll has, where in stage 4 and 5, it's just not enough DPS. It's single target. You're just not clearing these boards fast enough. Whereas Elise is very different, right? Elise, I think, is just a much better unit in terms of clearing boards and staying relevant in stage 5 and 6, especially.
I mean, you have to give Volta some credit, because the man back to back just finds success with any line he takes. He does simply not go down. He just refuses. Like any line, mostly reroll, to be honest. He picks, it's just successful. Like Bandai, you've been rerolling yourself. What's the recipe here?
For Volta, I think he has his own recipe. I can't speak. I think it's a family secret for that one. But I think standings are ready. We're going to check out what is going on this first page. Of course, the bottom 8 players were already eliminated yesterday, and everyone else here is going to be in big trouble. We're seeing players like Travis not really able to make it work. Even Raiko and Bensak, a wrench is thrown in their plans with an 8th place here at the end.
Absolutely. We have also confirmation in terms of the players we're gonna see in a... we have already another cutoff of the 8 players.
These 8 players.
Yeah, that between 24 and 17, that will be dropping down. So pretty much everyone on the screen are out. Raiko, almost there. Just
really sad that 8th place for those players. And on the opposite side, players like Pepoglad started off with 2 8th places.
It
second,
put him back.
And a first to just barely make it into this top 16. We'll see what he can do in these next few games. Cutoff expected to be around 60 for day 3. So, I mean, he can still do it. Everyone here can, but it's going to be pretty hard to do. And Klikornin, I mean, I believe we have confirmation from our production that it's going to be 12 games, not a single bottom 4. He is absolutely smurfing this tournament.
Yeah, and then if you look down a bit, like we see Solo, even though he did find one bottom, he's not any behind. He's in exact same points as Klikornin. They're just rocking in, and I'm pretty sure they are guaranteed or almost guaranteed into top.
No, they
8.
are. They are. Yep, 100%. We've never seen the cutoff be as high as 64.
And remember what we talked like 3 games ago about double line to get
Oh
in
no,
there?
it's happening.
Yeah.
I don't want to believe. I'm gonna still say it's too soon to believe. No one cross your fingers. No one start cursing double. We've seen him end up on tiebreakers, finishing 9th, finishing 10th in EMEA finals. 2 or 3 sets out of the last 6 or since set 6, basically. It's happened 2 or 3 times, similarly with Enzo. So he's been so close before. He needs around a third on average, maybe a bit better to make it. He's 9th right now in the point total. I mean, if anyone can do it, it's double, but he's dealt with heartbreak like this before in the past.
Okay, are we living in the universe where Cognit is winning out whole cup? He's almost there.
If I speak, I am in big trouble. I'm not going to crash or curse anyone. I'm not going to have Coinid and all the high rollers messaging me. Like when I crash or curse what jungler, Elia's in my DMs a second later, literally. I am not going to say anything. I'm lawyering up and making sure to avoid any criticism in my DMs.
Honestly, like from all the top 16 players we have left over, absolutely demonic performance. I think we haven't seen that much Cornen like POV, but the most one that I was stunned by was pretty much Volta. Just like, I know I talked about it, but like keep picking those unique spots and just like having success with is something very impressive. And like players would love to have that skill and being able to do that well as he does.
Mm-hmm. Are there any comps that you think we haven't seen yet? Maybe on broadcast or in general in the tournament? Any kind of like the very niche stuff that you think could work out? Even, I don't know, maybe artifact specific stuff? Is there anything you're missing or hoping for in these last few games?
Chief TF. We've seen Vomendev tried to play the TF, take a page from the Domino's book, but not too much of a success.
The wrong page. I think he took the last page in the book. Should have started from the beginning. Unlucky 8th place for Vomendev, and especially I'm talking about Vomendev because we talked about him with him in the first day in the interview at the start of the show. He was realistic about his chances of making day 3. Coming into the first day, he had a very good day, so I think much more hopeful in this day 2. In this game, he was on, I think, 48 points, so just solid results the last 3 games. He would be fine. He would be maybe making it, but he got an 8th place. So it's really hard, and this will be the real test for Vomendev. Can he mentally not really just regret what happened in game 4, lock in for these last 2 games and still make it in his first ever EMEA Finals appearance? I think it would be a great story as well. So fingers crossed, and really good luck to Vomendev to try and do so.
Yeah, so from the players, like I'm personally rooting still for the Polish homies that are doing so well, Kubix and Pipoglad. So who is your pick for the at least top 8? Not a winner, just a top 8.
Well, I have been living in Warsaw for 5 years and there's no more Spanish players, so I will now proclaim my allegiance to the Polish nation. Let's go Kubi, let's go Pipoglad.
Fair. I mean, I don't think there is a point picking French. There is already too many of them in the top 8. We have to have, you know, some diversity in the players.
I think we are going to be going to lobby 1 for this next game, which means that we'll finally be able to see Klikornin. I really do want to see. I know he played a lot of Vanguard Marksman yesterday. I'm just curious to see what he's been doing to find so much success. I'm not going to say it's surprising because Klikornin, I think, has really developed a lot as a player in the last few sets, but this level of dominance from someone who is not already considered a tier, like S-tier player, is rare in EMEA Finals, right? This is where most players come in in their best form. We've only seen this level of dominance from Enzo in the past, from Volta in the past, from Double in the past, from tier 1 players who you see at the top and you say, yeah, it makes sense. For Klikornin, it's just really impressive for him to continue improving every single set, and this now reaching his peak form in the most important time in his career, right? With everything on the line for EMEA Finals, attack round, and for set 15 and the pro circuit as well.
I mean, in terms of like the selection, we've seen players leaning again and again more towards the Exotech, and if he was like the marksman, and he was known perhaps from the scrims as a marksman one trick, and he understands the line properly, and he knows, like we've seen the like double being stable in one of the games of Philios 1, which was crazy, just Leona pretty much hard carrying of the triple Bramble with the argument. If you know those niche spots where you need like double, triple combat argument towards one comp, and it's gonna be stable over the 1 stars, this is the recipe of success. Just being aware of those niche lines where you know it's gonna work even if you don't find the upgrade.
And coming to this lobby, we'll also be seeing players that are on the very lowest end possible right now in the top 16, which is 46 points. for players like these, we can't confirm the cutoff yet, but most likely they'll need kind of a first and a first. So I think this is now the point where we really see players change their playstyle entirely. No matter what augment or what starts are given in stage 2, they might have to force this very risky angle of playing for Urgot Flex or Amp or kind of a win out comp, even from a spot that doesn't necessarily, it's not appropriate for it.
Yeah, this is absolutely those 46, 47 amount of the points players. They need back-to-back at least on average a third to make it through. I believe we need to like around 62, 63 points cutoff if I'm not mistaken. We'll have a confirmation later on down the drain. But from those players, I'm rooting for Moment, honestly. Like he has been pretty stable with his line selection. He wasn't picky on the lines, and he was avoiding the exotic as he mentioned.
So I read the script, and I'll tell you what's going to happen this game. Tomino will win the game with TF reroll, and then he'll tell Bowman Death, "This is how it's done, buddy. Learn from the master."
Oh, you're sending the money already dead last? That's so nice of you. I'm sure the other fellow representatives will be just DMing, sliding into DMs with the... Yeah. And maybe some shift TF. You know, that has potential.
Hopefully that'll be the case. Double also going to be here in this lobby. A player we've talked about is on a historic run. First, second to try and make probably a record-breaking comeback, especially considering his point total at 7 games. It was 25 points, which is just incredibly low. It's even too low if you're at 6 games at 25 to try and make it day 3. So if Double could do it, it would be insane as well. And not the hardest challenge now, right? 48 points, 9th place. You're pretty much on the bubble.
Oh, 48 is... wait, it's so top-heavy then. Like, I wasn't actually... Like, I was looking at... I just realized that he was at 9th. So it should be a bit lower than... Given how much Gordon and Solo accumulated points altogether, makes it a lot easier for the... lower the standings to make it through.
The cutoff has been as low as 59 points in some cases, which I think is where Double lost on tiebreakers on 59 a few sets ago. And as high as 62. So if it's 62, some players are not out, but they have to go first 100%, and then have tiebreakers, players like Pepoglad and Tomino. I expect it'll be a little bit lower, probably 60 in this tournament.
I think I can see a little of stress on some players' faces, like Xperion, Kubix, and Pepoglad here. It could be that they are just locked in, but and then you have Double, who is just like, even though he needs placing, is just, I don't know, this man is just untouched.
Oh, actually, I said I was rooting for Kubikson. I just noticed a certain football club's crest on his betting there. I'm going to go ahead and say I'm rooting for Pepoglad. He's the only Polish player for my eyes.
I don't know what you mean.
Well, Alan, you don't know what I mean, and you are also not casting this game, so see you later. And for my final magic trick, I will transform 1 Polish caster into 2 British casters. How about that?
Wow! It turns out everyone was inside of each other all along the nesting doll of possibilities here. Loot subscription. Barry, David, as you guys have been setting up very well on the analyst test, this is a hell of a game 5. We've got, Colin on his absolute tear through the tournament, actually going to get to go face to face against Double, and we can only, of course, see a single player go first.
And we are in game 5, and it's the G5 player, Click who has been the talking point of the day so far. We know what to expect from Solo Gasang and Volterix, the other 2 players having this incredible lead over the rest of the pack. But Click really just been playing the standard meta stuff, whereas Volta is doing Volta things and crazy shenanigans. Click just recognizing the best spots for the default lines, and he's making it work.
Barry, that G5 joke was so bad, I think this will be the first bot 4 of Clickhornen's tournament. Congratulations. You mastered the art of caster cursing already. I am proud.
Oh my gosh.
Well, I apologize to the Turkish fans if that is the case, but he's got enough points to at least take 1 bot 4.
All right, we've got some curses. We need to give them out before it's all said and done. Beppo fighting at some early bits and pieces here, but gentlemen, now that we know we're in the loot subscription, we're an incredibly high stakes game for all of these players involved. They're going to try, just get a few steps further to realize some of their dreams. For some, in in terms of the shape of the overall lobby, what should we be expecting?
I think the real
go ahead.
bigger narratives here is double, right? If he can continue the streak, if he can continue this legendary run, there's no more fitting player than double to do so. And equally so, what the playstyle will look like for someone like Pepo Glad at 46 points, someone like Tomino at 46 points.
Yeah, I think it certainly is the case where some of these players that have been happy picking up thirds or fourths, Tomino in particular with this TF where he's managed to squeeze out a fourth, where he is in the standings, you can't be defaulting to those lines. It feels like you do have to go for something that is able to contest the top of the lobby, especially when you know that Duffel, even if he doesn't have to anymore for these last two games, it has got it locked in his mind that he's just going to go for this first place contest. I don't think we're going to see a change of game plan from him at all.
No, very much throwing down the gauntlet across the field. We do have ourselves a tiny pause to make sure all the technical bits and pieces are sorted out before we get things truly underway. But honestly, gentlemen, I think this has been a fantastic tournament just getting up to this point. Only one more day to go off this. One champion to crown of Cyber City for EMEA. And this lobby, I think, is such a great example of everything we've seen so far.
Loot sub is the encounter. We'll see a gold augment on the left side and silvers on the right. The silvers, usually if it's double silver econ, very strong to go for the silvers instead of the gold. We'll see what players decide for. One thing to mention with loot sub especially is you don't want to commit to a comp that plays kind of the same rigid 8 units every time on level 8, because you might be missing out on a lot of value, right? From random emblems, from different things that this loot sub encounter can give to you. So players have to be able to commit to lines that have some adaptability in terms of what they can cook up in stage 4 and 5 especially.
Yeah, and it feels like a little bit of patience for some of the players as well. If you do get the potential a Spatula coming through, an artifact coming through, we saw it earlier in the day, if you're just able to hold off, see what 5 costs arrive and then pull the trigger on your artifact, you can really benefit from it. So we'll certainly see a few players taking their time in stage 3 and holding back a little bit on committing too much to a set line.
Yeah, that's why I like some of these golden augments, particularly we're seeing across a few of our players there. Very much rewarding patience is the virtue in many respects. Do you want to point out, as we will hopefully be jumping across, see a little bit more of double 61 as well. Looks like he has gone for a fairly aggressive choice early on as our player fishing for first. The spoils of war coming in, a statement of intent.
Actually with an econ augment as well, so this is indicated that he's probably going to try and play high tempo in stage 2 to get spoil value while using this extra gold, not to econ higher and higher and snowball his econ lead, but instead to have more board strength with leveling to 5, etc. For now, just playing around a pretty interesting board here. Has the option for Graves reroll. Does he want to commit to this line with basically his entire tournament at stake?
Well, there we go. He does not want to commit to it seems, and we'll just be looking to make 10 this round. But as you said, should be able to at least pick up a few rounds wins. There's a lot of players that do hold back and do lean towards that lost streak. So off the back of the spoils, as you said, maybe pushing 5 next turn. Doesn't have the. We've seen more crazy boards in the early game for sure, and doesn't have the absolute strongest. But that gargoyle slam coming down, he should be able to pick up a few round wins.
Yeah, it looks like O'Connor's quite happy to sit back in the early going and let that techie bruiser board while building up the HP deficit for the regeneration later on. But the players playing this one out very carefully. As I said, a volatile lobby to come. Vomadeth up at the top with the techie, bruiser techie board of his own, which is currently looking like got some pretty nice itemization locked down already.
I love this from Vomadeth. He's back to his bread and butter. This is a comp that he played a lot of in day 1. He played a lot of in cup number 3 as well. I think I would go ahead and say it's probably his most comfortable comp on the patch. And in a moment where he needs to find success after the sour taste in his mouth from the TF reroll 8th place last game, this could be the way to do it.
The player that is sitting down low in HP, but off the back of actually picking up risky moves, Kabixen has put together a pretty good board, and it's talking about some of those silver pairings. If you're able to put together a streak off the back of risky moves, then you are really in a comfortable position, because it's just so much extra gold you'll be enabled with.
Yeah, being able to get onto the carousel early without taking any more damage, it's absolutely crazy stuff. Kubixon right now, yeah, just getting the Morgana and the Silas. As a lot of our players are doing, just trying to grab the Vanguard pairs early on for a bit of raw board power. But Kubi, of course, will, even on the 3-round win streak, still be first out on carousel.
No Cypher units. Bad news for someone like Tomino, who I think is going to try and play for Amp. Pick patience is a virtue. He's playing only a single Nidalee on his board for now. We talked about players who are on 46 points. They kind of need to first in these last 2 games, need to play these super risky lines from the very beginning of stage 2, and that seems to be the angle for Tomino. But he did pick up a glove, which I'm curious about.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see exactly which way he does take this. Very committed to this loss streak, which makes sense. As you mentioned, Panda does need this big performance, is right at the bottom of the standings. But yeah, picking up that glove, I'll be interested to see exactly which way he is taking this. But for the time being, is already sitting on 30 gold, so is in a pretty comfortable position. I imagine just will be trying to squeeze out that 5 loss.
And especially with Kubixon down towards the bottom there, having slammed absolutely everything that's coming across his radar. I love having the early gloves in place as well to push him forward. We'll see if we can avoid running into too much trouble. It's Experian on the other side, who at least hasn't been pushing super hard to maintain this win streak, but has some good slams of his own. Of course, we've got to watch out for those healing orbs. If Experian's board gets the kills in, then he can really snowball, but I think in this case, it's just not going to happen.
Looking at the lose streaks, not really any player that was able to cash in or lock in the Cypher for stage 2. Many would have hoped to, but there was no Draven and no Galio on the stage 2 carousel, so just that much more difficult than try and find it, which, I mean, it's a sigh of relief for any of the tempo players, because usually if you're a tempo player preserving HP, you really don't like seeing, 2 Cypher players having these huge cash outs. You're going to lose to them in a big way probably in stage 4, but for now, much more balance in the lobby tempo.
Yeah, no one that the rest of the lobby's keeping an eye on instantly is thinking, oh my god, that is someone that we need to be worried about. But the player right now that might be the case for, Kubixon, off the back of that risky moves, putting together the streak, certainly is a player that is sitting pretty. But we do see People Glad here, another player who's put together a pretty strong board, and we've seen it a lot throughout the day. A lot of players leaning towards these open fort approaches and a leaning loss streak, but a fairly strong lobby overall, Counterfeit, in this early game.
As we're talking about, we have a lot of players picking up very, very similar boards to each other. It does certainly seem like, as more and more of these games lock in on this particular patch, our players much, much more narrowing down what they're doing. As you said, David, the lack of Cypher in here means that we are seeing perhaps a little bit less resources we might have otherwise. Only Kubixon coming out of stage 2 with the full streak.
I did say I was confused as to why Tomino picked up a glove. It wasn't a Braum. I said as a joke that he might play TF reroll in this game meeting up first. There's no way, right? With Patience of Virtue. There's a TF in the shop, but he's not buying. Okay, I think I feel much better now.
It's the only unit he hasn't bought, actually, so I think that's a telling sign.
I mean, maybe TF is just not good against Krugs.
I want a clip of your voice breaking there where you thought he was going to run Twisted Fate. That's the perfect way to put that.
I mean, Petit, his prep partner, did exactly this. In Game 7, with a chance to win Cup number 3 and take it away from Raiko and from Leah, he played TF reroll. So I was just equally puzzled back then, but I think Tomino is going to be safe this time.
All right, Gobster, of course. Another player who's looking to try and make a big impact is on the slightly higher end of points in the lobby. Only Kakornan, of course, it's way ahead of everyone else on 63 to everyone else is around 50 points overall. Gobo, looking like a pretty good board, has been using the good for something to get a little bit more gold injected in from an otherwise, less gold heavy lobby.
Really good slams coming through here as well. Just the best holder for this Rageblade early. Cogmo players just absolutely love to get their hands on this, and Vi is the go-to frontliner. And in terms of just perfect the items falling through here, not really anything left over, and is sitting in a really comfortable position to just get them all slammed and push that tempo.
It's just telling, right, what this meta looks like, where players are just so much more comfortable slamming AD items in stage 2 and 3. They have just a bigger selection of comps they can play for. Marksman, Golden Ox, Exotech, Urgot at the high end. It's just so much more dominant than AP in terms of the options you have.
Keep an eye on. Speaking of options, our players have the second ornament come in. It will be pure gold across the board. Just seeing if there's anything particularly spicy. Gobo, who did pick up the good for something early on, is going to turn that into forward thinking as well. So definitely trying to double down on his goal, whereas a lot of the other players looking for combat power.
We'd already seen just how strong his early game board was, so it makes forward thinking an even safer pickup. The one thing you sometimes consider is, am I going to be getting massive losses in this stage? Am I just going to be getting absolutely rolled over? But we've seen Gobo already had a pretty strong spot, so it makes forward thinking an even safer pickup, and we know the upside that now gives him as someone that can really look towards just hitting all these legendary units and pushing to level 9.
Oh, some rat tactics will be seen. Double will do anything he needs to do to make it to day 3, including Zephyring an opponent's unit every single round of this game.
Outrageous. Well, let's all, as we see Clickhonen playing here against Double, just want to take a moment just to recognize Clickhonen's achievement getting this far. Clickhone's never made it to the crown level before this point. For him to be performing this well against the field that is studded with incredible players is a huge testament to his growth.
Yeah, and I know he's actually talked about moving over to EU West for the practice and really focusing up this season. And I think it's showing that that's paid off. He's realised that, okay, he wants to be competing against the best at EMEA regularly. And he's showing up here when it's mattered most. And you've got to consider what's on stake this season. This has been one of the most intense seasons of TFT competitive. There's been so much on the line. And being able to catapult your game forward when we have the most stacked Golden Spatula we've seen in terms of absolute depth of field is super impressive.
Not the best spot for Vomandeth, only sitting on 5 copies of most of his carries, just the Alistar 3 for now. And I mean, still sitting at 50 gold, still has a lot of econ to work with, can slow roll this stage 5. From most games that we've seen Vomandeth play Gorilla, it has been from a very dominant stage 2 and 3. Going into stage 4 usually with around 80 HP and having hit most of his 3 stars on tempo.
Well, I mean, we're seeing exactly on the other side why that isn't the case. Clickhonen running the same units and slowing down this ability to get online quickly. Because certainly, Vomandeth has taken, just the power from the Augments instead of anything, just let him hit his board quicker. And that's what's keeping a cap on his effectiveness in the game.
2 combat augments coming through as well, and getting that red buff from the first one. We talked about it earlier. In the late game, especially if you get a brand online, you have potentially 3 full item carries to itemize. So getting the 2 combat augments, getting that extra item, could just provide him that little bit extra power. And you don't necessarily need the resources when you're going for this 1 cost reroll. You don't need as much gold. So realizing the combat is going to make the difference.
Kubikson, 8 win streak, 3rd pick. Gets Azeri with a sword. I don't blame him for the thumbs up. I mean, that is just too free for the Polish players. Cyber implants as well.
Hey, we were talking about this. The Cypher just not been part of this one for a while. I'm really curious to see what Tamina can do for us. Again, he's one of the lowest points players on with Peppo Glad. 46, lower than anybody else in the lobby. They need a miracle to pull this one off. Keeping on the side though, it's amazing how far he's taken this board.
And that's an Urgot, which is one of the infinite scaling 5 costs. It's the premier backline 5 cost. And a player that did not necessarily need that level 7 handout on that full win streak, incredibly rich, has been gifted one of the best early hits possible here. And Panda, this is going to set him up for such a strong position. He's playing his own game now.
It absolutely is, and just risky moves into, you mentioned it, it's strong when you have a 5 win streak, but a 9 win streak, that's the whole other level. He's gonna have so much gold to work with as well.
Yeah, that's craziness. Yeah, Kubikson really ripping up the table. So let's check back in on some of the things which we were worrying about coming into this lobby. Of course, the double 61, the big player of, a clump of players in this lobby who needs the big win coming out of this one. Hasn't managed to make a massive impact as yet, but at least has kept his HP up, quietly working his way, building up the small Exotech board for just that little bit of extra comfort moving forwards.
I'm really worried about this lobby. I'm starting to see a lot of players leading EXO, and we've seen what happens when there's 3 or 4 players on EXO. Some players, no matter how strong their spot is, no matter how strong their augments are, just will not hit that Zeri 2, maybe even all game long, and just their entire game plan will crumble off of that. So it's going to be a really interesting 4-1 round to see what our players hit on their first initial roll down and how stable they'll be coming to stage 4.
And it's surprising how well the average has been, considering we've seen pretty frequently. I know when I was popping the stats in, you do see the 6, 7, 8 3-way EXO fairly regularly, but then so often is it in those top 2 places as well. A player in this lobby though that we do have to keep an eye on pretty much straight away, Tamino, 19 HP, did have that 5 Cypher off the Z in the stage 3 carousel, but is in a position now where you're already looking like you cannot afford to lose another round.
Oh,
must be safe for reroll.
Yeah, I would say this is the composition that was defined by not needing the Mana Zane. Now we've got the Mana Zane in here for LeBlanc. We admittedly don't have a lot of LeBlancs, but
he's thinking. Work? You could see he's divided. He doesn't know if he should play for Amp or he should play for Cypher reroll. He's not rolling it on 7, which indicates that I think he's going 8, and he's gonna roll for Amp. Mana Zane, of course, insane on Annie. Also good on LeBlanc, so the options are there, and the IA and red buff can go on both. The Draven or the Stamira. We'll see what he commits to.
Yeah, you could see on the camera there that
he's rolling.
Slightly unconvinced, but has made his mind up, is doing this roll down, realizing how powerful this LeBlanc can be now that this Mana Zane has dropped. But the unfortunate spot, as we said, not many copies already, and so he's going to have to really manage to pick up quite a lot here.
Yeah, pressure is on, of course. Spoken to Tamino before, this is his 2nd regionals ever, but it is his 2nd in a row. Yeah. So he manages to hit a decent amount of the stuff he was looking for. He released this all to get online right now. At least we've got the 2nd item, the LeBlanc, to probably a little bit more out of that Mana Zane.
Is it going to be enough? I mean, he's just still so far away from a lot of his key upgrades. He doesn't have that much gold to work with. He's down all of his patience to virtue rolls, which, I mean, we've seen players like Salvi in the past where they have, I don't know, 20 rolls coming into 4-1. I believe some of the rolls were used already from Tamino to find Cypher in the first place in stage 3, and that's why we saw just a lot less rolls now.
Yeah, and coming into does find the Z2, but only the TGs on top of it, so it is reliant on a little bit of luck for these next couple of rounds. If the ZTGs are good enough and you're able to blow up the back line, it might just give him enough time to get to that LeBlanc 3, potentially that Galio 3, but as you said, a little far away right now, so it's just hoping that he's able to just survive it. The next couple of rounds are going to be also important.
Yeah, having the prismatic coming at this point is not ideal, particularly for some of our players who find everything they're looking for. We do know that we've got binary airdrop coming in for Voman Death, with the Exotech emblem coming in for Kabixen as well. These boards just got a whole lot more scary, and Tamino may be out of time.
Let's check out Gobo's board after this with forward thinking. Must have been a huge roll down, level 9, 0 work with. And this is what we have arrived at. Bulky buddies as well. Hopefully he will not make the same mistake last time Moon made. He will position accordingly despite the difficulty of this roll down in this setup.
Yeah, there is a lot to do in these turns for a lot of these players, and we've seen sometimes the ordering's wrong or you don't quite get exactly what you need online. Gobo here is taking a pretty big loss and is completely out of gold, so hasn't quite hit exactly what he was looking for.
And after that round, actually, Tamino did win his round, which kept the Cypher alive. Picked on the Woodland Charm to be able to bring out another 2-star Z to his board. With Gobo and Kakornan both losing the previous round, it's starting to look a little bit more optimistic for Tamino.
I mean, his only upgrade on this board is a Cockball with no items. Which is, I mean, okay, there's a Viego now with no items, but 1 star across the entirety of this board is not what we want to see. I think Gobo, he's probably out. There's no real saving this spot with 0 gold at this point in time.
Yeah, I think you could tell it's a bit of a reluctant make on that Viego as well. It's so expensive, and it's really low priority in terms of the 5+ you are looking for, but has to hit that. But checking here on Kakornan, who is on that Jinx and Rengar reroll line, which is something we haven't really seen at all this patch in particular. And a player I maybe did cast Cursed at the beginning of the game.
Well, I'm going to take away the blame from you, Barry, because let's be honest. If Klikornin, instead of at 63 points, was at 48 points, would he be playing Jinx Rengar reroll? Press X to doubt.
I'm gonna go with
point.
yeah, probably not. But now is the time to give it a test and see if you can quite eke it out. Maybe he's seen what Volt has been up to, playing kind of whatever he wants, and he thinks, well, maybe I'll just experiment and try out some of these niche lines for myself.
I mean,
We can see what happened, right? With his item combination counterfeit, where he had the Sterak's and the QSS, probably wanted to play for Graves with prep, and then just didn't find Graves early enough. Had to pump levels, couldn't play for Goldenox, and instead said, hey, you know what? I'll try and test this out instead.
I mean, that's absolutely. I mean, this is the chance afforded to Klikornin. He's the only player in the lobby who's not on around 50 points. For everybody else, from Experian down to Tamino, from 51 points down to 46, every single place that matters. As we now have 2 3-star Gallios, Tamino is dancing on the edge of the blade. 1 life left in the tank, but he's so close to hitting Draven 3 as well. Dreaming of the TF boards, he's got to stay alive for just a little bit more.
It was a massive hit on that Galio. Having that Woodland Charm, he was making a copy of Zed. This is so much more frontline and so much more power, and comes up against Klikornin, who we were just talking about, hasn't hit either of his reroll units yet. So Tamino needed a matchup that he could give himself another win in. Klikornin now down to 1 life as well. Does he have time to find this Draven 3? That's what he's desperately looking for.
What happened to Tamino's shops? 3 LeBlancs with Patience of Virtue. A little bit sus, no? His artifact carrier is just nowhere close to reaching her maximum spike, and obviously the cap so much lower on this comp. Does have a Zeri, little Rat Tactics, gonna have a chance to slot in the Senna, and now has another chance to hit one of his opponent's carries by just dropping on the Zephyr at the very last moment.
Yeah, and I did have a few more copies of LeBlanc when we checked in earlier, so I believe that round loss at 4-3 basically just went, okay, I've got to sell off here and potentially find this Draven. Does now pick it up, and is it just in time counterfeit?
Oh, it better be. Just double checking my notes again to see if Klikornin has even taken not a bot 4 in this entire event so far. So my eyes are definitely glued to the left-hand side of the screen to see if this Rengar Jinx board can come through. As was pointed out earlier on, the Jinx will scale up through the round, but she needs to cast to do so. It's going to be pretty tight. I think Klikornin's top 4 record is coming to an abrupt end. That is quite a way to do it.
And let's just say Klikornin Chemtech overdrived his way just straight off the cliff with this comp, because that was not the line. If at the very least he hits the 3-star Rengar and Jinx, we can start to more accurately assess his game plan and the strength of the comp, but didn't hit anything. He's leaning into obviously prepping these units. They're going to be the main carries, so it was not going to work out regardless.
Yeah, and with that Chemtech as well, on the Street Demon, it made it a little bit awkward. He was very limited in where he could position, and on a composition that is quite reliant on making sure you can get access into the backline with that Rengar. Ultimately, though, didn't hit either of the 3 stars, and it's not going to be able to keep up at this point in the game, if that's the case.
Well, we did see a little glimpse of Gobuso there, building up his own power, starting to get a lot of his legendaries online. Already has the Garen, already has the Viego at 2-star. I believe the managing to get a lot more than that being put together. So we'll keep an eye on him. He's, of course, the one with a giant bank balance that he's spent to bring his board online. Experian, though, we're checking with him. The 6 Vanguard board, just bringing as much power as possible. We've got the Flicker Blade in there as well. This is the step better than your regular Vanguard board.
And speaking on his opponents, the player he's facing in this fight, Vomendeth, he's making it happen again on his comfort comp. He knows all the ins and outs of this gorilla comp. He identifies, hey, I need a lot of items on all of these. He picks up Binary Airdrop, Piercing Lotus. He's sitting at 55 HP still, and we're in stage 5.
Yeah, the binary perfect addition right at the end there just lets you have so many of these units activated, and triple combat, essentially, getting extra items coming through, having that Piercing Lotus, really does need it to bridge the gap to some of these compositions as well. Tamino just clinging to life, as is Kabixon, who was our other big potential player early on, had that massive win streak and so much gold to work with, has ended up on this Exotech line, but doesn't even have the Sejuani 2, which, considering how much gold he had to work with, isn't ideal.
That's got to be pretty damn disappointing. I mean, the backline is still looking very, very good, but we'll have to see how well the frontline holds up against the mirror image of the board that has more of what he would like to see. I think the last bit of shielding from Light Shield Crest might be enough to shift it, but no, Kibi takes the loss. We'll have to get very, very close to being eliminated to keep our eye on the right-hand side. I think still not any more eliminations. We've got 4 players of our remaining 7 very close.
Well, Gobo's made it work. He found the Garen 2, he found the Kabuko 2, he found the Urgot 2 as well, and the Viego now is fully itemized. He did just take a loss. Not sure entirely against who, but it's a dire position now. The one silver lining is Gobo has been qualified to tech round for a while now. Doesn't really need to push for the day 3 just for that, so a lot less pressure on his shoulders.
Has managed to survive, losing out to Tamino. It's the confirmation there coming through, but we surprised he even made it to this point. It looked pretty suspect when he had basically no upgrades after doing that big roll down. Has managed to survive just a few more rounds and now has these infinitely scaling legendary units online, and we just see the power of that board when you do hit those big upgrades.
Oh, Kubi's out as well. We are starting to see our players getting threshed through here. And remember, these are players on very close points to each other. So that's going to be a huge advantage for our remaining players just to try and creep their way forward. The final 8 is waiting, not at the end of this game, but at the end of the next.
Tragic round for the Polish TFT scene. Both Pepoglad and Klubikson eliminated, and this means that both players will no longer be able to make the day 3 cuts. Klubikson sitting at 49 points, and Pepoglad sitting at also 49, I believe. So I think it's pretty much, impossible. There's no way the cut's 57. So tragic for these 2 players, especially for Klubikson, who was in the race via qualifier points to find a spot for tack run. I think this maybe makes it very difficult.
We'll have to wait to find out the final ones, but Barry, look at what we've got here. We've got so many players again, still very close to getting knocked down. Do you think Gobus has done enough with his big pile of cash?
Yeah, we have our 2 big POVs here, the players that have got these absolutely crazy boards. They have just recently fought against each other, so should be safe from elimination against one another. And we do see just these are the 2 people that if you're in the rest of the lobby, you do not want to be coming up against, because they're absolutely terrifying what they've managed to put together. And Gobo in particular, considering the spot he was in when he missed on that initial roll down, really sitting comfortable now. And same, just barely though in that particular fight. Tamino on the other side, able to pick up the round win as well.
Really important fights coming up here.
Well, even from the last round, Double taking the loss off the previous one, we have to remember that's one of our threads running through this Double's golden road. He needs the first places to come through, and losing that last round is a pretty scary place for him to be.
No, he needed the first places earlier in the day, and he has managed to put himself right in the mix again. So he is at the point where a top 4 or a 3rd place would give himself a real fighting chance. He's done the hard work, so even if he goes out in 5th here, he's still going to have that chance in that last game.
Just would not want to have to depend on getting a first, obviously, in the game 6. So hopefully a top 4 here for Double. Really smart use of Titanic Hydra with Chemtech Overdrive. You get a lot of extra HP, so just extra damage, basically. Again, we talked about it. Loot subscription. You have to be able to adapt to what you're being given in terms of artifacts, in terms of your comp. And this is, I mean, Double's the master of this, right? It's his strongest skill set is being able to be so creative and flexible when it comes to playing TFT.
Just hold my breath to see if we've got any more eliminations, but I think, yes, we have. Just the one. Tamino is out in 5th place. Our top 4 is here, and Vomadev is standing out ahead of the crowd. More HP than all 3 remaining opposing players.
And
yeah, the one player with a few
Tamino-
lives to work with. But Tamino dropping down there, that was one of our players that had an incredibly capped board. So for the likes of Double, a job done in this particular lobby. Getting into that top 4 is a really, really good position to be in. If he can just squeeze out a few more points, that would be his aim. But as has been the case so many times before, we have a full French top 4 contingent.
Oh no, I thought you were going to mention it. I was going to keep quiet this time, but it is what it is. Talking about Tamino though, great run, great interview in this day too. I think a great set for him overall, but this 5th place puts him now at 50 points coming into the last game. So also, if not impossible, very, very hard for him to make the day 3 cut, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm thinking about 53 is where you're going to approximately be. Ideally to, well, not ideally, but to be in with a decent shot of making it into the final day. But let's see how Vomandeth goes once more on the left-hand side. Experian versus Gobo. You can see the Viegos stacked up on the back line. There's no better way than to flash your cash than to say, I could be looking at a 3-star legendary right now. But it looks like he doesn't actually even need it. Rips through the board.
The Zeri? Oh, the Zeri dodges the brand cast and wins the fight for double at the very end. He stays alive.
And the double miracle run continues here. Gobo did his hard job when he took out Tamino. That was the player that he was potentially worried about causing an upset. And as you said now, Peter, is in a position where he's digging for an absolute luxury at this point in the game.
Oh boy. Well, I mean, let's talk a little bit about Gobo as he comes to what could well be a streak through. Magic made him a regional champion. As you said, David, he's certainly a player who's been looking to try and build up his brand more and more. This is certainly a game to make that attention grab.
How did we go from 0 gold, no upgrade on his board in stage 4 to now potentially winning the game with... God, that's just the Gobo special. Maybe the French special. Who knows at this point in time. We'll see if he can win this fight as well. Vomandeth has a big cushion to work with. Should be a guaranteed top 2 just from matchmaking alone with 42 HP. And props to Vomandeth. If you want to play Gorilla, if you want to know the tech for this comp, just VOD review Vomandeth because he's played it so many times across the last 2 tournaments and he's had so much success with it as well.
Double does pick up the round win there, but as you said, with Vomandeth having that extra HP, you'd assume Double is on a timer here of just when he'll come up against this Gobo board. Double just wandering over to the Viegos there and just having a look and thinking...
Counting them on the screen.
Gobo's downgrading his board, I think, to try and look for it. I think he sees there's no defense. I believe he was selling off some units there, knowing he's on his last life and maybe not strong enough.
Oh. We'll see how Double fares against Vomandeth. As you guys said, Double 61 has made it to this point, or at least giving him a reasonable chance of making it to the top 8 after the disaster of a day 1. But we'll see if one more point could easily swing the matchup one way or the other as the front line starts to collapse into pieces. We're left with Renekton as a last one standing, and Double 61 gonna have to make do with a couple less points than he might have had otherwise as Vomandeth's revenge comes a-calling.
Double with a great 3rd place there, considering where he was at. As you mentioned earlier in the day, Panda, 25 points after 7 games. Most players are, okay, it wasn't like tournament, but Double really has put together a great run here. 3rd place is pretty much as high as you could have hoped for in this particular lobby, with Vomandeth's HP lead, Gobo having just this absolutely crazy board. But now we're just dreaming if he did find it. But I think sold off a copy, didn't actually, so... The dream is dead, unfortunately.
Probably had a board upgrade that he wanted to go for and just be a little bit more realistic. A top 2 lock-in though for Gobo, very, very good results with one game left. We talked about him being maybe out of it, considering I thought he was going to go 8th, but found a way to upgrade his entire board and just take over with the highest cap comp in the game right now. Forgot Flex.
Yeah, I mean, for Vomandeth on the other side of this equation, this is his Vomandeth's regional debut up against the Magic and Mayhem regional champion in the final round of the game. At least we would assume, as it comes calling in a huge height of pain, and Vomandeth goes down to 1 life as well.
A closer fight than I anticipated from Vomandeth's board. We saw the Zyra there with a few units off alive on the side of Gobo, but very little HP for all of them. Only one more cast could clean up. I'm curious to see if there's any positioning tech with Seraphine especially that can maybe change the outcome of this fight. It seems like, I mean, there should be no way Woman Death wins this, but with Binary, maybe it's enough.
Yeah, I did pick up the copy of Viego now, which only the Viego 1 after Gobo did sell them off. If Gobo wasn't holding them all and he had the Viego 2, maybe that could have been the difference for that techie board.
All right, one more time into the breach. Gobister has shown us the power of applied money. He's just printing it again and again and again. Wilmerdeth will have to settle for second as Gobo defies expectations, casts the curses, and boards that he would not have preferred to be seeing earlier in the game to end out this one in triumph.
This is why Gobo is considered one of the rising stars of the French TFT scene alongside Jedusor. They're that new wave that came after the doubles, after the Voltas, after the Cocos, and just took over when it comes to our region. Jedusor more so internationally, especially with the Macau Open finish, with attack round finishes. But I mean, Gobo, EMEA champion already, had one of the most consistent sets of all time in this set. 2 runner-up positions in the first and second cups, and is now taking over in this final stretch of the tournament as well.
All right, gentle friends, we have one more game left in day 2, and then we'll be cutting to our final 8 who will compete for the title of regional champion here in EMEA. We've got Oli moments away from that game starting, so we're going to go to a break as soon as we can here from our analyst desk, and we'll be back here in moments for that 6th and final game.
I feel good.
And the 11th game done. We have just one more to go to determine our final top cut finalists for tomorrow, Kenobi. And the Go-Buster being the... I just got used to the...
You got too used to it, yeah. You got too used to it, man. It's just... No, you have to change the name this time. Click on and not getting the win.
Not this time, just going the reverse standing. However, Gobo, being able to pick it up, reach that critical mass that we talked about the last breakdown with the Urgot, just cashing out enough juice from the similar spot as Elia played the last game from thinking, but got just strong enough to being able to outcap the rest of the boards. We see that Urgot without 6 Boombot still pretty good to cap out, even with the just prismatic combat argument.
Yeah, and I think something I want to point out that the players have adapted very well to is the use of the blue buff on Urgot. We're seeing it more and more, and they value it for a couple of reasons. But mostly it makes the fight so much more explosive because he starts off the first 5 seconds of the fight in his buffed off state. And that means so many rockets are just being sent flying, instantly killing the weaker units and not giving them any time to do anything. So that's the real thing that's very impressive and really very interesting to notice.
Yeah, on the other note, we have the Vomendev, who once again showcases the masterclass of playing Gorilla, that Techies Bruiser line, just showing that you need a good hand of the items, and what's better than just having 5 extra completed items from the arguments on top of the combat, hitting all the 3 stars he wants, upgrading to the brand, getting the artifacts from the loot sub, just overall a masterclass of the comp, and that's exactly how you should play it.
Yeah, and finding in the support item the virtue of the martyr to heal up the bruisers is so crucial. And speaking of the artifacts, double 61 not finding the flicker blade that he would have obviously wanted for that Zeri, but finding the Titanic Hydra and combining it with the Chemtech Overdrive, because if you don't remember, the Titanic Hydra does damage based off % max health, and this Zeri with 7 Exotech has a lot, and with another 350 from the augment was doing incredible amounts of damage.
Yeah, that was a more potent Zeri than I think I've seen throughout the day. I don't know if it wasn't just stronger even than the Quick Blade itself. We've seen pretty much Exotech being in contention throughout the lobby for like 3 players. Kubikson obviously taking an L from as one of them, and Double Bull being just able to slightly outcap. But then let's cover a bit the bottom of the standings, because we've seen Klikornen opting to more unorthodox line, which was reroll Jinx Rengar. I mean, if there was stuff on my bingo, it definitely wasn't one of them.
Well, on my own bingo, a G5 player playing Jinx Rengar was definitely there, because I had been told, I believe it was Ilya that told me, I was lurking on his stream during the screaming that led up to the tournament, and he said that the G5 players love playing that, and well, personally he thought it was trash, and certainly did not change his mind when you see this game's result. Did not manage to connect to any of his 3 stars, definitely lacking in economy there, being bulldozed away by the rest of the lobby and dying super early. Pretty disappointing. But something else that's disappointing is Tomino showing off that the Cypher can get outcapped if you don't manage to hit everything, and especially not without the LeBlanc tree to be able to snipe off the targets one by one at the end of.
I mean, yeah, that's something you really need when Tominov seen that mana Zane of the cash out. He was conflicted if he wants to go for the amp perhaps or stay LeBlanc. He waited one more round to see the shop. He had patience is virtue, so he just maximized the value out of the argument, and when he decided to end up hitting everything but LeBlanc, just the most important unit, I would say, alongside the Zed, Draven being like third carry in terms of like strength, and especially with the artifacts such as Mana Zane, not hitting her upgrade was crucial for the Tomino not being able to score a top 4.
Yeah, and opting to reforge the Mana Zane when it could have been used on the Draven 3 to make him super explosive is also an interesting choice. He went with a higher risk play, end up not paying off, gets killed off by Goboster, which is a story that we've seen when somebody has the opportunity to reach that Urgot board. No matter what you are, no matter who you are, if you do not have a crazy win condition, you're going to get absolutely rolled over by the crab and his little crab army, just walking over you with these rockets. And so what else have we not talked about this game?
I mean, Xperion also took a pretty much standard line with the marksman, was uncontested, picked a handful of the items, but at the end struggled to distribute them. He had so many DPS items that he ended up itemizing Jarvan, the items such as a Dev Blade, because again he was playing only 2 marksmen. He didn't have Urgot, he didn't have enough board space to itemize any other carries. But he took the humble fourth, and he kept about it.
Yeah, humble fourth, and as you can see in the standing, humble fourth is enough to keep him in 6th position right there with 56 points. However, it does not make him any safer at all. Meanwhile, the top 3 already locked in. We will be seeing them tomorrow. The other players need to be fighting hard, and even like somebody like Goboster is not safe at all right now. So they need to be on their best behavior and get that top 4 to maintain their position should be enough. Double 61 knocking on the door of this top 8 still after this. I know we keep mentioning it, but it's because it's even more impressive that he's been able to do all that. And fun fact, you can see. Wait, sorry, Lekoko was talking just a bit ago, and that's because the players from the study group they debrief their game in the middle of the tournament together, or they just vent to each other in order to be able to keep going.
Yeah, that's a way to go, honestly. And from the impressive standpoints, looking at the solo and Volta just showcasing pretty much the domination over the other players, having such an edge on the points, making it maybe historically low on the break point to the top 8. We see that some of the players that are at 49, 48 are most likely like 99% out of the contention. However, we have like still players like Yellow Tomato, Enzo, and Lyres in the middle of the pack, fighting for the top 8 spot.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that out of the 16 players, 15 of them can, well, 3 of them have already made it, but out of all the remaining ones, only a single player is mathematically out. And so the stakes are at their highest for this final game. And so we will be keeping an eye out, especially closely on the rest, Yellow Tomato and Enzo, because they're the ones that are closest to the cutoff and need to secure a top 4 or better to be able to have a shot at making it for tomorrow. If they do any worse than that, then their chances are diminishing greatly.
So from the Volta and Solo point, we know they're gonna be going for the maximum. Oh, never mind. We have the game loading up, and Casters, take it away.
All right, thank you very much, guys. Let's settle ourselves in. The last game of day 2 is here. The last pieces to be put into place and a top 8 to be determined. The qualifier point spot still potentially open, Barry, after we've seen that Salvi has dropped down a little bit, so there's a lot to determine by the end of this game.
Yeah, qualifier points absolutely still on the line. Salvi dropping out at the, after those 4-game cut really did open it up for the rest of the field. In terms of players in this particular lobby we want to keep an eye on that are playing for that spot in the top 8 for tomorrow, Lares, Yellow Tomato and Enzo are the key people to watch, Panda.
Someone hold me, please. I can't do this all over again. Enzo and Double 61 have lost on tiebreakers going into day 3 and losing their chance to play in TAC Crown like 2 or 3 times in the last 6 sets. I cannot, like one of their sad tweets another time in this day 2. Let's hope they can clutch up. Speaking in kind of realistic terms, 10 players, 8 spots really is the narrative here. 15 players can make it, but the gap between 10th and 11th in the standings is 4 points. So, I mean, very unlikely.
We will be updating you guys as more information comes in. Of course, we won't have the complete picture until both games are done and everything and the tiebreakers are laid out for us. So, of course, we'll give you the final resolution once this game is done and going to that final analyst desk of the day. But for now, as you said, Lyris, Enzo, Yellow Tomato, all eyes on them and their performances. And Lyris, well, this is a hell of a start for him.
Yeah, just focusing in on this game we've got here, we do have Scuttle Puddle, so extra resources does unlock some of these compositions.
It's time.
Playing around these fast 9 lines, popping that artifact here. You can tell he's not overly convinced. There's no instant pickup here. Some that do unlock really good lines. If he had maybe 2 copies of Morgana, he'd be like, yes, this is great, but nothing that...
He has a really good line. He has 2 graves, but unfortunately, a lot of good hits, not quite the ones that he was offered.
No, a little short of the next patch where that particular interaction is fixed. But fortunately for the rest of Laurie, Lyris will have to settle down. Wait a second, what's going on here? Did someone order some extra graves for today?
The shop glitch as well, so a player that's absolutely in a position to hit this pretty easily already has that 2 copies, already making 20 as well off the back of the Scuttle Puddle. Enzo, one of our key players to watch here, has his line already locked in.
Can we talk about the fact that the low roll on the Artifact Anvil from Lides is potentially going to help us avoid the most tragic French Civil War of all time between Lides and Enzo? 1 point separating them. Maybe, I know Enzo for sure is not going to move off of this Graves with Shop Glitch. He is fully committed. Had Lides hits one of the top... never mind. He's moving into Cypher.
I mean, to be fair, what we've established from Kenobi is they wouldn't hesitate at all to tear chunks out of each other on the way there. But as we take a look on the right-hand side, we notice Yellow Tomato and Coco, with, of course, Yellow Tomato being one of our focus players, both of them are taking calculated loss. So we know that only one of them is going to be able to maximize that, and I think it's going to be Coco who's completely opened his board, and Yellow Tomato has as well.
Instantly tagging Enzo here as well. So... instant gratification and reward there. Can start to pick up some units again. So maybe he just had the foresight there of the matchup that was just about to load in.
I think I've never seen less. We have a stats feed from production that allows us to see everyone's board. I've never seen less units total in this point of stage 2 across all the boards.
You can't make a mistake if you don't play any units. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. I don't want to point out here though, one of the players would be interested to see how he does, lower points in, has committed in to Slayers with the lethal rerouting, not something we see much at all. We may be seeing a Shaco lurking around the place, disrupting some of our other players, looking for that big finish.
Okay, we're buying some units. We're seeing some units be put on the boards here at least. And the one thing that is worth noting with basically 4 players, or at least 3 leaning completely open fort, anybody that's just got any kinds of upgrades that is looking to tempo is going to have a pretty free hit at putting together a streak here.
Talking about upgrades, talking about tempo, is that Volterix re-rolling an AP line again?
I can't remember a time when he's done that one before. But okay, so we've got the double shot glitch in the lobby. We've also got Coinade going for the 1 cost as well. So maybe we'll be seeing a little bit of a contest in the Mundo, but otherwise, a lot of our players pick up a lot of early units. We've got, as you say, Barry, a real split between our players who are open forting and hoping to have that crazy late game with a calculated loss, and those looking for power straight away.
Now, Coinade is on this early Shaco 2-star, but the problem is there's not many units in the lobby, and Shaco needs to kill someone. So, as nice as it is to be able to pick up these round wins, if you're getting no kills at all and you're just running over a completely empty board, then you're not really getting the advantages that Shaco needs.
It's really fun to see the commitments here from most of the players. Elia famously won the very last Game 7 of Cup number 3, despite falling to Raiko in the overall standings, off of Morgana reroll. So he is back into his comfort spot. Double Bramble already on this Poppy. Coined also with a Shaco reroll. Start of the sets, Shaco on PB was very, very strong. Annoyingly so for most of our casual player base. He was then gutted. His AD was nerfed. He was not a very strong carry. But one top challenger player on EU West believed in Shaco all throughout this set, and that was Coined. He was playing Shaco every single patch and finding success at 1.5 KLP, and he's back on one of his favorite comps yet again.
If this is to be your last dance in the set, what a way to send it off. And he needs a big result here, and maybe he's Shaco loaded in and he thought, old friend, we've got one more in us. And he's opted to, as that is the route to guide him home.
That's true. That's what we haven't even sort of talked about yet, of course. For all the players who don't make it through to day 3, this will be likely their last competitive game of this set. So if there's anything which they want to hold on to and really, treasure coming out of this one, it's going to be here and now. Koyed, we do see we've got some Shacos. Again, the lethal rerouting means that we've got a little bit more reliability in this board, but we'll have to keep track of how many stacks he's getting, because I think Barry said it extremely well. There's just no units to be found. Coco's Disco is in full effect.
Oh, what are we supposed to break down on these boards? There's 0 commitment from Tomato and Coco. It's tough for someone like Tomato, because Tomato, he is on a fairly good amount of points right now, right? 55, currently 8th place in the standings. He wants to play this high-risk game plan, it seems like. And there's going to be obviously a player like Coco who has nothing to lose. He is 1 foot out the door, 49 points. He knows that he has to gamble for it has to be a first place, and somehow have it be where all the different other players end up with the right amount of points for him to qualify. It's super unlikely, but still somewhat possible.
Yeah, he falls into our Hail Mary categories, where we've got across the 2 lobbies, Lakoko, People Glad, Kabixen, Coined, and Tamino, that it's possible, but the stars have to align. So those are the players that are basically thinking, okay, I'll do everything I can to get a first, and then see what happens. And that is absolutely the way they should approach this game. Basically just do everything you can and just hope that results elsewhere mean it would be enough.
I mean, I suppose it's one of the things about playing in a tournament like this, with the 12 games across the 2 days, even before we get into the 3rd day of play as well, is that I think this situation just makes it apparent how much of the tournament situation is out of your control ultimately. As you see Aaliyah starting things off with a strong early board. It's worth noting coming into the next stage, you've got two win streakers up at the top, Sang and Aaliyah, and at the bottom, Coco and Yellow Tomato, the two calculated loss players. They have both avoided each other as well.
Very smart from Volta. We saw he delayed his roll down by roughly 10 seconds because he knows there's other one-cost rerollers rolling first and taking one cost out of the pool. I'm surprised more players don't do this on 3-1. I think it's just a really nice little min-max hack to go for.
Well, someone has to go first, though. So if Aaliyah had the same idea, we could have had an awkward round of them stood on each other's boards going, no, go, please go ahead.
I would pretend I'm playing one-cost reroll and not start rolling down, and then not play one-cost reroll.
I like it. Well, what we haven't necessarily mentioned a whole lot as of yet is that we've got the Cypher in play for Enzo with the shop glitch as well. Already has the 2-star Galio, and he is one of our focus players on 54 points coming in. So given that he's the only Cypher player, but he's definitely not our only loss streaky player, of course.
No, certainly not. But the Cypher upside is so high, and even though he is a player to keep an eye on, he's only 1 point behind that cutoff. So it's not like he needs this massive performance. However, he knows that if he can get a Cypher cash out and secure himself at least a top 3, that would likely be enough. So he absolutely has the right direction here and knows exactly what he needs. The early copy of Galio, already having the Bramble components as well, which is the core item of the patch, quite frankly, does give him the setup for a really nice late game.
Yellow Tomato, Portable Forge. We have to check out if he's popping his Artifact Anvil now. Considering he's not playing any units on his board, probably not. And we'll probably just wait to pop it on stage 4. We talked about it. Removes the chance for getting any gold generating artifacts, so you have a higher chance to hit the ideal artifact for whatever your carry is. And we actually saw this exact tech come in earlier today, where because you delayed your pick with the artifact, it was Benzak, I believe, was able to play into finding a Garen 2 and just smurfing with Silvermere Dawn.
Yeah, it's fascinating to see what the one ends up being a rule. Do you want to take a second as we check in with Yellow Tomato? Carefully dancing through the no units part of things as both of our calculated loss players face each other, which will break both of their streaks and not activate either of their calculated losses, is we have got Trait Tracker active in this lobby as well. Sang sneaking that one in from second place.
We know that Trait Tracker, even if you have a pretty bad cash out, it's still amazing. It just opens up this Exotech line. As long as you can get a Reforger off and at least find a couple that are usable. We've seen it time and time again. It's so reliable that even on the misses, you can still materialize it into a really strong game.
The rare 0-0 win streak from the bottom 2 players. We have some confirmation. Some tech. Calc loss does proc off of these tie rounds, so still getting the value.
Oh, it does
from the augment. Yep.
Oh, well, my apologies then. I guess that makes it a little bit more understandable why both of our players wanted to open fort forever. But we are at the point now where Coco's starting to build up a serious amount of boards, so that's a ton of money for both of them, a ton of rerolls. They are going to surge up from the bottom of the table.
There's a Z on the carousel there. There is our Cypher player in the lobby, of course. And I suppose with there being 2 people that have been selling off their board frequently, if you are playing Cypher, you know, maybe, if anything, it removes that stress of trying to, I don't want to get too strong and accidentally win this round, especially with the Galio. You kind of just know that there's round wins that will arrive, and you don't need to pay too much attention to that.
Enzo is actually, no, Enzo already has a Z, so he actually is not tilted at all from Yellow Tomato deciding to go for the Z in the end. His mental is pristine. He is living in a wonderful wonderland where he has Cypher and no one else does.
Well, I do want to take a second as we have a tiny pause there just to recognize Enzo's contributions to the EMEA scene. There was a time in history where EMEA didn't even get a single player into the top 8 at the championship or crown level. You know, for 2 sets running, Enzo was a player who brought EMEA back to that top 8, and that will always be something to his credit.
And if anybody remembers his little neon sign that he had behind him during that run, he really was the guy that let his personality shine, shall we say, when he first broke through.
I'll go as far as saying I think Enzo set 8 Monsters Attack reached one of the highest peaks we've ever seen from an EMEA player in TFT history.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's certainly one of my favorite memories as well, certainly seeing our players coming together and supporting each other. I think that's been something that's been happening over the course of this tournament as well. Sonic Sam, of course, talking to us about how he had started to make the more connections in the German community as well and pick up so much more from engaging with everybody else. But we are, again, starting to move things into the latter part of this final game 12, the first part of the tournament. The cut to top 8 remains. Quick reminder from our admins as to kind of what our focus players need. So from Yellow Tomato and Lyris, they need around a 4th place each. For Enzo, ideally needs a 3rd. There's a little bit of wriggle room in there, but that's broadly speaking what we're going to be looking for them.
I love this play from Yellow Tomato. He, on 3-5, with Calc Loss and all the extra rolls, leveled to 8 and rolled it down. He doesn't need to go first necessarily. He just needs kind of a stable game plan. So opting to preserve HP now instead of just continuing to open for it and just spiral down the drain for the stage 4 start.
And we know how many people default to this line as well. It's so contested that when you have other people that are leaning Cypher, Calculus, we have our trait tracker, there's a lot of people that are potentially going to be joining you in this Exotech line. So going early and just being able to get a copy of Zeri, making sure you can at least get some of the board put together, makes a lot of sense to me, just going before everybody else that's contesting you.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Calculator absolutely gets you. They're faster and re-rolling faster as well. Yeah, Tomato picks up his 2nd win, so he's going to start making the rise up the table. Coco, though, will keep the losses intact. His own board not quite coming together. And of course, Enzo joining them down in the lower bounds of HP as we head into stage 4. And of course, with a Cypher for a while.
So important. Enzo got the duplicator cash out, so gonna have a much easier time hitting all of his 3 stars. And he's playing some pristine defense here as well. 2 Zeris, or just 1 Zeri, hanging out on his bench, making it a little bit harder for someone like Yellow Tomato, his direct rival in points, to hit.
Z pair as well, so if he was able to hit that 2 starts, an added bonus, because the reroll units he's looking for is almost guaranteed to find with this particular cash out. And I think the Cypher line right now just has so much backline access. If you're able to upgrade the Zed, Draven, LeBlanc, your team just, there's no side you can hide from, there's nowhere you can really be safe. As we do see, Counterfeit, this big roll down is now underway.
Yeah, we've got a Z2 in place, and again, she's pointed out before David, we've got the duplicators ready to rock. Enzo's got pretty much everything he could hope for. We're a little short on LeBlancs. We've still got the 2 lesser duplicators left in the tank. You could find just a little bit more, but for the time being, Enzo knows the time is now to start building up power. On the other side, though, Coinid, we haven't seen him for a little while, has now got the Shaco 3. Now the rest of the opposing boards have actually started playing units.
We see that Cypher roll down was really, really good. Hit pretty much everything. Added HP coming through here as well, which from the orb drop, which considering the amount of players that are basically being completely open fought, is a nice little bonus to have for those players in particular.
We also saw, fortunately for other EXO players, Enzo was bench locked and had to sell one of the Zeri copies he was holding on to. So 1 more Zeri out in the wild. Hopefully in the sights of someone like Yellow Tomato. I believe he's still on Zeri 1, so gonna be a little bit scary considering he has a portable Forge Flicker Blade on Zeri, so a lot of his comms power is on this unit, and only 1 copy of Zeri.
Yes, far from ideal. And of course, while people are fighting over Exotech and similar, Alea up at the top of the table right now, completely undefeated up there with the Bastion composition, has just got everything he could have asked for. The Ascension as well, if he can make the rounds run long. I think this is a great spot here for Alea.
And isn't it just the case when you're the one player that can't actually make it, you're playing spoiler for the rest of the lobby, and he is tearing through it. Everyone else has been toiling away at the bottom, just trying to out-open each other, but it does mean that if you were the player that committed really early to a line and was able to hit a few upgrades, you were able to just run away with things, and that's exactly what Elite has done so far.
Really smart from Elias to just see chain from replication and just say, okay, I'm gonna play. We're gonna reroll because it's just so strong on the Poppy, and we're seeing why, right? The Bramble, so much damage, so much tankiness, especially against AD columns, which are really taking over the meta right now. Despite that, it will be a loss to Lides, who has a very strong setup already with little buddies and bulky buddies. So a lot of buddies and a lot of strength.
Yeah, I mean, the buddies are working out, and I am receiving intel as well. I believe we're waiting or finding out what the if Silicon is going to be able to put that trait tracker to use in the near future, but is still holding himself up pretty high on HP. We've got the Dynamo emblem and the Boombot emblem as well. Oh no, sorry, my apologies, it has already cashed out. I didn't look all the way to the bottom right where most of the emblems were hiding themselves. So this isn't the ludicrous one we saw from before, which of course led straight to the win, but we already know how powerful this is in the Exotech shell.
Yeah, with Exotech can make use of them regardless, but as you said, definitely not the most high roll outcome. We saw the Varus there doing the classic holding the 3 emblems, and if you get another Reforger later on, maybe you can rip a few of them off. But as I said, any cash out for Trait Tracker really you can make use of on that Exotech line, or it just provides you so much power by default.
A little spicy for Coco, who is feeling a little bit of the pressure, but I think the lobby, very grateful that Coinid is nowhere near as powerful on that Shaco as he might be otherwise.
Looking at this carousel, there is a Samira. Unfortunately, no real AMP or Street Demon player to make the most use of this. Similarly so for the Annie here.
And just having a look at the gold situations coming in, Coco and Enzo are 2 players that were extremely leaning into that loss streak early on. Both still in a position where they've got that extra HP to work with now as well. They've got a lot of gold, both potentially angling towards pushing on, and we know that the Cypher cash out was pretty damn good and still having a lot of extra gold to work with.
Yeah, biding his time. Of course, Zolo, with the Trait Tracker cash out, has also got the Garen ticking through as well to help make better use of these emblems around the place. So certainly, Zolo, along with Volta, the players who really just don't need the result from this game. It looks like, along with Leah, another player who's, for this result doesn't functionally make a tournament difference for them. They're taking up a lot of oxygen in this lobby. And up against Coco in this round, Enzo player with a lot at stake.
The battle of the gentle mates. Both players need a big result. Coco more so than Enzo, who is currently sitting at 10th place in the standings. For Enzo, 1 copy off of LeBlanc, and then he can use both of these duplicators. So trying to get it without rolling potentially. He thinks he's strong enough on this current board, and it's a good test here. Coco, Cypher cash outs, Calculaws player. I think it's not gonna be quite enough. Coco is very close to being out.
That's a calculated loss.
Yeah, and Coco is actually down to 1 life there, so it might not have just updated quite yet, but we do see that is the case, that he actually is down to 1 life. And Enzo, not on that 5 loss streak anymore, is on that 5 win streak after this really good cash out, but Econ's sitting pretty good, will be making 40 and can look at pushing on and getting that TG's coming through just to enable this Z, which was a pretty early hit and needed something on top of it. Definitely nice little bonus.
It's a real pain to get rid of during the round, especially with the Hextech Gunblade giving him just a little bit more sustainability. Let's see how the rest of everyone is doing. Yellow Tomato in particular, one of our calculated loss players, of course, with the Exotech board, is building up strength. Again, his finish is hugely important to his tournament future. Up against the Vanguard Marksman board, we've got a huge amount of stacking power for that Zeri, but the front line from Lyris' side is pretty enormous.
Oh, Zeri's pumping. It's going to be enough. Jin stands alone at the end. That's not happy with this loss, and Yellow Tomato has to be very happy with the decision to roll down on 8 on 3-5, get ahead of the lobby a little bit, stabilize. With the HP orb, he's got 10 more HP to work with now and is sitting in a great position to potentially fight for 4th, a 3rd, which should be enough to get him into day 3.
Yeah, made that decision to roll down. Actually avoided Enzo as well for the entirety of stage 4, so the 2 of them, we're really happy to see that. It does mean they're both now on a streak, which the rest of the lobby absolutely won't be too pleased with. But as he said, Yellow Tomato went early on that roll down, made it work 100%, knew the line would be contested, and is reaping the rewards for that decision.
So yeah, that leaves us with Enzo and Yellow Tomato. Again, two of our focus players who are win streaking coming into stage 5. But suddenly Yellow Tomato with a little bit of the HP buffer. There is, as we see up here, not necessarily on the streak, but we can see it's got some room to grow this board's power and gets the upgraded Leona. Should be able to push quite a lot further.
Enzo as well finally hit another Blanc 3, so had been constantly digging for that, was only one off for quite a while, but able to pick that up. But Coco and Coinid now the two players that in HP have really fell behind the rest of the lobby.
Gonna check out the trade tracker board. Still an Exotech board from Solo. I thought maybe he was going to consider moving into Urgot. I think he might still be doing so, looking at his bench and how much gold he has to work with. This would be a really insane play from Solo to play Exo stage 4, start of stage 5, and when he has enough gold to do so and finds a few natural copies, pivot entirely into Urgot Flex, which would use these emblems so much better, right? You have the Boombot emblem, you have the Techies emblem.
It makes sense as well to use the Exo as that item holder, because Exo just benefits so much from it, especially in stage 4. A few people stuck between two mines, you're coming up against boards that are going to be a little bit weaker, so as soon as you've immediately cashed, regardless of whether or not that is exactly what you're leaning towards, you're going to be very strong for a few rounds. So it makes a lot of sense. But checking in here with Coinid, who was on that Shaco reroll early on in the game, unfortunately not able to really ramp up due to the lack of units that were in the lobby overall, and now on an 8-loss streak, Peter.
Yeah, it's really tragic. We do, of course, with the Cyphers active in the lobby, it's going to be hard to cap out this board. But yeah, the long distance pals falling over, trying for some last second. And of course, Shaco, not a huge fan of running into a whole bunch of Bravo vests. We do get to see a little taste of what Shaco is capable of, though, as he works his way through the back line, chewing through all of the units. Maybe Connet holds on for another round, but bear in mind, Coco is also on 2 HP. So if Connet can hold on for just a little bit longer and chew through, he's got another chance, but he goes out this round, and Coco does not.
Coinid had an almost impossible chance to make it, so I'm going to be a little bit funny here and say, is there a more Coinid moment than this fight? He plays Shaco reroll game 6. He misses the LDP and he barely loses the fight because of it. It's just the Coinid special.
He was in good spirits. You could see it. He wasn't too disheartened by it. And I think finally, at least getting to this Golden Spatula, he is very happy with something that he has missed out on so close in the past. So still an incredible set to finally get over the hill.
Oh, for sure. I mean, we've got so many players in so many different situations here. Ones who've got their own legacies to live up to, and others looking to build their legacies in this event and keep working towards something else better. See if Yellow Tomato can keep holding on here. He's on a small loss streak of his own. Zajwani is pretty well laid up there for the shot. It's right down to the tail of the round. Zeri versus Zeri, and the bullets fly. Coco is down this round.
There's an insanely important 1v1 between both of the Exotech players, both of the Calclaws players. They were open for it in the entire game, knowing that they would probably face in stage 5 with the same comp and a similar board, and it came down to the very last unit left alive for both of those players. Boom on emblem for Solo.
he's just surely no.
Doesn't want it.
Does want maybe the copy of Zac coming along with anti-heal as well. Potentially, we know how strong this Zac is for scaling. So we'll have to see exactly if he does end up regretting that decision. I suppose with the Zac as well, you are denying potentially other people in the lobby is one of the most sought after units. That might have been a factor in his decision.
All right, level 9's coming in. We're close to stage 6. With 2 eliminations so far. Remember before, we're looking for Enzo, Lyris, and Yellow Tomato. They're fishing for top 4, or in Enzo's case, a top 3 ideally, though nothing is guaranteed. That's merely a guideline for what they're looking for. Yellow Tomato doing a little bit of rearranging to come to the next round. At least we can settle back in with the lower players now having enough HP to take more than one loss.
Really unfortunate from Tomato. He pushed 9 because he knew that there was just too many Zeris out of the pool. He was waiting for the Coco to die all of this stage 5. Finally, he takes him on himself, but just still not able to find the Zeri 2, not able to find 22. It's going to be hard. He needs, I would say, at the very least, a top 4 to try and make day 3. He needs a Zeri upgrade.
Yeah, Zeri and Sejuani both not upgraded, really costing him here. And the advantage of the Exotech board is how affordable it is to at least get online. You see Jin 2 is still able to put up a lot of damage and on those 1-stars, but we're at the point at the latter stages of stage 5 that where you really need this Zeri and Sedge 2 to make the difference.
And we can see where a lot of those Zeris are hiding. So like I was saying, Sport, it looks like ultimately he didn't go for the wild swing we thought he might be going for otherwise. It's going to hold off a little bit. Maybe we'll see the Kabuko upgrade coming in, but so like I was saying, it's starting to drop off. Bear in mind again, Zolo has already secured his spot in tomorrow. He is playing now just to assert dominance.
Tomato not happy to see this matchup, not happy to see all of those Zeris. Actually, no, he hit the Zeri too. It just missing the Sejuani for now. That could be the difference maker. We'll see if the trade tracker board from Solo is going to be strong enough. A lot of extra stats on all the extra units, but the Zeri is still kicking for Yellow Tomato. Is it enough? There's 3 units left alive. It's not. Tomato should be alive still. He has one last chance to try and top 4 here.
A really close matchup that very nearly got that over the line. And Solo did end up sticking on this Exotech line. We thought potentially there was the option to go towards something like Urgot. It's so expensive to do, and especially when you've hit the Exotech board and other people in the lobby are angling towards it. Why give up that position to be in and just edging out the victory there? We see Aaliyah dropping down to 18 HP as well. Solo and Yellow Tomato. There's a scrap to get into that top 4, but Enzo, ever since getting that big cash out, has just been tearing up the lobby.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by what Enzo's bringing out here. We've been waiting for a while to see Enzo return back to that initial form that brought, at least the form that brought him to our attention. But as we can see on the right-hand side, upgrades coming across the board. Yellow Tomato, Zolo, both in a position to potentially get knocked out. Remember, the Yellow Tomato especially really needs that top 4.
Tragic for Tomato, especially considering his direct rivals, at least in this lobby, Enzo and Lides. Lides 55 points, Enzo 54. They're streaking, right? They're at the top of the lobby. They're almost from HP diff kind of locked in into top 4 already.
See how it does here.
When the 2 players you are keeping an eye on have such a strong game, and it just, especially Enzo, when you look around the lobby and see the player that you need to edge out is in such a strong position, it makes it really difficult. And then when you're not able to hit these upgrades, unfortunately that is the end of the road for Tomato there. Solo Sang also losing and dropping out, but will be taking a bigger hit than Tomato.
Oh boy. Yeah, our only Greek player. It really felt like he had such a good run there. You can just see him taking in the moment. I mean, for all of our players, just to get to this point at all, going through the cups, playing endless games on ladder, and at the end of these 2 days, the journey they've taken just to even be able to play in this game at all, and to see it come to an end for some of our players face to face is quite the thing.
And Enzo as well, knowing that Tomato's a direct rival, playing the Zeri on this Cypher board as well just makes a lot of sense. Has a Zeri 2 upgrade in the shop, but really does not need it. His main carries have been 3-star long ago, and since then he's taken over the lobby. 11 win streak, Enzo. At this point in time with this HP, I think he is almost a lock for day 3. He needed more points than everyone else at 54. So we'll see how everything tallies out after this.
Yeah, was just the 1 point behind though, so you'd assume we'll be okay. But come up against a player that we knew was okay here and just did his own thing again. Volta, not messing around with these contested lines. Just, okay, I'll reroll this. I'll play this AP line. Thank you very much. The player we already knew was locked in for tomorrow. Just continuing on that trend, finishing in that 3rd, 4th place, which we've seen him time and time again be able to do.
Yeah, it's worth noting, with Volta getting a 4th place there, alongside, like I was saying, his 9th regionals, which he's been in before. He is, Volta's ability to hit final days has been absolutely crazy. He's been in 6 of the regional final days up until this point, which I believe is the most that anybody has been in. He's heading back there again as Enzo continues to gather ahead of steam. This board is ridiculous.
And Volta isn't just heading back there, we have got the confirmation he's heading to Tactician's crowd as well. That last qualifier point spot is secured by himself, and so a player that time and time again we've seen get it over the line has managed to do it once more.
Huge congrats to him. Huge congrats to Enzo and the rest, I believe, as well. I think they're pretty much locked in if they finish first and second. They'll be tied on points if Enzo wins this lobby. And they have a very good chance of making it. I think almost guaranteed because, yeah, I think they're guaranteed final day. We just got confirmation from our admin. So big congrats to Enzo and Lides. Lides especially part of the scariest prep group in EMEA, alongside players like the Coco, Jeduzor, Opal, and a few others. And Enzo prepping more with Double. Prepping more with Cambid, with Zyko, a different group altogether despite being on M8, but still finding success with his own meta reads.
Oh, last step forward then at the end of the final day of our main section of the tournament. Enzo, threatening to return back to the form. You have to imagine that our players preparing for tomorrow will be watching back these games, doing their prep late into the night, knowing that the chance that glory awaits them.
And for Enzo, in this particular game, maybe won't be the one that he'll be VOD viewing, knowing that the uncontested Cypher line is still good. We've got that confirmation. and he's having his victory lap here. Early on in the game, we knew he had such a nice setup. There was a few rounds where he just had to make sure he hit those upgrades, but when that roll down materialised, got so strong. And for him and Lores now, making it through to that final day, incredibly well done. And it's just the victory lap round.
I talked about it before. Enzo has been in this position before. He's dealt with heartbreak before. He's finished 9th, he's finished 10th, he's finished losing to tiebreakers and not making it to day 3. And in many cases, that means not making a attack round where you have a very good chance to do so. So maybe the webcam punch was a bit too much, Enzo, but everything else before that,
he's
absolutely deserved. He's had to suffer in this position before. He's had to deal with the pressure, deal with the heartbreak. A much deserved top finish for Enzo here. A much deserved day 3 for a player who stole our hearts in set 8, but hasn't really been able to match that peak since then, I would say, from what I expect from him. Maybe this is the set where he finally really comes back to form.
And I mentioned before, he let his personality shine through when he broke onto the scene, and everyone really likes to see these players that are just unapologetically themselves. And Enzo, right at the end there, we can see how much it means to these players. They've had these goals to tick off as the weekends progress. They're thinking, okay, tier 1, that's first and foremost, okay. Now let's make it to day 2. He's made it to day 3. He's made it to the top of EMEA once more, and a player that deserves absolutely the best.
Well, that will bring our games of day 2 of EMEA's Golden Spatula for Cyber City to an end, but we still have our final pieces to put into place. We already revealed some of the bits and pieces which are going to be going forward to determining what tomorrow will look like, and also what the crown itself will look like in a couple of weeks' time. But we headed to our final break from today. When we return, we'll be hearing from our analyst desk to break down what day 3 will look like, and also hear from one of our players. So stay tuned. We'll be back momentarily to end out the day.
Final game has been done. We're gonna have leaderboard shortly, but what a game. Enzo managing to pick up the W, which he exactly needed. I don't know if that's like point-wise, but he was so happy. Like the emotions were all over the place. And how he got there, the cash out from the Cypher. Can you walk us through that?
Yeah, so he cashed out with an insane amount of duplicators and just instantly ripped it, nearly hit everything in a single round, just was missing one final LeBlanc and ripped a few duplicators early to be able to make sure that he was stable, and then he just rolled through everybody, no questions asked. And he's so happy because he's somebody who has gotten the dumb position of being ninth and losing tie breaks over and over and over again, and you could see it that he was so happy about it. A little bit over the top, but that's actually what we like.
You can't take it away from the man. When they are happy, just let the emotions through. Like, he was holding it back for a whole day. Now it was his moment. On the other side, we had Lyres with 1-star Zaya, 1-star Aphidios taking second place on the back of the Light Shield crest. This item in 6 Vanguard is beyond broken. All the shielding, providing additional durability to the unit, was just over the top. Playing the double Iona just allowed Lyres to pretty much on top of the bulky bodies and the little bodies, making it not that meaningful to miss those upgrades.
Yeah, he just, had such an incredible lead off of the Light Shield crest, and then hung back while he let the Exotech disease claim victim after victim, because it was 3-way contested, and Sejuani was actually 4-way contested because Elia got a piece of that as well for the Bastion. And the double calculated loss, both contesting each other on the Exotech, as well as Solo Gesang picking up the trade tracker, and none of them making it into top 4 because they just got crushed by the added cost of having to play this composition 3-way contested.
Yeah, and Volta once again showcasing how to play a reroll, being the winner out of the lower cost rerolls. Not to say because Enzo was the 2 free cost reroller, but in terms of 1 cost, we had the Shako reroll, we had the Tekis reroll, and the Volta just another masterclass showcases how to have a successful game of it.
Yeah, honestly, it feels like the story is so far in these first 2 days has been, if you get a good 1-cost reroll position, you should play it, because it's been top 4 or upwards, except when you fail your long distance file positioning last second. But 6th game of the day, heat, exhaustion, things like that do happen quite easily. He was trying to outposition his opponents, and with long distance spells, then means you have to be very, very quick. And if you want to catch your opponents off guard, you have to do it last second. So definitely not the only player who has fallen victim to that.
Also, fun fact, Coinit, I have about the Coinit. He was playing yesterday from the wedding. He bailed for like a couple of hours, played off the wedding internet on 300 ping sometimes, missing some units. So we got some last minute info there. So I'm sure he's still happy about his performance.
Yeah.
And even though he missed their LDP, it wouldn't, it was one placement diff. It wouldn't have changed anything. I'm sure that he's just happy that he got to the tier 1 circuit, and when we see the Enzo celebration on the screen after winning out, that aura.
Yeah, the crash out, the happiness, honestly deserved, because he's been having a little bit more, definitely not on ladder. Ladder, he's been crushing it as always, but for the rest of the competitive season, he's struggled a little bit more than both of his teammates at Gentlemate. So getting into the final day must feel like excellent vindication for him. Honestly, it's just what a day it's been, man. We're sending 6 French to the finals, so I'm super happy, and the rest of the country.
Well, you already have more info than I do. Covering quickly the rest of the players in the lobby, again, the Exotech just taking 5th, 6th, and 7th, even though one of them was calculated last, looking at the pristine icon.
2 of them were calculated.
Three Exotech players. One of them rolling even at 3-5. Hence, he didn't have much econ to finish later, try to get out of the. But that benefited him, and thankfully might have outplaced the Coco, because he went 6th. And then we have the solo of the Trade Tracker rare case, where it doesn't actually top 2, because that witness with Trade Tracker usually winning out.
Yeah, we've seen the Trade Tracker win out 1 and 2 in the previous games. This time didn't quite pan out for Solo Gesang. Thankfully for him, did not matter at all. And the great news for Solo Gesang is that with 72 points across 2 days, you have to remember that this is going to be massive. Let's take a look at the points and we'll talk about the implications.
Oh boy!
Because
Show me!
day 3 has some incredibly important implications for the players left. So as you can see, French supremacy all around. Voltarix overtakes Sologasang and Kligornen, even though both maintain a healthy lead over everyone else.
I mean, this is unfair amount of the certain nationality in the top 8, but what a performance in terms of player names. Quite outstanding. Really happy for Vomendev because on his first appearance, he made it to the not only top 8, but with the outstanding performance of top 4 while standing away from the most played comp.
Yeah, he mentioned it that the very first day he thought Exotech was overrated and that small niche spots were way more valuable than people were giving them credit for, and definitely paid off for him. And it's honestly been kind of our through line through these entire days. But so to update you on the qualifier point situation, Voltarix will be the 4th player qualified through qualifier points guaranteed. Now, what this means is that for Sologasang, who's got 72 points from the first 2 days, you have to remember that there is a position for the Tactician's crown for the best average placement throughout the entire Golden Spatula. And so he's right now in the lead for this position, no matter what happens in the final day.
Yeah, also I want to highlight the solo because we've seen the comparison from a solo playing like set 12, set 13, where he was just like more of a content creator while being a pro player and competing at those cups at the tournaments, but didn't find much success. But when he did put the reps, when he did start practicing, as we've heard him spoke, you can see the actually demon. And it just took him 1 set to get here.
Absolutely. And talking about an absolute demon today, Voltarix is joining us here for an interview. Hello, Volta.
Hey, Volta.
Hope you're proud of yourself. You've done incredibly well today. What's the first reaction that comes to your mind right now?
Nothing special. It's kind of common right now. It's my sixth time for the world qualification, so it doesn't surprise me anymore.
What a compliment! I love it, man.
Man.
You had completely different strategy from any other player coming to the tournament. What was like your prep? What were your thoughts going into the Friday, going today, in terms of your default lines?
Okay, so I don't wanna tell a lot because there is still tomorrow, but I try to avoid meta lines. So, if possible, no Vanguard, no Marksman, no Exotech, and to play something not contested.
Yeah, that's we've seen the results just paying off. Especially Bruiser Techies has been working out quite well for you, and Morgana. Tell us, how do you get the Bastion emblem every time? Like, what's the secret sauce there?
I mean, if you believe, you get it. That's it. Just believe.
The power of like affirmation. You have to just picture in your head, and it spawns right there. Like what? Like when you see the branching out, when you're already committed, you know it's locked in. You know it's there, right?
I mean, I was thinking Dynamo, so that was not
actually
that
low roll. Actually low roll. Okay, I see. Okay, so Bastion emblem is low roll. Got it.
Are you gonna be preparing for the day 3, or are you just gonna take a evening off, rest a bit, to perhaps watch some America?
I might be trying to play Valorant, I guess.
Just queue up a few games of Valorant. Okay.
It's good to relax and chill.
Yeah, it's very important.
Yeah, when you have your game plan locked in, then absolutely, it's important to just clear your head. Kind of you were saying.
Yeah, how impactful is the heat to you right now? Because you live in the south of France where it can get pretty hot. Is just another southern summer for you and you're just chilling?
I mean, it's kind of hard to put a top on. I wish I could play naked.
Understandable.
In terms of going into the last day, do you have anything prepped different? You don't have to spoil. Just asking if like you come into with the different.
No, I think I did show everything. in the 12 games. No, I mean, for sure, I don't wanna spoil my strategy, but
okay.
I think I show everything already.
Yeah, you showed everything in terms of gameplay. You said you'd be down to be able to show everything on camera, but we won't be able to do that. Final shoutouts, Voltarix. Anybody you want to thank or point the finger at for being important to you during this season or this tournament specifically, go ahead. This is your time to shout them out.
I mean, thanks to my fans trusting me for this time. And that's it. Good luck to everyone tomorrow.
Short and sweet.
Best of luck, Volta, and yeah, have a good rest. Enjoy your Valorant match, and yeah, hope to see great TFT tomorrow.
All right, now we're ready to wrap. What's left for us in store? What's left for tomorrow? Alan, explain it to me.
I mean, before we jump into that, I just want to mention we have something in common from 2 players in top 4. Avoiding Exotech at all costs. Volta being the leader, Vomendo being top 4, being great results for them. We'll see if the players perhaps take some page of their book. And in terms of tomorrow, we have 8 players remaining, 6 games across the whole day. We are starting tomorrow at 4 p.m, the same time as today, so make sure you guys tune in tomorrow.
Yeah. And so, guys, don't forget that you can follow all the action, all the results on X at Compete TFT, on TikTok at Teamfight Tactics, on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube at Play TFT. And don't forget to follow all the action brought by the casters. Impetuous Panda, that's at Impetuous Panda on the social network. My co-host here, Alan ZQ, at Alan ZQ TFT. Oh, wrong side. Sorry, I'm mirrored on the camera. Counterfeit at CounterfeitCast. Myself, you can see it on the screen right below, and Barry Baden at Barry Baden. So we will be seeing you tomorrow.
Day.
Final word?
Again, yeah, tune in tomorrow, and hope we're gonna have more TFT. And yeah, thank you, Kenobi, for today.
See you tomorrow.